Now, today, we are gonna see, what if evil heir Harry wielded the Merlins weapon? Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. It was late at night and the entire town of Little Whinging was asleep. Everyone, but one teenager. His name was Harry Potter and he was currently sitting on a rickety chair by a worn desk that was covered, not with the usual candy wrappers and abandoned school work like you would expect from an almost 16-year-old boy, but with torn edges of parchment and an empty owl cage. In his hand, Harry held one of his cast-off shirts with which he was trying to clean the wounds on his chest. His uncle had been in a foul mood tonight and had worked out his anger on his nephew, resulting in bloody welts on his front and back, the latter he unfortunately couldn't reach. He was hoping for a surge of accidental magic to heal them later while he was asleep, but knew that it probably wouldn't happen. His relatives had been starving him again this summer and he had weakened to the point that it was tiring to move at all. It was only his magic that kept him upright while doing his chores. He didn't have anything to spare for healing. He looked out of the window again. Was that something moving in the sky? In half an hour he would turn 16. Traditionally, at midnight his birthday presents from his friends would arrive. Hedwig had flown out 2 hours ago, presumably to pick up his present from Hermione, who didn't have an owl herself. He saw tiny CKS in the distance and tried to focus on them. As they came closer, Harry could discern 4 owls. He opened the window for them to enter. A moment later they all landed on his desk. 3 of them neatly in a row. The 4th one crashed down on his desk, causing most of his parchment to get shoved off and gently float to the floor. That pathetic animal was Errol, the Weasley family owl. He would probably need some time to recover. So Harry took his package first. The owl gratefully nipped his finger and allowed himself to be picked up so Harry could lay him on his bed. Ron's present was messily wrapped in orange paper. A letter was stuck on top of it. Harry opened that first. "Hey mate, don't beat yourself up about Sirius, okay? It wasn't your fault. You'll be coming to where we're staying next week. Hang on till then. I hope the Dursleys are treating you all right. Mum's sending you a cake once Errol comes back and is recovered for a second trip, but I wanted to send you my present first. Practice okay. I want a challenge when we're back at Hogwarts. Your best friend, Ron. P.S. I'm sorry it's not new. The owner of the shop told me that the pieces are very responsive to new players though, so that should work out. They can also play on their own, so you have someone to play against. Hope you like it." Like he had suspected after reading the letter, the package contained his very own wizard's chess set. It had some scratches here and there, but overall it was in a decent shape. He really liked it, although his stomach was grumbling at Ron that the cake should have come first. Hermione's present was second. Hedwig stretched her legs so he could untie the package. "Thanks girl," he whispered affectionately. His owl was his only companion during summers and he was grateful to have her back in his room. He even thought she knew that, as she left for a few hours to hunt every night, but usually came back before he wake up. She ruffled her feathers elegantly when he gave her some treats. Hermione asked about how he was dealing with Cyrus, his health and, of course, his homework, and Harry was proud to say that he had managed to complete all of his assignments already. He had snuck out the first few nights back to steal his books, which were now cramped in the small space under the loose floorboard under his bed, since he mostly had nightmares about Cyrus and Voldemort when he slept, and woke up in pain because of either his uncle or his scar. He now spent his nights studying. He would probably do well next year. Hermione also informed him that she had gone to Rome on holiday and that she had bought his present there, in the Italian counterpart to Diagon Alley. He carefully unwrapped the present and gasped. Hermione had really outdone herself. Inside was a beautifully carved wooden box. It had lilies on the sides and on the lid was a family crest. A post-it note was stuck on top. "Harry, this is a never-ending box of secrets. It never gets full, and once you key yourself in, just add a drop of blood while thinking of the Potters. Only you can open it. The brighter the light, the stronger the protection. When I saw the lilies, I immediately thought of you. Th. E-shop owner told me that a family crest is usually added, so I went and asked him to do that. It's the Potter family crest, Harry. Isn't it amazing? I've put in some things for you, mostly food, as I know how much you need it. Seriously, Harry, you should tell Professor Dumbledore about your relatives' treatment of you. I don't think he knows, he just doesn't want to see. Anyway, Harry, happy birthday. I see you know where next week. Love, Hermione. His family crest. Harry smiled. He hadn't even known he had one. He stroked the complicated carving, a feeling of home spreading through his body. He then held the box against his chest. Some blood should touch it now, he thought bitterly, and then thought of the Potters and the family he had never really known. A blinding white light came out of the crest, heating him up. But not in a bad way, it was comforting. When he looked down at his chest, the wounds had healed. Unfortunately, those on his back were still there. He winced as he moved to test them. He opened the box, rummaged through the foods, there was a large variety, and put all of his books from the space under the floorboard in there too. It was an easy fit. Like Hermione had said, the box wouldn't get full. Then he added all of his parchment, so his desk was completely empty, and carefully put the box away. The next present were rock cakes from Hagrid. He stored them, though he knew he would only eat them if his life depended on it. He was rather attached to his teeth. Finally, he turned his attention to the dark owl that was impatiently waiting on his window sill. He had no idea whose this could be. A glimmer of moonlight glinted off the ring on its leg, and Harry felt shock spread through his body. Wasn't that the Black family crest? He recognized it because it was engraved in all the plates, cups and cutlery of Grimmauld Place. But who from the Black family would send him a letter? Hadn't Phineas Nigellus said that Sirius was the last Black? He knew of course that Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange were born Black, but they wouldn't want to write to him, and even then, they would use their husband's crest. Right, was it even possible for Death Eaters to write to him? He was sure Dumbledore had said something about his mail being screened for curses before crossing the wards around number 4. Making up his mind, he nervously accepted the letter. The owl hooted curtly and promptly took off through the open window. No reply required then. He broke the black seal with trembling hands. A small ring fell out and landed softly in his lap. Harry ignored it for now, too curious to find out who had sent him a letter. When he started reading, tears welled up in his eyes. He'd recognized the handwriting as soon as he laid eyes on it. It was from Sirius. Dear pup, happy birthday. May you be blessed with a bright future. If you're reading this, I'm no longer alive. I'm sorry that I left you behind. Please know that I didn't mean to. I love you with all my heart. And whatever happened, know that it is not your fault. I know you blame yourself for everything that happens around you, but you didn't want me dead, so you hold no blame. I'm Rit. Ing should arrive at your 16th birthday, because I fear that no one will inform you of this information and you really need to know. I would have taught you everything I know myself if I were still with you, but unfortunately I'm not. So you will have to work hard to make up for it. There is a list of books you need to get from your vaults and another one of what you have to buy. You are, as you well know, the Potter heir. Though I really hope that he explained everything and got you tutors, I'm afraid that Dumbledore left you without information about your position. I also named you the heir of the most ancient and noble family of Black. There is a letter addressed to Gringotts confirming this. You will have to bring it to them and ask them to perform an inheritance ritual. I'll explain more about that later. Let me get to the point. Before an heir of an ancient and noble family turns 16, he can more or less behave the way he likes. Of course there are some expectations from their family. The best examples you know are of course Draco Malfoy, who is encouraged to behave like he is superior to everyone, and Neville Longbottom, of whom you probably only know that his grandmother is demanding. Each family, especially the ancient and noble or most ancient and noble ones, have certain values that have to be respected by its members. The most important one is the family motto. Toujours pure is the motto of the Black family. It literally means, always pure. It seems very shallow nowadays, but there was a time in which every ancient and noble family had no choice but to marry purebloods. The fact that our motto is toujours pure merely meant back then that they would do everything to uphold the family honor. Same with the Malfoys, whose motto is Sanctimonia Vincit Semper, purity will always conquer. which originated the same way. I think it goes without saying how they choose to interpret it. The Blacks are known for cunning, which shouldn't be a problem for you. You are more Slytherin than you think. Harry and poise. I'm sorry, pup, this means you really have to learn pureblood wizarding etiquette. The Potter family's credo is pura sequi. It means, to follow purity is my delight. The Potters are renowned for their honor. No one will ever doubt the word of a Potter. It even has value as court evidence. This also means that you can't break your promises without shaming the Potter family. Another family value is their huge number of allied families. You are friendly with the Longbottoms, the Abbotts, the Bones, the Blacks of course, and the McGonagalls. And you have several non-ancient families under your protection. A complete list can be found in the Potter Vault. The Blacks have alliances with the Lestranges and the Malfoys through marriage. I would advise to annul them. But maybe you should wait and see with the Malfoys. I'll explain why. Draconis Lucius Malfoy, whom you know as Draco Malfoy, is the heir of the most ancient and noble house of Malfoy. He is also the next in line for the lordship of Black. He is your heir, Harry. Only for the Blacks, don't worry, he can't touch the Potter heritage. You could disown Narcissa and by her, Draco, but I wouldn't do that. As soon as the world hears of a new Lord Black, Narcissa and Draco will ask for an audience. They are required to pledge loyalty to their house and to you as their lord. If they refuse, they will be disowned. If they make the pledge, Draco has to obey you as much as he does his father. In exchange, he is under your protection. Nobody knows that I made you my heir, and I advise you to keep it that way. Don't tell anyone and keep Heir Potter and Heir Black separate identities. I can't tell you how to do it, but maybe you can still save Draco. The Black family is more influential than the Malfoy one. I can't explain more to you in this letter. You are on your own now, with the books on the list. I can give you a short to-do list to start with as a last help. It is on one of the additional parchments I have enclosed. Learn the information in this letter by heart and burn it all. With all my love, Padfoot, your godfather Sirius Orion Black, Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Black. Harry put down the letter. The tears in his eyes had dried. He had a mission now, and a list to get him started. He didn't understand everything that he had read completely, but it would probably come with time. He carefully put the letter away in Hermione's box and put it in his hidden space beneath the loose floorboards. Then he lay face down on his bed, carefully shoving Errol aside, and fell asleep. The next morning Harry got locked into his room after breakfast. Breakfast for the Dursleys anyway. Not for him. They were going out for the day, which suited him just fine. It would give him the perfect opportunity to get out of the house unnoticed. He sat down at his desk and ate a small portion of the food Hermione had provided for him, while he got out the heavy envelope of Sirius again. Rummaging through the parchments, he found the to-do list. Number 1 on the list was something he hadn't thought of. Creature. He would have to check his loyalty. And if he was no longer loyal to the family name, he'd kill. No, he couldn't do that. Hermione's shrill voice rang in his ears. They are just misunderstood. You have to be kind to them. Look at Dobby. Yeah, look at Dobby. He said to himself. He would have to find a way to get Creature to be loyal to him, not just the family. He braced himself and took a deep breath. Creature, can you come here, please? With a loud pop, the old house elf appeared into his room. Master, he croaked, bowing low and muttering under his breath. The sniveling half-blood is now the heir of Black, and Creature doesn't like, but Creature obeys. Deciding a plan of approach and decidedly trying to forget that this thing had betrayed Sirius, Harry asked. Why don't you like it, Creature? I could always free you if you prefer. Master won't free Creature. The house elf smirked. Creature knows too much and Master knows it's. Harry grimaced, and steeled himself, trying to emulate Malfoy's posture. I would do it if you won't serve me. A house elf that doesn't want to serve is not a good house elf, is that not right? Why would the future Lord Black keep a house elf that isn't worthy of serving and keeping its secrets? Creature seemed genuinely confused, tilting his head to the side, but Master is half-blood. Mudblood. He's as not worthy of the Black name. Are you insulting your master, Creature? Harry asked sternly. He didn't like the attitude he had to put up, but he wanted to win the argument and possibly ensure loyalty. Creature jumped up to punish himself by slamming his head into the wall. Harry had to grab him by the back of his pillowcase to stop him. Don't do that, please, Creature. At least let us conclude our conversation first. The old elf was still quivering, but nodded before breathing noisily and continuing. Of course Creature is honoring the values of the family, Master. But Creature also obeying Master and Old Mistress. Harry had a sudden flash of inspiration. I want to study the values of the family, Creature, and the pureblood wizarding ways as well. But I have no one to teach me. Do you think I could speak with your mistress? Do you think she could teach me? After all, Harry thought, Sirius probably learned from his mother. Creature nodded his knobbly head up and down enthusiastically. Yes, Master. Creature is asking the mistress. Not yet, please, Creature. Harry said quickly. I have some things to do first. I want to airbrush up on my manners first, so that I don't insult your mistress. What do you think? Creature bobbed his head again. Yes, Master. Creature is thinking it is good idea. He croaked subserviently. Very well, Creature. That's great. Thank you for your help. The elf lit up at the praise. Could you do one more thing for me? There should be some black air robes in the room of your Master Regulus and I need to wear them to go to Gringotts Bank. I need to look sharp to conduct family Buzzard. You get them for me, please. I only need them today and I'll be really careful with them. Harry had noticed while staying at Grimmauld Place last year that the elf was very attached to his deceased family's clothing. Yes, Master. Creature is getting them for young Master. Creature bowed so low that his nose scraped against the Dursleys' paisley carpet and subsequently disappeared with a pop. He was only away for a moment and then popped back, carefully hanging the robes in Harry's wardrobe. He turned around to Harry expectantly. Harry allowed himself to smile. That will be all for now, Creature, thank you. I would like for you to start cleaning Grimmauld Place. I will probably be there a lot. The others you called blood traitors won't be coming along anymore. He wrinkled his nose when calling his friends blood traitors, but figured he should probably save that discussion for another time. Creature looked exceedingly happy, his ears bouncing up and down in joy. Yes, Master. The most ancient and noble house of Black is restoring her glory. Creature is so very happy, Master. Then he disappeared. Harry sighed in relief. He had gained a measure of loyalty from the elf and it hadn't even been that difficult. Surely, Sirius or even Remus could have managed this. And Creature had never liked him before. What had changed? Then he realized. It was because of how commanding he had been. Creature was loyal to the Black family, its master and its values. Since he used the values of cunning, with respect, to gain the elf's loyalty, it had been easier than with kindness like Hermione had tried. He changed into the old robes. They were in perfect state, but a little out of fashion. Not as bad as Ron's dress robes had been, luckily. And he was relieved to notice the fabric didn't smell like mothballs. He robes somehow fit him perfectly and the black crest sat proudly on his heart. He picked up the letter Sirius had written to Gringotts, raised his hood so he would be unrecognizable and finally put on the ring Sirius had enclosed with his letter. It was the Heir ring. A surge of magic pulsed through him, recognizing him as the true Black Heir. Then it calmed down, gently thrumming with magic. Sirius. List had mentioned that the ring was a portkey and could be used to get to Grimmauld Place or Diagon Alley when activated. He swallowed uncomfortably, trying not to remember the last time he had used this particular way of wizarding travel. Then he set his feet squarely apart, rubbed the Black family crest that was engraved in the onyx, set in the ring and said, Diagon Alley. A moment later, the smallest bedroom of number 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging was as empty as the rest of the house. Well, that was my first chapter ever on fanfiction. I hope you like it. Please review. I would like to let you know that I am not a native speaker of English. Therefore I ask you not to be too harsh on my grammar and vocabulary. I am trying the best I can. You are always welcome to correct my mistakes, of course. I know it's not a very long chapter, but it's just the first one. I'll try to make them longer as I go along. The portkey dropped him off at the apparition point of Gringotts. Usually, Harry landed on this face. But this time he slammed backwards into the wall, making him wince when his still fresh wounds started bleeding again. He could only hope that the fabric of the undersheet he was wearing underneath the robes was thick enough to absorb it before it could seep through his robes. At least he had managed to stay upright and keep a shred of his dignity. A grumpy-looking Oblin in a red and gold uniform guarded the entrance. A copy of the poem that was also displayed at the main entrance was painted on the heavy doors in a decorative curly handwriting. "Proceed please." The goblin grunted. Harry really wanted to just get everything over and done with and wasn't really in the mood to play games, but knew he should probably follow serious guidelines, so he said, "Good morning, esteemed keeper. May your gold flow as richly as the blood of your enemies." He tried to make his voice sound smoother, more like Sirius and his father in the pensieve, squaring his shoulders confidently. Harry noted with an extreme satisfaction that the goblin looked completely baffled for a moment. Then he seemed to notice the crest and the ring, recomposed himself and bowed low, opening the doors for the young heir. "And may our transactions be fruitful," he said. "What is your business with us today?" "I've come for an inheritance ritual. I was told to ask for the esteemed Ragnarok," Harry said, keeping up his lord-like tone. The goblin gestured toward the door. "Of course, sir. I'll show you to his office." He exited the apparition point before Harry and signaled another goblin to take his place. He then led the visitor through a maze of small corridors to finally end up before an office with the tag, "Ragnarok, Senior Director Rites and Rituals." The goblin knocked for him. "Enter," the voice of an old goblin said from within the room. "I have brought the heir of black for an inheritance ritual, esteemed director," the keeper announced as he opened the door. "Show him in," Ragnarok said. "You can leave us." As soon as the keeper had left, Harry repeated the traditional welcoming phrases. If this goblin was surprised at all, he hid it well. "Heir Potter, I was hoping to see you here one of these days." "Welcome. Tell me what I can do for you." It was Harry's turn to be baffled. How did you know it was me?" he stammered. "Well, Heir Potter," the late Lord Black informed me of your inheritance, and since you stand before me now, who else could you be? Do not worry, I am the only goblin aware of your double inheritance, and I will not tell a soul. Let us get started. Please sit down," Ragnarok said while motioning to the chair in front of his desk. Having refound his senses, Harry sat down. This Heir Potter thing was already starting to get on his nerves. Luckily Sirius had warned him on this list. Otherwise he would have insisted on being called Harry, hereby gravely insulting Ragnarok. Goblins didn't like to be pushed into familiarity. So he stayed formal. "Yes, my godfather. The late Lord Black, that is, wrote to me, informing me of my inheritance. I was told to come here and ask for an inheritance ritual. Then we will perform one." "What do you know about inheritance rituals, Heir Potter?" Ragnarok said, pulling a stack of parchment out of a drawer. "Not much," Harry admitted sheepishly, "just that I need one to be able to accept my inheritance." The goblin gave him an indulging nod. "First I have to explain what you are getting yourself into. An inheritance ritual is obligatory when taking on an inheritance that isn't from your paternal line. It is used as a protection of the family values. In essence, it will test your intent and see if you are willing to live by the rules of the family while at the same time confirming that you are who you claim to be. It will also scan your capabilities as a family head, trying to prevent incompetent lords from getting in. Control and destroy the family reputation. You will not be required to undergo this ritual for the Potters, of course. Since the obeying of these rules is vested in your blood. Simply said, a person of Potter blood will not like lying or breaking his word by nature. The inheritance ritual will place the nature of the Black family on you, so you will be disinclined to break their values. Do you understand? Harry thought this was extremely complicated, but thought he understood, so he nodded. He did have a question though. What if I am proved to be unworthy? The goblin smiled in approval of his question, but Harry wasn't sure he liked the smile. It revealed a row of short, sharp teeth and gave the goblin an intimidating sneer. If you are simply incompatible, the contract will reject you as a candidate, though it probably helps that in your case the previous lord personally approved. If you have ill intents, the ritual will kill you. Harry swallowed heavily. Then he made his decision. Since I do not have ILLPT the ritual. If possible, the goblin's grin widened even further. Please follow me then. They left the small office and entered a large room further down the hall. Walls and floors were covered in black marble and the ceiling was painted with runes Harry didn't understand. He wished he had taken the subject, maybe it would give him some pointers on what to do. Suddenly, he really wished Hermione was here. Just stand in the middle of the room on that star. Ragnock motioned. Harry took his position. Ragnock handed him a dagger. Let some blood fall on the star. No, wait until I'm out of the rune circle. He added as Harry moved to cut himself. When the goblin nodded that it was safe, Harry nervously drew some blood and let it trickle down onto the star. Now claim the House of Black. The Potter heir breathed out heavily and then looked up at the runes on the ceiling while calmly stating, I, Harry James Potter hereby claim to be the heir to the lordship of the most ancient and noble House of Black. I promise to uphold its values and live by its standards and to bid protection to its members. I swear this by magic itself, so mote it be. A blinding light filled the room and a pressure started on Harry's head, trying to push it down. He instinctively knew not to lower it, but let the pressure in. It swerved through his mind, the way Snape did with occlumency, but 1,000 times more painful. It watched his memories, his very soul for signs of deceit and lies. It looked for occasions in which he had been forced to take leadership, the DA, fights against Death Eaters, confrontations with Voldemort and many more that he wasn't even aware of. It replayed his life with the Dursleys and he felt the anger of the magic at the treatment of a possible heir of its house. Finally it ended after reading Cyrus' letter. A soothing voice, that was neither male nor female, spoke to him, though he knew only he could hear it. We accept your claim, Harry James Potter. We want to reward you for your courage by giving you what you should have always had. We will restore your body of all damage done to it and remove the evil that has a nest in your lightning bolt. We do, however, understand your mission to keep your identities separate and, given your promise not to let it work against fulfilling your duties for the House of Black, consent to it. A heavy medallion fell into his pocket. As long as you wear this, you will look the way you did before our gift. When you, and only you, take it off, the illusion will disappear. Harry James Potter, we hereby grant you the lordship of the most ancient and noble House of Black. The light then disappeared and was replaced by a warm flame that quickly spread through his body. He felt his body react as if he had just swallowed polyjuice, bubbling through him and lengthening, altering. Unlike with the polyjuice potion, however, he felt no pain. Then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Harry opened his eyes, which he hadn't realized he had closed, and looked around for Ragnock. He found him slumped against the wall in a corner. The goblin on the other side of the room stared at him. He looked at him from head to toe and back again. He opened his mouth to say something, closed it again and blinked. Then he shook his head as if to wake himself up. Lord Black, allow me to congratulate you with your new lordship. My what? Harry exclaimed. Then he gripped his own throat. His voice had lowered to a pleasant depth. He no longer had to fake the smoothness, it was there on its own. While doing this, he saw that his hands, that had been covered in burn scars, that's W. Had you get when you let a young child do your cooking, were now a perfectly even tone, just a shade darker than ivory. The floor seemed to be further away than before, indicating that he had grown. Curious about what else had changed, he turned his attention back to the goblin. Do you have a mirror? He heard his new voice ask. The goblin nodded and snapped his fingers. A mirror appeared in front of the new lord. Harry instinctively brought his hands to his face. To his great relief, his eyes were still the same. His cheekbones had heightened and his eyelashes were fuller, giving him a more aristocratic look. His hair had grown longer and now reached a little lower than his shoulders, showing his lord status. It still wasn't tame, but it wasn't a crow's nest anymore either. There was a curly wave in it, much like Sirius had had. He had grown and was now a healthy 6 feet 2 inches. His body was toned, but still lean, and his skin color was the same as his hands, contrasting his raven hair. He looked handsome. Wow, he whispered. The goblin chuckled. I rather agree, he said. That brought Harry back down to earth. How come I'm a lord and not an heir? He wondered out loud. I thought I had to be 17 to claim a lordship. Apparently the Black family spirits decided that you are mature enough to handle the position already. You could probably claim the Potter lordship as well, Ragnock suggested. It was tempting, Harry thought, but he decided against it. I don't think I will. It will only add to my cover of separate identities that Lord Black is older than I am. I concur, Ragnock said. I have to admit that I was surprised when you were accepted. How so? Harry asked. I thought I met the requirements you listed quite well. The goblin looked down at his hands and nervously twisted the front of his uniform. Most people are killed during an inheritance ritual if they already are an heir or a lord of another house. Harry felt his stomach drop. What? Why? And why didn't you tell me? I thought it would be amusing to see. Ragnock admitted, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. I heard that every house has a different way of killing presumptuous candidates, and I hadn't heard of the Black Way yet. I was curious. He shrugged nonchalantly. Harry was disgusted by the goblin's attitude, but still wanted to know what he meant. But why is it a PR oblum if they are already an heir or lord? He asked again. The goblin shrugged. It takes a huge amount of magic to be able to control two houses. Especially two powerful ones like yours. Most wizards get overpowered, and you thought it would be amusing to see me get overpowered? Harry asked, keeping his tone politely interested, even if he actually was seething with anger. Well, yes, can you imagine the papers? Boy who lived killed by inheritance ritual. The uproar it would cause. I wanted to be there when it happened. Ragnock shrugged. Thank you for your trust, Harry said coldly, no longer able to keep his anger out of his voice. I apologize, Lord Black. It was inappropriate. The goblin hastened to say. It was the truth. I like the truth, Harry said calmly. Now the goblin laughed out loud. Of course you do. You are a Potter. Still grinning, Ragnock motioned Harry to come with him. An adjoining dressing room was prepared for him. I had a set of daily robes fetched from your vault. This way you can do your finances, wearing appropriate clothing. You wouldn't want to be seen in heir robes now you're a lord. Harry recognized the conciliatory gesture for what it was. Thank you, Ragnock, he said, allowing a small smile. I'll have a cart goblin waiting for you outside the door. He will escort you to the vaults of your choice. Your trust has been emptied into the Potter vault, so that isn't an option. I would advise against visiting the Potter vault in this identity. The cart goblins are great gossips. Of course the Black Vault is open to you, as are the 3 trust vaults, for Bellatrix Lestrange, Narcissa Malfoy and Draconis Malfoy. I wish to disinherit Bellatrix Lestrange, Harry said darkly. You need a good reason to do so, the goblin warned. Just holding a grudge won't do. Harry glared at Ragnock. She killed the former lord by pushing him through the veil at the Department of Mysteries. Will that do? Thee asked sweetly. Ragnock's mouth fell open. Well, yes, that should do. Do you know the phrase? Harry nodded grumpily. The trust vault will be emptied after you finish it. Please proceed when you are ready. Harry breathed in and said with great solemnity, I, Harry James Potter Black, Lord of the most ancient and noble house of Black, hereby disinherit Bellatrix Druella Lestrange née Black for her direct role in the assassination of the late Lord Sirius Orion Black. May she be shunned by all and no longer find comfort in our magics and values. So mote it be. A dark flash came from his finger. Curious, Harry looked at it. He hadn't noticed it before. But the heir ring was no longer there. In its place sat a larger, even more gracefully polished lord ring. The family crest was etched in the stone and shimmered when he touched it. A wave of power flew through him. He was shocked for a moment and then looked at Ragnock questioningly. It's the Black Lord ring. The heir ring returned to your vault when you inherited the lordship. You just felt the family magics. It's also a portkey to all of your family estates and back here. Harry nodded in understanding. Then the goblin handed him another, smaller ring with a ruby. This is the Potter heir ring. You should put it away safely. Harry swallowed thickly, taking the heir ring and feeling a warm pulse as it touched his skin. Leave me then. I'll change, he said, regaining his voice. He put the ring in the same pocket as the medallion. The young goblin leading him to his vault was annoying, Harry thought to himself. He kept staring at him as if he were some kind of attraction. He was used to it when his scar was on show, but he wasn't recognizable now, so he didn't get it. Is there something you wanted to ask me? He said smoothly, trying not to snap. The young goblin jumped up. I apologize, Lord Black. I didn't mean to stare. I was looking at the jewelry, sir, the goblin hasted to say. Funny, Harry thought, he had never met a jumpy goblin before. He had used a spell Sirius had left on the list for him to help him with his hair. Several goblin-forged onyx hairpins kept his hair into an elegant loose braid, that conveniently also covered his scar. Harry relaxed after the goblin's explanation. That's quite all right, young goblin, he said. I understand. They were now down to the lowest level of Gringotts. Harry was freezing and wished he could do a warming charm. Stupid ministry for underage magic. He muttered under his breath. Heir Lord Black, you were 17, right? You came into your inheritance. They can't track lords. The young goblin brought up. Did I talk that loud? Harry thought, alarmed. He opened his mouth to say that he was 17, but suddenly he felt bad about lying to this young goblin. Damn those Potter family values. Sirius D warned him that keeping his identity secret would be hard while having to be truthful, but he hadn't counted on needing that advice this soon. Be cunning, Harry, he thought to himself. Evade the question. Just don't answer it directly. Then everything should be fine. Thank you for reminding me, he said, a small smile appearing on his face. Just when he'd cast the warming charm, they arrived at the Black Vault. Please place your hand on the door, the goblin instructed while he did the same. As soon as Harry's hand touched the stone, it melted away, giving him access. Merlin, he whispered, how much is in here? Large piles of gold and silver were stored in the vaults, but also antique furniture, furs, tapestries, arms and dragon hide, jewelry and books. Huge amounts of books. The Black Vault holds 3 billion galleons, but there are also some investments in companies and 14 different houses, so the total value of the family is estimated on 3.5 billion galleons, the goblin answered. Harry gulped. Could I perhaps ask in comparison, how much does the Malfoy vault hold? The goblin grinned. While obviously we esteem our client's privacy, the Malfoy family are very happy to share this information with anyone who asks. Their fortune is roughly estimated to be around 1.5 billion galleons. He had twice the amount of money that Malfoy had. Harry couldn't get his mind wrapped around it. The Malfoys threw their money around and they still had this much. He had a lot of money apparently. And a large vault. Sighing, he picked up Sirius' list and wanted to start browsing the vault, looking for them. But the goblin stopped him. Just state the object you want to take with you and it should come to you, he smirked. You don't have to go looking for it. Oh, thank you, Harry said, and he listed the books he needed. They were all about wizarding etiquette, history and families. 5 of them were very old and handwritten by the Black family and gave information on how to manage the finances, properties and businesses. He also took some jewelry and a complete dragon hide armor. After he'd stored everything in a bottomless pouch the goblin had provided for him and strapping on a wand holster, they left for the trust vaults. On their way there, the goblin, who had finally gotten comfortable enough to introduce himself as Nagnik, gave him some information. In wealthy families, trust vaults are provided for heirs and married women to give them a link to the family. For heirs it is an opportunity to learn the value of money. They basically play mini Lord. Ey invest some and the rest is pocket money, a lot of pocket money. For married women, having some money of their own is a way to keep from being completely independent on their husbands so that they can uphold their family pride. The trust vault belonging to Narcissa Black holds 2 million galleons and is restocked to this amount every year. Draco Malfoy also has a trust for the Malfoy family and doesn't access his Black Vault too much. His holds 4 million galleons with the same conditions as his mother's. In each vault Harry left a Black family jewel as a welcome gift. Narcissa got a brooch with small onyxes and pearls and matching earrings, and Draco got a bracelet with an onyx snake that had emeralds for eyes, which Harry thought was pretty funny. It could serve as some sort of hint to his identity. Though Malfoy probably wouldn't think of that. Is there a study of some kind where I could read some documents? Harry asked. Of course. There are a few private studies for rent by the hour. But you can use one of them for as long as you like today. Consider it a gift to welcome your business to the bank. The goblin led him to a corridor of single doors, that was right off the main hall, and opened one of them. Just speak to one of the tellers when you are done. Nagnik said. Then he left him alone. Harry took a seat at the beautiful wooden desk. The next point on seriously. He was to study Chapter 1 till 5 of A Guide to Pureblood. Wizarding Ways. Part 1. Greetings and Daily Conducts of Heirs and Lords. Sirius explained that he would need to know the first 5 chapters to correctly greet everyone in Diagon Alley, from shop owners to fellow lords, to heirs. It seemed a bit excessive to have to know all of this before even stepping foot outside. When he started reading, he understood why it was necessary. He really hoped he could remember all this, especially since his conduct would have to be different when he was Heir Potter to when he was Lord Black. It took him nearly 4 hours to get these basics drilled into his head for the Black family alone, together with appropriate wording and bows. He was happy when a goblin brought in a tray with a couple of sandwiches. He was so used to being hungry that the idea of eating hadn't even occurred to him. Then he finally felt ready to go to Diagon Alley. He had some serious shopping to do. He told one of the clerks that he was going and then elegantly walked out the door. The black poise was important. He had to be elegant and graceful, but not arrogant. Regal but not stiff. Be eloquent, but not too distant, nor too familiar. In one word, charming. He really hoped he could pull this off, but was not really sure. He mostly just felt nervous, if he was being honest. He felt like Bloody Malfoy as he walked down the alley, to Madame Malkin's. IEF to his normal trips to Diagon Alley. He did see some young children pointing in his direction from where they were playing around their talking parents. Harry suspected that they were pureblood children, who recognized his family crest. Or maybe didn't recognize it, but at least knew it had some kind of meaning, seeing their fathers wearing on too. One thing was for sure. Madame Malkin did know what the crest stood for. Her eyes widened as he entered. Lord Black, she said, sinking in a polite curtsy, I am so honored you came to my store. How can I help you? The moment of truth, Harry thought. He politely inclined his head and said, Good afternoon, Madame Malkin, I was hoping you could help me. My house elves had a little accident with my closet, and I find myself in need of an entire wardrobe. Madame Malkin's face lit up completely. Of course, Lord Black. Rack or custom? If you have some time, I would prefer custom, madam. If possible, Madame Malkin's smile widened even further. Please follow me, she said. Harry was led through the store to a midnight blue curtain in the back. As she drew it back, she revealed a space that was filled with fabrics of all materials and colors and an entire arrangement of styling books, surrounding a comfortable set of sofas. She showed him one style of robe after the other, held fabrics around his face and finally ushered him on a small podium and made him wear loose pieces of fabric, that under her capable hands became. Well, they still looked like just a piece of fabric, but Harry could see that Madame Malkin saw some sense in it. So he just went along. Going along was another one of Sirius' hints, so it had to be good for something. And unbeknownst to him, Madame Malkin was Marvell NG at her handsome, young customer. Who was a rich lord, came for an entire custom-made wardrobe, didn't mind fitting and easily gave his opinion on fabrics and colors, even suggesting some additional things. She couldn't wait to tell her friends about this new lord. A few hours later, Harry left the store. Madame Malkin had promised to have a few sets ready by the following morning, so Creature could pick them up. After this test, Harry felt comfortable enough to finish his shopping. Afterwards he called Creature and told him to make an appointment with the portrait of Sirius' mother. As Creature popped away, the thing he had hoped to avoid happened. Another lord approached him. Harry had of course memorized the house crests for the most important families, so he recognized the lord as Lord Zabini, a neutral family. His son, Blaise, was with him. Lord Black, I don't think we have had the pleasure of meeting you before, Lord Zabini said, while placing his hand on his son's shoulder and making a small bow. Lord Zabini, Blaise, Harry said in a neutral tone. As a lord he could address every heir by their first name if he wished, but most lords didn't go through the trouble of memorizing all of their names. Harry had an advantage there, knowing most of them from school. Blaise seemed surprised by being addressed by his name and made a bow that was a little deeper than his father's. Lord Black, he said respectfully. We were just on our way to L'Aquileur d'Or for dinner. Lord Zabini said, Would you be interested in joining us? Suddenly Harry was very glad that he had made the appointment with Walburga Black. I'm sorry to say that I have other obligations, he said, his voice apologetic. But I would very much like to meet another day. Then he turned to Blaise. Do you happen to know Draconis Malfoy? I do, Lord Black, Blaise said, looking a little confused as to where this was going. In fact, I have planned to meet him tomorrow. How convenient, Harry said. Would you mind telling him that wish to schedule an appointment with him? I will send him an owl as well, of course, but I would appreciate it if you could pass him the message. And he wanted to get it out in the public that he was meeting Draco. Of course, Lord Black, Blaise answered, the wheels in his head turning to find the reason why such an appointment would be necessary. In that case, I won't keep you from your dinner any longer, Harry said, inclining his head. Lord Zabini, Lord Black, each Zabini said, bowing slightly. When they parted, Harry rubbed his finger over his lord ring and mumbled, Grimmauld Place. And as he landed painfully once more, the last thing he thought before hearing a portrait scream was that he really needed to find a more comfortable way to travel. Creature, could you check if there is anyone else but us in here? Harry asked as the elf popped in to greet him. We is alone, Master, Creature said, bowing. Just the Master and Mistress Black, Master. Thank you, Creature, Harry said, while the elf helped him out of his heavy outer robes. Could you tell Lady Black that I have arrived? The screaming indicated that she already knew, but Harry wanted to make a good impression. So Creature walked over to the portrait and explained that Harry had arrived. The screaming stopped instantly. Well, don't let him just stand there, bring him here. Walburga Black scolded the elf. If you would follow me, Master, Creature said. When Harry would think back of this years later, he would find this situation incredibly funny. It all occurred within 60 feet of corridor, and they were all pretending not to hear each other's conversations. When he arrived before the portrait, Lord Black bowed a bow that was deeper than every bow today. It was an equal's bow. Lady Black, he said. Such an honor it is to finally formally meet you. As it is for me, Lord Black, the woman in the painting said, returning the bow. I understand that you have come to ask me to become your tutor in the pureblood wizarding ways. If you would have me, madam, Harry said respectfully. Well, I suppose that I could not let the next Lord Black run around unschooled, she said. At least you're a pureblood, she mumbled after that. I would like to be honest with you and tell you that I am a half-blood, madam, the young lord replied nervously. My mother was. Of course your blood is pure. Lady Black interrupted. You passed the inheritance ritual, didn't you? The family spirits wouldn't have accepted you if you hadn't been a pureblood. Well, apparently they did, madam, Harry said, a little exasperated. We'll figure this out later, Lady Black said with a little sigh. Please join me in the dining room. You can eat while we cover the rest of this conversation. Then she stalked out of her portrait. It took Harry a while, but eventually, he found the lady in the informal dining room in a painting of a throne-like chair, that, Harry felt, had been painted exactly for this purpose. He sat down and immediately, Creature served him a steaming stew. Please eat, Lady Black said when Harry looked up at her. I can see you're hungry. And that Harry was. He hadn't had a warm meal since the Hogwarts feast and told the lady as much. Maybe that hadn't been the best thing to do, he considered afterwards, eating his stew while the woman ranted about irresponsible, filthy muggle guardians that were repulsively inappropriate to raise a pureblood heir. Somewhere in the back of his head, this woman reminded him of Snape, Harry thought. Whether it was the sallow skin or the vocabulary, he wasn't sure. Halfway through the meal, the woman stopped ranting about the Dursleys and instead corrected his table manners. Don't hold your fork that way, young man. Didn't anybody teach you how to eat? It took him forever to finish eating, being corrected 7 times before each mouthful reached his lips, but eventually he managed to clean his plate. And after Creature had taken it away, he looked up at the lady in the portrait expectantly. First things first, I suppose, the Black Matron said, since we are going to be spending this much time together and are equals. We can hardly keep calling each other lady and lord. Please call me Harry, Harry said immediately, relieved. No, that won't do at all. The woman cried out, all black's our sign. It would be too much of a coincidence if you were called the same as the Potter heir. What about Cygnus, Acrox, Canopus or Pollux? Harry wasn't really fond of these names. Canopus, he asked incredulously. Perfect. That's a nice one. It means warrior, so it's fitting as well. The Black Lord wanted to say that he hadn't meant it like that, but the woman kept rambling about the strength of the name and that he had definitely chosen well, so he just sighed and folded. He had a feeling that this was going to happen a lot. That night he portkeyed back into his dim bedroom at number 4 Privet Drive. As he fastened the locket his house spirits had given him around his neck, he felt nothing, but in his cracked mirror, his reflection had converted back into the beaten, starved, scrawny body of Harry James Potter. As he fell backwards onto his bed, he couldn't help but marvel at how much had changed in just 24 hours' time. And this was only the beginning. The next few weeks, he trained hard with grandmother. As Lady Black insisted he called her. The first thing she had taught him was how to check if Ministry Tracking Charm, also known as the Trace, had really been lifted from his wand automatically. Like the goblin had supposed. He was relieved to find out that this was indeed the case, and as such he would be free to practice magic at Grimmauld Place. Next, he was how to cast a muggle-repelling charm around his bedroom in Little Whinging so the Dursleys would leave him alone. He was still going back there at irregular intervals each day and slept there ever. Why night to convince the Order guards that he was still there and to keep his mother's blood protection. On the other hand, he also made appearances as Lord Black in the streets of magical London and sent letters to both Narcissa and Draco Malfoy, introducing himself. He was waiting anxiously for their replies. He even went out to dinner with a few respected neutral families, but made sure never to enter their homes or let them come to his, just in case. Grandmother had also assured him that no one could enter any of his properties without his permission, which kept him safe. She had explained that it was impossible to cast a Fidelius charm over a property that wasn't yours without permission of the owner, and since Harry hadn't given his, Dumbledore no longer had any power over Grimmauld Place. In fact, Mad-Eye Moody had tried to enter through the front door not once, but twice. The fact that even the seasoned Auror had not been able to get in, really set Harry at ease. This was the young lord's best summer ever. Up north, the summer wasn't going nearly as well for Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. He hadn't been able to find out the identity of the new Lord Black and had called yet another Order meeting about this mysterious figure. Does anyone have new information about him? He asked to the group of people gathered in one of Hogwarts' conference rooms. They had yet to find a new meeting place. No, the only thing I can find out is that he isn't dark, but hasn't shown any light tendencies either. All of the families he has been dining with so far are neutral. Nymphadora Tonks stated, a little put out with all the secrecy. Give up, Albus. You are not going to find out anything he doesn't want you to know. Moody grunted, and for once, Severus Snape agreed with the old Auror. Just keep your eyes open then. Dumbledore sighed. We could really use him on our side, but even knowing he is dark is better than this. At least we would know where we stood. Moving on to the next item on our agenda. How is Harry doing? He asked, the twinkle in his eyes returning. Not too well, I'm afraid. Mundungus said. The lad has lost a lot of weight and he looks more tired every day. That's understandable after the death of his godfather. Dumbledore nodded. Tonks grimaced uncomfortably. Still, it isn't right. He never cries or even speaks at all. His relatives were pretty vocal in the beginning, but now they seem to avoid him like the plague. The brat has probably commanded to be left alone. The potions master snorted. Dumbledore's eyes lost a little bit of his twinkle. Now, Severus, don't be so harsh. The boy has just lost a family member. Snape harumphed but didn't say anything. What's Voldemort doing, Severus? Minerva McGonagall asked, a little fed up with both previous topics. Snape twitched his arm as if stung and answered. Not too much lately. He too is looking into the Black situation. He wants to recruit him, but doesn't dare to approach him just yet. He wants more information. Information that we cannot give him. He's in a foul mood. He shivered internally. Dark Lords in a foul mood were not desirable. He has no attacks planned. Not even one. Arthur Weasley asked incredulously. No, Snape said. He is otherwise occupied. With what? What is so important that he is delaying his entire schedule? Minerva asked in disbelief. I told you. He is having us look into Lord Black. These dunderheads were nearly as bad as his students. All of you, Snape growled. Yes, all of us. He snapped. Apparently, Draco got a letter from him asking for a meeting. He has been delaying his answer on the Dark Lord's orders, but he can't put it off much longer without being disrespectful. Why would Draco be in contact with Lord Black? Dung asked confused. Because he's a Black. I can't believe I forgot that. Tonks exclaimed. He is such a Malfoy that I completely forgot that he's still under control of House Black. How would he be a Black? Dung slurred. Through his mother. Of course, you idiot. Dung's grimy neck flushed red in embarrassment. Right, I knew that. He mumbled. Well, let us hope that we learn something after that. Back in Malfoy Manor, Draco sat in his quarters, reading the letter from Lord Black that he had received almost 2 weeks ago. It would be rude not to answer within the next few days, so he really hoped that he would get the Dark Lord's permission to reply today. The letter was written quite nicely, he had to admit. And Lord Black seemed sincerely interested in his opinion. He had been a little unnerved by the familiarity he had been afforded, but he was his lord, so he had every right. He read it again. Draconis Lucius Malfoy. By now you've probably heard about me. I have recently me into my inheritance as the new Lord Black. As you know, you are a member of House Black through your mother. Now that a new lord has claimed the house, you are required to swear loyalty to the house and to me. I would understand, however, if you would not want to be part of this because you have other responsibilities. There would be certain things I would require of you if you would agree to be a member of my house, and there would be no use in swearing loyalty if you are not able to fulfill them. So I give you a choice, Draconis. What I would like to do is set up a meeting between the two of us, so we can talk about your options. Please send me a letter by calling Creature, my house elf. I'll send you a place and date back through him if should choose to consent. Sincerely, Canopus Orion Black, Lord of the most ancient and noble House of Black. He heard his father come up the stairs, so he quickly put the letter back in his drawer and pretended to be busy with his homework. Draco, his father yelled. He wondered what was going on. His father never raised his voice to shout like a peasant. Get dressed. I've been summoned and our Lord wishes you to come with me. Draco felt his insides turn into ice. He had been instructed through his father a couple of times now, but he had never actually met the Dark Lord. He ran to his closet and opened the secret compartment that held his Death Eater robes and mask. It had been there waiting for him for quite some time now, and now it was finally time. He wasn't sure if he should be excited or scared to death. Probably both, but at least he would get an answer about the letter. He got changed and ran to his father, who grabbed his arm and apparated both of them into Voldemort's lair. They reappeared in a place Div expected to find the Dark Lord in. Then again, he thought, that was probably exactly why he was here. It was a dreary, dusty place that looked uninhabited. As they quickly stalked through the corridors, Draco noticed something odd about the portraits. But he just couldn't say what it was. Then it came to him. They weren't moving. This was a Muggle place, a manor most likely, and old and abandoned. They entered a room that once must have been a ballroom. There were ornately carved mirrors on the walls and the ceiling was decorated with little angels and clouds. Horribly Muggle, no taste whatsoever. The Dark Lord sat on a throne-like chair. His followers had gathered around him in 2 half-circles. Draco let his father proceed into the one closest to their lord, while he took a place all the way on one end of the outer one. He wasn't part of the inner circle, he wasn't even marked, so he didn't really understand what he was doing here. Normally every new recruit would have to go through an initiation of some kind. If they succeeded, they would receive the mark and could join their brethren in meetings. His presence was completely unexplainable. Welcome, my loyal followers. The Dark Lord said suddenly, his voice high and cold. You could almost smell the cruelty that came of his body, just in this one short sentence. Every member of the gathering, Draco included, sank low into a bow. One by one, they crawled towards their master to kiss the hem of his robes. Draco let all of them go before he went himself. As an unmarked follower, he was the lowest of the hierarchy. When he had finally had his turn, He wanted to get back into formation, but the Dark Lord stopped him. "Draco Malfoy," he said. "You must be wondering why you are here." Draco didn't raise from his bow, but stayed low, his eyes directed at the floor in front of his master and said, "I am here because you wished it, my lord." His lord chuckled. "Yes, Draco, that's true. Your father trained you very well." The Malfoy heir had to keep in a sigh of relief. Questions from the Dark Lord were always tests and he had passed the first one. "However, I did have a reason to bring you here. We have let Lord Black wait long enough for your answer. It is time that you wrote him a letter." "What shall I write, my lord?" Draco asked, keeping his voice soft and even. "You can take him up on his offer to meet you. Then you schedule an appointment and see what these options are that he offered you." "Yes, my lord. After that, you report back to me and tell me everything you learned about him. And you better have learned something, Draco," he added, not even needing to take on a threatening tone to convey its meaning. "Consider it your initiation. Give me your arm." Without a single moment of doubt, Draco handed his master his left arm. The Dark Lord muttered something that made the sleeve covering his forearm disappear. Then he pointed his wand at Draco's arm and hissed a single word that Draco didn't understand. It hurt, but not too much. This wasn't the real mark, it was the initiation mark. If he failed his initiation, it would kill him. In the meantime, his lord could use it to cause him pain, but it wouldn't apparate Draco towards him. At first sight, it looked exactly the same as the other dark marks, but this snake had its fangs clearly showing, ready to bite him at the first sight of treason, thus killing him immediately. Draco didn't touch it, but hovered his fingers over it reverently. "Thank you, my lord," he whispered. The Dark Lord made a shooing gesture at him, so Draco got up and, keeping his head bowed, scurried backwards out of the room. His father had told him to wait there for the rest of them to finish. This was a special mission. He knew no other Death Eater had received his initiation mark in front of the others. He wondered why he had. The snake on his arm hissed threateningly, smelling that he was questioning their lord. He immediately erased the thought and focused on his mission. He would have to start with a letter. "Grandmother," Harry yelled. "Grandmother," he finally wrote back and he accepted. "Please, child, keep your voice down, and remember your presentation. You are a lord for Merlin's sake." Immediately Harry reined in his enthusiasm and adjusted his shoulders. "I apologize, grandmother," he said solemnly. Then a cheeky grin spread over his face, "But it's Sunday. I thought I deserved a day off." Walburga Black sighed. She had forgotten how tiring children could be, even for a portrait. "You can't just decide not to be a lord on Sundays, Canopus," she scolded. Harry rolled his eyes. "Fine, but don't you want to know what he said?" When his grandmother nodded slowly, he continued, "He wants to meet me next weekend." "Next weekend?" Lady Black interrupted. "But you are already back at Hogwarts next weekend." "I know, he wants to meet in Hogsmeade, he says, if it's not an inconvenience for me." His grandmother stared at him. "But you won't be able to meet him, Canopus. You'll be in school." Harry shrugged. "So, I'll sneak out of the castle. No problem. No one will even notice I'm gone." "Canopus Orion Black, you are not breaking school rules the first weekend back." Harry had to keep in a smile. Naming himself after Sirius had been a good idea. Every time she yelled his name, he was reminded that he should break the rules. Sirius would have done so. He knew he just had to convince his grandmother. "But, won't he get suspicious, grandmother? If his earliest day of convenience is that weekend, I will always have to break school rules to make it to the appointment. No matter when it is scheduled. At least now I won't have too much homework." He tried. He could see she was already coming around. "And I won't miss classes, I'll just tell them I'm going for a fly over the forest, I do that all the time, or that I want to go train in the room of requirement." "Fine, but be careful, we don't want your identity to come out that soon." His grandmother folded. "Yes, grandmother." Harry nodded solemnly, secretly whooping with his victory. "I'll go study for the meeting then, if you'll excuse me." Harry swept a short bow. The paintee, Ing nodded and Harry left the room to go upstairs to the library. It would only be 5 more days before he could go back to Hogwarts. This time he would even miss someone. He had missed Sirius of course, but that had been different. He could write to him, after all. Paintings couldn't write, and as much as Harry had tried to teach Creature so she could dictate him letters, it appeared that he couldn't learn either. So he wouldn't have any possible way of meeting his grandmother while he was at Hogwarts. His ring wouldn't work at Hogwarts, and even if it would, he couldn't risk Dumbledore seeing it. After studying, he used his portkey to get back to the Dursleys. He knew he had to lift the Muggle-repelling charms today so there wouldn't be a trace of them after he left for Hogwarts, but he was reluctant to do it. He knew he would not starve any longer, but Uncle Vernon would probably suspect magic when he could suddenly remember he had a nephew, and if he knew one thing, it was that Vernon did not like magic. The moment he lifted his wand to cast the counterspell, an owl flew into his room. At first, Harry stared at it incredulously. He hadn't had a letter since his birthday. Dumbledore's orders, he suspected, and it could hardly be from the Ministry for Underage Magic, since he no longer carried the trace. He picked up the letter. It was addressed to him, in the stiff handwriting he associated with a certain headmaster. Curious, Harry opened it. Dear Harry, I'm sending you this letter to inform you that I'm picking you up tomorrow morning at 10 to bring you to the Weasley family. You can go to Diagon Alley to shop for the new school year tomorrow, and you'll stay with them until you all go to King's Cross September 1st. I would advise you to buy some books about Heir, i.e. while you are at Flourish and Blots. You are after all the Potter heir. Sincerely, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Furious, Harry tossed her side of the room, where it gently floated to the floor. How dare he? Just this little mention of this duties, barely a week before the start of school. There was no way he would have been able to study all of the rules in this short time. There was, and even a mention of the Potter diaries he had gotten from his vaults by sending a letter to Gringotts. He couldn't be seen in Diagon Alley looking like Harry Potter after all, and it would be impossible for Lord Black to access the Potter vaults without revealing his secret. Still, he would play along, Harry thought, while he was dissolving the Muggle-repelling charms over his room and clothing. They wouldn't suspect a thing. He wasn't a Black for nothing after all. He only regretted that he wouldn't be able to say goodbye to grandmother, but he could call Creature at the Burrow to convey the message. The following morning, it seemed that part of the Muggle repellence was that the victims wouldn't remember anything had ever been wrong. They left for the day on a trip, leaving their nephew outside, not wanting him to blow up the house while they were away. Harry had purposefully in the most pathetic outfit from Dudley that he owned, no longer intent on hiding his situation from Dumbledore. At 10 o'clock sharp, Dumbledore apparated into his garden behind the large oak, so he couldn't be seen by the neighbors. Hello, Harry. He greeted merrily, his lime green cloak clashing horribly with Aunt Petunia's roses. Headmaster, Harry greeted happily while he jumped off his trunk. Do you think we could go inside for a moment? There are some things I wanted to discuss with you before we left. He gestured towards the back door and smiled. Harry pretended to look up sheepishly, not meeting Dumbledore's eyes. I'm afraid that's impossible, sir. The Dursleys locked me out. They are away today. He had strengthened his occlumency shields this summer, but hadn't been able to test them on a living person yet, so he made sure not to make eye contact. Oh, Dumbledore didn't seem in the least put out. In that case, we shall leave immediately. Harry grinned. Yes, sir. How are we getting there? Have you ever apparated, Harry? Dumbledore asked, his eyes twinkling. I think so, sir. Harry said, thoughtfully. What? Now Dumbledore seemed surprised. When, my boy? Accidental magic. Harry shrugged, conveniently forgetting to add that he had practiced within the protections of Grimmauld Place and could now apparate at will. Well, I suppose that's possible. That's very strong magic, Harry. He beamed down at the boy with pride. It is. I didn't realize, sir. Harry mumbled. That's quite all right, my boy. Now, while I thought I would need to ask you to convince someone of teaching this year, he accepted my offer right away, scared of Death Eaters. So we can go straight to the Burrow, if you are ready. Harry didn't understand the first part, but really wanted to see his friends, so he nodded eagerly. Hold my arm tightly, Harry. Then, after they had the feeling of being squeezed through a tube, they ended up before the house that he loved more than any other in the world, except maybe for Hogwarts. Grimmauld Place was nice, but a little dark for him. Didn't wait until he could visit one of the manors. They went inside immediately and Harry got attacked by a girl with frizzy hair. He laughed happily and let himself fall backwards to the floor. He was home. Merlin, Hermione, I know you're happy to see me, but you don't have to crush me to show it. Harry grinned. Hermione got back to her feet smiling. Well, we didn't see each other for a long time. And we couldn't even write to you except for that one little letter on your birthday. She defended herself. Don't you complain, mate. When she arrived last night, she was so happy to see me that she dropped her trunk on my foot. He showed him the bandage around it. She carries way too many books in there. Harry laughed. He had missed his friends. Oh, Harry, I didn't hear you come in, Mrs. Weasley said, embracing him. Harry flinched as she touched his back exactly where his scars were. They weren't actually there anymore, but he could feel their presence when he was in this disguise, even though they didn't actually hurt. Hermione narrowed her eyes suspiciously and inside Harry was panicking. He still didn't want anyone to find out about that part of the Dursleys, it was humiliating enough as it was. Showing Dumbledore that he didn't have decent clothes was one thing, admitting that muggles could hurt him was a completely different story. Harry, you are way too thin. Did you have breakfast before you came? Never mind, I'll make you some anyway. Are you joining us, Albus? She then asked Dumbledore, who was still standing next to the door. No thank you, Molly. He answered, I have to get going. I'll see you at the next order meeting. He waved goodbye, walked out of the house and disapparated mid-step. The Weasley matriarch grabbed his elbow. Let's get to the kitchen then, Harry. The twins will get your trunk upstairs later. Thank you, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said, a huge grin on his face. No problem, dear, and call me Molly. You are part of the family, we aren't going to call each other Mr. and Mrs. Quote, so the golden trio sat down while Mrs. Molly cooked more breakfast. How was your summer, Harry? Hermione asked. Did you do your homework? You never answered my letter. Wasn't allowed to write, remember? Dumbledore said so. It was fine and yes, I did my homework, finished it actually. The Dursleys let me keep my books for a change. That's wonderful. Are they finally coming around? The bookworm asked, an excited look on her face. Of course not. Ron answered for him. They would sooner want to become wizards than actually be nice to him. Harry laughed. Now that was something he would love to hear Dudley say. Uncle Vernon would have a fit. Molly put a huge bowl of eggs and a plate with a large amount of toast on the table. Ron helped himself to a piece. Ron, you just ate. Hermione exclaimed. So, I'm a growing boy, aren't I? I have to eat a lot. Hermione rolled her eyes exasperatedly and turned to Harry. You definitely have to eat more than that, Harry. Hermione said when he only took a small piece of toast and 1 spoon of eggs. You really are too thin. I think you lost even more weight than other summers. Did the Dursleys feed you at all? Of course they did. Well, sort of anyway. It's just. Never mind. Harry couldn't make up excuses, because that would be lying. He was hoping Hermione would come up with something herself. Was it because of Sirius? She said, her voice suddenly softer and compassionate. It had something to do with it. He mumbled, trying not to let relief get into his voice. Anyway, did you get your book list yet? They are awfully late this year, aren't they? Harry changed the subject. Yes, they arrived this morning. Yours too, actually. Probably didn't want to risk you missing it by sending it to the Dursleys. The books are quite interesting. I wonder who we have for defense. Hermione rambled excitedly. Dumbledore said he convinced someone to teach, so at least we know we have a teacher. Harry shrugged. Finally a competent one. Hermione smiled. How do you know if he's competent? Ron said, his mouth full of egg. It was a sign of their long friendship that they were able to understand him at all. Because, Ronald, Dumbledore wouldn't convince someone who's a lousy teacher, she said slowly. Right, Ron mumbled, rolling his eyes at Harry behind her back. After fast they went upstairs to catch up on each other's. They heard 2 loud bangs coming from the corridor. Molly's voice echoed through the house shrilly. Fred and George, how many times have I told you not to apparate in the corridors? You could fall down the stairs if you lose your balance. Sorry Mum. Twin voices chorused. Harry, my man, George said, opening the door. Nice to see you, the other twin continued. Coming to Diagon Alley tomorrow? They chorused. Yes, we have to do our shopping for Hogwarts. Perfect. You just have to visit our store. We invented something new that might come in handy with the DA. The twins smiled excitedly. Guys, I'm not sure if I'm going to continue the DA. Harry said, startled. What do you mean, Harry? You were a great teacher. I've never scored so high on a defense exam. Hermione exclaimed. Yeah, mate, those lessons were really nice. Ron said quietly. I'll think about it. The raven-haired boy said. He wondered if he could fit all of that into his schedule. He already was quite busy with his lord and heir duties, especially with the secret identity thing. Just stop by, then, the twins said. Are you nervous, Harry? This is a really important start of the year. Quote, so the twins knew what was happening, Harry thought. He wondered if Ron knew as well. Important. Ron and Hermione cried out. What's important? The twins started explaining. Well, Harry is 16 now. Fred started. He has to fulfill his heir duties for the Potter family, of course. George continued. Heir duties? His friends asked, confused. Ow, come on, Ronikins. Dad explained all this to us for 100 times. Harry has to represent his family values. He's from a most ancient and noble house. Oh, that, Ron mumbled. Dumbledore said so. Mething about that in his letter yesterday. Harry said, as if he just remembered. Is it important? He said something yesterday. You mean you didn't know before? Yesterday. Fred exclaimed. What's this about? Hermione interrupted. I don't know anything about this. She seemed really put out by this. Harry has to uphold tradition and behave like an heir starting this year. Most pureblood Chi Eldren from a noble family have trained for this their whole lives. George explained. Hermione shrieked, and Dumbledore told Harry yesterday. She looked appalled. How is he going to finish training? I'll study for it, of course. Dumbledore told me that there were books at Flourish and Blots that could help me. Yeah, mate, but that are a lot of books. Ron said, finding his tongue. Doesn't matter. I'll study all day and all night if I have to. Harry said resolutely. Could you pick them up for me if I gave you the money? He asked Fred. I think I still have enough and I don't want to wait until tomorrow to start. The twins nodded seriously. Sure, mate. We'll help you practice as well, if you want us to. Perhaps. Harry agreed, but I want to focus on the theory first. He dug through his trunk, found his money bag and handed it to Fred. Just buy every book they have on the subject. Have them put it on my tab if this isn't enough. Gotcha, boss, George said. Blessed be your day, Heir Potter. They both bowed low in a mock bow. At least, they wanted everyone to think it was a mock bow. Harry recognized it as an official inferior bow. How much did those two know? And more importantly, could he trust them? Deciding to take the risk, he played along, inclining his head in the correct manner and said, and yours, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Weasley. They looked up at him, their eyes widening. Harry could see the wheels turning in their heads. We'll get back as soon as possible. They promised, then they disapparated. While waiting for the twins, they decided to go outside and enjoy the nice weather. With Ron's room being the highest in the house, it was really too hot to stay in. Ron and Hermione would go to the kitchen first to pick up some lunch, but they told Harry to go ahead. He ended up by the Weasleys' little pond, where Ginny was reading a book in the sunshine, wearing a yellow bathing suit, her feet dangling in the cool water. Harry, she yelled when she noticed him. Nobody in this house tells me anything. When did you arrive? Just a few hours ago, Miss Weasley. I do apologize I did not come to greet you. Harry replied formally. He would not be let to lose the formality until he got her permission. Molly had avoided this issue by immediately inviting him to use her first name, and of course Ron and Hermione were more like his brother and sister. So that hadn't been a problem either. He really hoped Ginny would keep his secret as well as the twins. It wasn't as if he had any other choice. Ginny looked up at him strangely. Then something seemed to dawn on her. No problem, Heir Potter, she said with a wink, and please do me the honor of calling me Ginny. Only if you will call me Harry, miss, he replied, already loosening up his posture. I didn't know you studied this. Harry, Ginny exclaimed, excitement radiating off her face. The Potter heir pulled a face. Well, officially I wasn't supposed to know about all this until yesterday. Luckily I found out earlier. I don't understand, Ginny said softly. Why would they hide it from you? We aren't even a noble family and even we got the basics. From Dad. Dumbledore, no doubt, Harry said darkly. Just promise me not to reveal it to anyone until it's time. I can't lie directly, not anymore. I just have to hang on, till tomorrow. Then I'll officially get the books to study all this. Ginny's face lit up in understanding, and after that no one will suspect anything. I understand now, I'll keep your secret, she promised. But how did you find out? The goblins, Harry grunted. I had to find out the truth from Gringotts. Ginny wrapped her arm around him in comfort. He should gently push her away. This wasn't proper. The redhead noticed and said, "You're my brother, Harry, or at least you are to me. We can hug. It's perfectly fine. That goes for all of the Weasleys by the way. So don't you worry about us." "Thanks, Ginny." He smiled. "That will definitely make it easier to look ignorant until tomorrow." "No problem. Family helps each other out," Ginny said, pinching his shoulder painfully. "Hey, what did you that for?" he yelled. "Ah, big brother. Siblings annoy each other too. Just didn't want you to feel left out." She grinned. "Well, you get that back then," Harry yelled. He tossed her book aside and dunked her in the pond. She surfaced sputtering indignantly. "Harry," she screeched. "Sorry, sis." He grinned. "At least help me out," she said grumpily, stretching out her hand for him to take. "Oh, no you don't." He laughed. "That one is older than I am." "Yes we do." He heard Ron's voice behind him and the next thing he knew, he was shoved into the cool water. Coughing, he came back to the surface. "I thought you were on my side," he complained to Ron. "Sorry, mate. At Hogwarts I'm totally on your side, but you owed me a cold bath ever since I got tied up next to merpeople back in 4th year." "I suppose so," Harry sighed, refusing to let thoughts of Cedric or Voldemort ruin this day. He got himself and Ginny out of the water and took off his shirt. It was soaked anyway. He could just as well catch some sun. Behind him he heard Hermione gasp. He cursed. He had forgotten about his back. The bad side of having two identities. Harry," she stammered. "Who tell me they didn't?" He turned around sheepishly, now also showing the half-healed bruises from earlier weeks covering his chest. He had been able to avoid the Dursleys mostly, but sometimes he had to make an appearance, even if it was just for the guard's sake, and those appearances had always cost him. "I'm going to kill them. I swear. They won't get away with this." Ron lost his temper. They were now both ranting. Suddenly he felt a small, wet hand against his back, carefully tracing his scars and avoiding fresher wounds. "I'm so sorry, Harry," Ginny said, with tears in her eyes. "I never knew." "Doesn't matter," he replied. "You didn't know. Besides, I thought girls liked scars." He attempted a weak grin. She swatted his arm weakly. "Not funny," she whispered. "Why didn't you tell us?" This seemed to awaken Hermione and Ron from their cursing. "Yes, Harry, why didn't you? Don't you trust us? We're your best friends, mate." "Sorry, guys, I just had to do this alone. There wasn't anything you could do anyway. I don't want to talk about it." This brought their attention back to his torso. Now that they had recovered from the initial SHT, how badly his ribs stuck out, his skin stretching tightly around them. His arms were thin like sticks. The little flesh he did have was pure muscle, caused by doing chores, and a little was left from Quidditch trainings. "No wonder you couldn't eat," Hermione whispered. "Just forget about it. I'm still the same old Harry. Don't let this ruin the day. I don't have to go back there ever again. I'm planning on getting my inheritance a month early." "So," Ron said, "Dumbledore will probably make you go back if you don't tell him, Harry." "I will have my own house once I'm a lord, Ron. Don't worry about me." He smiled. "Now who's up for some picnic?" They gathered around the large basket and ate sandwiches and ice cream. There was a cooling charm on the box until they were so stuffed that they couldn't even think about food anymore. Then they let themselves fall backwards into the grass and stared up at the sky, watching the clouds go by. I wish everything could just stay like this. Ginny sighed quietly. Then I'll try everything I can to end this war as soon as possible. Harry said, I promise. Ginny knew how much his promises meant, just like she knew that she didn't have to say anything right now. A loud bang announced the return of the twins. They were carrying 2 large bags from Flourish and Blots. Here you are, little brother, they said, passing them to Harry. That's all they had, just 2 bags? Harry asked, a little surprised. Of course not. Fred grinned. They are shrunk. George continued. We have about 50 books with us, the rest of them is ordered and will arrive tomorrow and the day after. Harry sighed. I have to get to work then, he said. I would appreciate it if you just leave me alone to do this, he added when he saw Hermione get up to help him. I will learn faster that way. Sure, Harry, she said. Just yell if you need us to practice. I will, the Potter heir said. Then he picked up the bags and headed up to Ron's room. He looked through the collection to check if there were books that he hadn't read yet. Courting or Dating, A Guide to a Girl's Hand looked promising. Even though he didn't need it yet, he could never be enough prepared. At least he would learn what not to do, so he wouldn't create expectations and he wouldn't be oblivious to a girl giving him signs in return. Besides that one, only dancing and galas was something he actually didn't have. The last one would probably come in very handy. He would have to ask Ginny or Hermione to teach him the practical part though. Being taught how to dance by a portrait was useless. Grandmother had figured that out quickly enough and had given up on him. They were both something to read later though, so he dug up one of the books he had brought from the Black Library and continued to study them. It had gotten dark by the time that he had finished it, so he went downstairs for dinner. Oh, Harry dear, I was just telling Ginny to come and get you. How did your studying go? Apparently his friends had told her what he was trying to do. Pretty well, thank you, he said, sitting down. He was hungry, so he was glad his glamour locket covered the entire. I've been starved all summer so I can't eat a lot. He could eat as much as he wanted and to others it would seem he had only taken 1 or 2 pieces of chicken. No, Molly, thank you. I really had enough. He refused the full plate the Weasley matriarch was trying to shove his way. I think I'll go study some more. Do you think you could help me, Hermione? Quote, sure, the girl said, probably happy to get some additional studying done. When they arrived upstairs he asked her to teach him how to dance. Of course, Harry, but are you sure that's a priority right now? I have to learn eventually and I can't wait until there's a ball just a week away. It takes some time to learn. Or at least, that's what the book said. He shrugged. It turned out Hermione was a great dancer. After a while Ron and Ginny came in to check on them. Oh, dancing. Ginny smiled. Can I try, Harry? So Hermione walked over to Ron while Harry led his sister around the room. You're doing great, Ginny said after a while. Are you sure you haven't done this before? I've tried to learn it without a partner, but it just isn't the same. Harry grinned. You are a great dancer yourself. Why thank you, Heir Potter. She teased, her ears turning a bright Weasley red. It was quite late before they finally got to bed. This was a great day, Ron murmured after the girls had gone to Ginny's bedroom and Harry lay on the cot next to his bed. Yes it was, Harry answered. He really had to try and get some sleep. They would go to Diagon Alley early in the morning. This would be his first real test as the Potter heir and he was a little nervous. What if he ran into someone who recognized him as Lord Black? What if he screwed up? He tried not to think about things like that and eventually fell asleep. He dreamt about a young black shaggy dog that was running through a forest. After a while it met with a deer and a wolf, then they ran together. He wasn't in the dream himself, but still felt really happy. As if his father, godfather and favorite teacher all said he could do this, that they were there to help him if he needed them. He would be fine tomorrow. Stop looking at those brooms, Ronald. They all look the same anyway. We still have a lot of shopping to do, Hermione said, losing her patience. We haven't been here for that long, Ron answered, his ears glowing red. Besides, you always waste our time at Flourish and Blots. Harry groaned. This was going to take a while. Once those two started bickering, nobody would be able to stop them. Guys, we should get going. Tonks interrupted the arguing couple. You see, Ron, I was right. We're losing time. Hermione smiled in victory. Just because you want Ed to start a fight instead of letting me watch quietly. Ron bit back. Tonks started to look desperate. How do I stop those two? She whispered pleadingly. Just get going. Harry answered. They won't stop until they are finished. But they'll follow us while they are doing it. So far the day had gone well, he thought to himself, not listening to the argument behind him. They had already Weilded the apothecary for potions ingredients. He hadn't managed to get an O for potions and neither had Ron, but he had decided to do some independent study. Hermione had promised that he could borrow her class notes. He suspected that she was proud that he finally took his studies seriously, and Ron had thought he was mental, of course. They had been to Elops to get more owl treats as well. Mrs. Weasley had taken Ginny to Madame Malkin's for new robes, while Tonks, disguised as an elderly witch, accompanied them to get everything on their lists. They would meet up at Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes in 15 minutes. Harry had to get some new robes himself, since he didn't have any besides his school uniform, but he couldn't be seen in Muggle clothing anymore now that he was an heir, and since he obviously he couldn't wear the same clothes as Lord Black. He would get them while the rest of the Weasleys were browsing through the twins' shop. Right now, he was wearing his dress robes from 4th year. Tonks had spelled them black for him, since he wasn't supposed to be able to do magic during summer holidays himself. He had added the Potter crest by simply touching his heir ring to the fabric. Since the charm had been done by the ring and not by Harry, there was no problem with the trace. It was crowded in flourish and blots, so it didn't take long before he got separated from the others. He wasn't concerned though. He knew they were close and was quite convinced that Voldemort wouldn't try anything in plain sight. He gathered the books on his list and asked the cashier to add those that the twins had ordered for him. He looked around for his friends, but since he couldn't see them, he decided to wait outside. It would only be a matter of time before people started to stare at his scar, and he wasn't in the mood for excited fans. He picked up a random book to occupy himself while waiting. Well, if it isn't Harry Potter, an unfamiliar voice suddenly said. In one smooth move, Harry dropped his book into the paper bag and looked up. He didn't recognize the man in front of him, but he did know the family crest. This was Theodore Knott Sr. Lord Knott, Harry said calmly, while making an elegant bow. I don't think we've met before. Knott looked a little surprised that he knew the pureblood ways, but nodded in return, his eyes wandering to Harry's hand, where the heir ring sat proudly on his ring finger. No, we haven't, Harry, the Lord said, but I'm happy that we meet now. I believe that you know my son, Theodore. We have some classes together at school, the Potter heir replied. But I'm afraid that I can't say that I actually know him. He wondered where Knott was going with this. He was a Death Eater, one that had been there at the resurrection of Voldemort. He had been mentioned by name, so the man had to know that Harry knew where his alliances were. He's a good boy. He'll make a fine lord someday. The Lord smiled thinly. I have high expectations of him. Maybe Knott was trying to let Harry know that his son would be a Death Eater one day. He didn't really get what the Lord meant, but still nodded in understanding. I wish him the best of luck, he said in a polite tone. Now, if you'll excuse me, Lord Knott, I see my friends and I'm on a tight schedule today. I have to get going. Of course, Harry, I'm sure we'll see each other soon. That sentence gave him goosebumps. But he tried not to let it show. Lord Knott, he said, bowing. Then he turned around and calmly walked back to his friends. Did you know him, Harry? Ron asked. Hermione smacked the back of his head. Hey, what did you do that for? The redhead asked, rubbing the sore spot. Hermione harumphed. Do you see him bowing to all the people he knows, Ron? He was probably a lord, right, Harry? She's right, Harry said and rolled his eyes when he saw Hermione's familiar, of course I'm right, expression. It was Lord Knott. But, didn't you say he was a Death Eater? Hermione said, completely baffled. He is. Harry nodded. But I still have to keep up my manners. It doesn't matter if he's dark. You can't be serious, Harry. Are you saying that you have to bow to you know who too? Ron exclaimed. This time it was Tonks who hit the boy. Of course not. That thing isn't even a lord. And even if he was, I doubt that Harry would bow to him. Harry grinned at his friend's antics and answered. He could try to claim the Slytherin inheritance, since he's always boasting about being his heir, but I doubt the Ministry would just let him waltz into Gringotts like that. And even if he was a lord, I still don't have to answer to him. I can call in an honors debt. Tonks gasped and Hermione looked at him in confusion. What is that, Harry? I've never heard of that before. How come I haven't found any of these rules you have to study in the Hogwarts library before? They are only meant for heirs and lords, Hermione. I could try to loan you the books and you wouldn't even be able to read them. That's why I couldn't ask for any help either. It's supposed to be done alone, as a way to prove yourself. And an honors debt can be called when a part of a most ancient and noble house is attacked without reason. It doesn't happen too often though. It's too dangerous for both the attacker and the family of the victim. Voldemort attacked my parents while they had never harmed or even tried to hurt him. I am the only surviving member of the Potter family, so I can call in the honors debt and ask for a fair duel. It is rumored that magic itself chooses each side of the one who is most honorable. That one will win the duel. If you call on an honors debt and are proven dishonorable by magic, the entire family gets cursed. They won't be able to reproduce and the name will cease to exist. So if you would call in that debt against Voldemort and you would be considered honorable, what would happen then? Hermione asked. Harry could see that she understood. I would win the duel, he said simply. He forgot to mention something. Tonks said, a nervous look on her face. What? Hermione asked. Can something go wrong? On the contrary, Hermione, the Metamorph Magus stated. It is considered suicide to get into an honors debt against a Potter. Why? Ron said, finally waking up from his stupor. A Potter is known for his honor and honesty. Tonks explained. They always win the duel. They were all silent for a moment. Is that what he has to do then? Ron asked, getting excited. He just has to call that debt against Voldemort and he would win. It isn't that simple, Ron, Harry said. Voldemort isn't even a lord now and he's refusing to claim the title for that exact reason. The chance that I'll be able to use this against him is really small. Oh, his best friend said. Just forget about it for now, okay. Voldemort may be hungry for power, but he isn't this stupid. His friends nodded, looking a little sheepish. Well, what are you guys waiting for? We have to get to the shop so I can get tortured by Madame Malkin and her evil needles. He said with a smirk. He looked incredibly Slytherin just then, Hermione thought. Then she shook her head and ran to catch up with the others. Well, that's it, Heir Potter. Was it that bad? Madame Malkin asked, an annoyed look on her face. Harry had been struggling the entire time, making it really hard for her to do her job properly. Thank you, Madame Malkin. I really appreciate it, the young heir said, jumping off the small podium. Would it be okay if I sent for someone to pick them up? Of course, the old lady said. I'll have some ready tomorrow so you have something to wear and I could send the rest of it to Hogwarts for you. That's great, thank you, Harry exclaimed. He got a handful of galleons from the never-ending money pouch for the Potter vault and gave them to the smiling woman. This is for your trouble, he said when Madame Malkin protested that he had already paid in advance. I know I'm not an easy shopper, he added. The lady accepted the gold without another word and let him out. I'm done, Harry exclaimed happily to Tonks, who had been waiting outside. I can see that, the young woman said, back with her normal not normal, bubblegum pink hair. You would think they just pushed you into a room full of angry Snapes, she laughed. Harry shivered. Not quite that bad, but it was close, he said. Tonks looked at the Potter crest on his chest with a sad smile. I wish I could wear a crest, she said. My mother was part of the Black family once, but she got kicked out when she got married to my dad. Don't take it wrong, I love my dad and I don't mind being a half-blood, but I just think it would be nice to be part of a family. Harry gave her a small smile in return. I know how you feel, he said. Oh, Harry, she exclaimed, I didn't mean it that way, you know that right? I do, he reassured her. When I got his ring I felt the family spirits welcome me and it felt really nice. I just wish I could do something for you. You can't, Tonks said. Don't worry about it, we should get going. While they were walking back to the twins' shop, Harry was deep in thought. Was there a way to get that part of the Black family back? Wouldn't it be strange if Lord Black did that? He supposed it would be. So he would have to wait for a reason. There was no other option. There you are, Mrs. Weasley said when they entered the shop. We're leaving in 15 minutes, so if you want to look around before you go, you better hurry. I will. Thank you, Molly, Harry said. It still felt weird to call her that, he thought while he was looking for his friends. Excuse me. A small female voice asked behind him. Are you Harry Potter? Harry repressed a groan and turned around, hoping it wasn't a fan. How can I help you, miss? He asked in a friendly manner, making a polite bow. The girl laughed a little. Becky Merrywater. She-s. Weasley and Mr. Weasley asked me to send you to the back as soon as you'd arrived. Now very happy that he hadn't snapped, he nodded. Thank you, Miss Merrywater, he said. ND moved through the crowds towards the back of the shop. It's Becky, the girl yelled. Then she went back to the customers. Harry, Ron yelled. Finally, is there anything left in the shop? Very funny, he mumbled. He found Fred and George in a corner and mouthed, call me Harry. They smiled in relief and whispered for him to do the same. Our dearest investor, Fred said. We are very proud to present, the other twin continued. The best invention of the century, the ideal practice instrument for dueling. The dueling dummies. They yelled together. Behind them was a large grayish puppet, shaped like a regular wizard. Holding a wand. What does it do? He asked, after studying it for a minute. What does it do? He asks. Fred laughed. It duels against you, of course. George answered. You send a spell at it. It measures your magic level and then sends a spell back that matches your level. It runs on your spells, so it stops when you're tired or when you're disarmed. It's also to prevent that they are used as weapons. Fred added. They have to be powered, not stop. That's great, guys. It could be very interesting to use with the DA. Harry said, excited. Can I try? Sure. They said. Stand back, everyone. Good. Now, Harry, send a spell at it on your normal level of power. Harry took a dueling stance. It activates when you bow. Fred instructed. So the raven-haired boy did just that. Immediately the puppet copied his stance. Stupefy, Harry said, and a red beam hit the puppet in the chest. Golden letters floated above the dummy. 98, it said. He ducked quickly when the thing sent him a body bind back. When he turned around to his friends, they all looked like he had hit them with that body bind. What? He asked uncomfortably. Did I do something wrong? Harry, Hermione whispered. Our average was 56. Ginny scored highest with 68 and the twins said that was exceptional. Oh. He said. Apparently, you are very strong. Ginny said. Ron nodded, his mouth still open slightly. Try your best. George instructed. Take cover, everyone. Harry waited until they had all ducked behind a heavy chest in a corner before bowing again and firing an Expelliarmus. The moment the green spell hit the dummy, it flew back to the wall, its wand rolling to Harry's feet. At first he thought he had broken the thing, but then it got up and the golden letters said, 176. Dear Merlin, the twins whispered. Do you have something to compare with? Harry asked stupidly. An average wizard would get around 130. Dumbledore is rumored to be 204. Hermione said. But he's really old and the level gets higher as you age. So, how many would I have when I'm? Harry started. About 270. Hermione said in a thin voice. I'm not sure. Has your magic matured yet? How do I know? He asked. He hadn't noticed any change yet. It hasn't then. Everyone chorused. You would know, Harry. Hermione explained. It's impossible to miss. Ours did last month. The twins added. A blue light surrounded us for a second and the next levitation spell we did made the box shoot through the ceiling. Please don't tell anyone, Harry said after a moment of thought. I could use any advantage I can get. They all agreed to keep his secret and went to Twins' apartment upstairs to flow back to the burrow. Are you ready to go? Mr. Weasley asked for the last time. I'm going to miss you all so much. Take care of each other, okay? Mrs. Weasley said, wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye with a pink handkerchief. We always do, don't we? Harry reassured her. We'll be fine, Mrs. Weasley smiled despite herself. Somehow, that isn't as reassuring as you intended it to be, Harry, considering your track record. She then ushered them all to hurry up. Why we're at platform 9 3/4 and they really had to get on the train if they didn't want to miss it. They hugged Mrs. Weasley one more time and went to look for a compartment. In the back, they found Neville and Luna alone. So they went in with them. Heir Potter, a pleasure to see you again, Neville said as soon as they had closed the door. He made a small equals bow. Heir Longbottom, the same of course. How was your summer? Harry answered, returning the bow. Very enjoyable, thank you. Please call me Neville, the other boy said. Only if you will call me Harry. The Longbot. Toms have always been friends of our family and I would like to keep that tradition the same, he suggested. I would like that. Neville smiled and turned to Harry's friends to complete the greetings. Miss Lovegood, a pleasure as always, Harry continued, now directing his attention to the young lady-to-be. He made an elegant bow and kissed the hand that the blonde offered. As it is for me, Heir Potter. Would you please do me the honor of calling me Luna? The honor is mine, Harry said smoothly. Call me Harry. The girl nodded and after smiling to Harry's companions, she returned to her quibbler. Well, we have to go to the prefect compartment for a while. We'll be back soon, Ginny said. Ron and Hermione waved goodbye as well and Harry sat down opposite to Luna. She was wearing a root on a string around her neck that he wouldn't have recognized before his extra studying this summer. He knew for a fact that it wasn't kept at Hogwarts. It was a piece of bloodroot. It was supposed to destroy animal cells when you used it in a potion. But why would Luna have that around her neck? He opened his mouth to ask when Luna said, "It keeps the dabberblimps away. Today feels weird," she added. Nothing the wiser. Harry dropped the subject. Ron and Hermione had returned. Ginny had joined her year mates and the train was almost at the Hogwarts by the time Malfoy decided to pay their compartment a visit. Surprisingly, he was alone. Heir Malfoy, I hope you had a pleasant summer, Harry asked politely, making a fluent equals bow. Neville greeted him in a similar manner and Luna J. Nodded before focusing on her quibbler again. Heir Potter, Heir Longbottom, Miss Lovegood. Malfoy replied curtly, I am looking for my companions Crabbe and Goyle, have you seen them by any chance? When I came back from the prefect's meeting they were gone. All the occupants of the compartment stared at Malfoy, completely surprised by his polite tone. No, we haven't, Hermione replied in the same way. Malfoy ignored her completely and kept his attention focused on Harry and Neville. I'm afraid that we can't help you, Heir Malfoy. We do wish you the best of luck with your search, Harry said. Thank you. I will take my leave then now. Heir Potter, Heir Longbottom, he said, then he closed the compartment door and left. What the hell was that? Ron asked before the train came to a stop. He was required to be polite, Neville explained. Then why did he ignore us? Hermione asked indignantly. You aren't from a noble house, Harry explained. I'm sorry, Hermione, but at least He has to stop insulting you before you do first. Well, that's something I suppose. Where do you think Crabbe and Goyle are? Don't have a clue, Ron answered, grabbing his leftover candy and stuffing it in his pockets. But I hope they have a good excuse for leaving, because Malfoy won't be happy he has to be alone for 10 minutes. They all laughed and climbed into a carriage. Harry sat down and immediately looked over his shoulder. He felt as if a wand was pointed at him. What's the matter, Harry? Hermione asked, a worried look on her face. Nothing, he said, blinking his heavy eyelids. I think I'm just tired. You'll feel better after the feast, Ron said happily. I hope they have lamb chops. You just ate pounds of candy. What's it to you? Whatever this year would bring. At least some things would never change, Harry thought when Hermione whacked Ron on the back of his head. Edited for grammar and phrasing in 2021. Next chapter. Draco meets Lord Black, juggling tea possible. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Meeting Draco. Harry stared at the horse-like creatures that pulled the carriages. Although he had been able to see them for a while now, but their sight still filled him with sadness. He wished that they were still invisible. Luna squeezed his arm lightly in comfort. He smiled at her. She had been the one to tell him what they were the year before. How long ago that felt. I'm so happy to be back. Hermione sighed with a smile as they made their way up to the door. They could see little lanterns floating down the lake next to the castle. The first years were coming closer. It was a beautiful, cloudless night, showing off the twinkling stars in the Scottish sky. Harry instinctively looked up to gaze at them while they walked. Yeah, he said, me too. They entered the castle and made their way to the Great Hall. The 4 house banners decorated the walls and the ceiling showed the exact same starry sky from outside. They parted from Luna and sat down at Griffey Endor table next to the other 6th-year students, who immediately yelled cries of welcome across the table. Definitely not any other nobility, Harry determined, saying hello to everyone. He had expected it, of course. Most ancient and noble houses that had had a reputation of being Gryffindor had not survived the last war. They had been brave fighters, but had not left any children behind to continue their house. Let alone sired any children during wartime itself. There was one heir in Gryffindor 7th year, from a family that was usually sorted into Ravenclaw. His name was Cormac McLaggen and Harry didn't like him at all. He always pretended to be better than everyone else and had younger years fetch things for him. But still, when he spotted the guy on the far end of the table, he inclined his head politely and got the same, although a little bit cocky, in return. His year mates had their attention on Slytherin table when he tried to get back into the conversation. Look at them. What do they think they are doing? Dean Thomas laughed, while pointing at the bowing and composed-looking boys. They do it every year. Seamus jeered. I don't really understand why though. It's because of their family. Hermione explained, kicking into teacher mode. They are 16 now, so they have to act that way. She wanted to continue, but they wouldn't let her finish. Ridiculous. Slytherins are completely crazy, Dean said, laughing hard. Actually, Harry and Neville are heirs as well. Hermione interrupted again. Dean and Seamus looked at Harry skeptically. Yeah, maybe then, you don't see them getting up every other minute to bow at each other. We already have that part over and done with, Harry said with a gentle smile. At first everyone laughed, but then they noticed he was serious. You have got to be kidding me, mate. You're not like those slimy dimwits, right? Just let it go, Ron said in a hurry. Harry appreciated the gesture, but firmly shook his head. No, Ron. I want them to understand, he said, and Neville nodded in agreement. Turning back to the rest of his house he said, you will see us acting like that occasionally, but not around you, since you are not from a most ancient and noble house. So, we're not good enough for you. Seamus exclaimed. Why don't you ask for another dorm then? One with people who are wealthy enough for you to hang out with. It's not like that, Neville said. We have to. I don't want to hear about it. Dean yelled. Don't talk to us. You don't want to bring shame onto your families by talking to low people like us. That's not. Hermione started. It's okay, Hermione, Harry said. They don't want to understand. McGonagall chose that time to enter with the first years. They looked extremely nervous and were whispering anxiously. Now, in a moment I'll call out your name, you will then come forward, sit down and put this hat on. McGonagall said, holding up the sorting hat. It will choose the U's you will be in for the next 7 years. The whispering now sounded a little relieved, Harry noted amused. He remembered how Ron had thought they would have to wrestle a troll and wondered what kind of stories had gone around this year. It has been a long time now. That sorting students is my task. The founders made 4 houses each with their own ways. Ravenclaw the wise and smarts eager to learn more. Slytherin the cunning and ambitious prepared for anything they're in for. Gryffindor the brave and fierce. And ever standing strong. Hufflepuff the kind and loyal, with friends always tag along. But houses are not everything. Please remember trust. Dark times are coming, it's been predicted. And choosing sides will be a must. Don't take it lightly and don't forget that there is more than black and white. A new old side will claim its right, it will not stand forgotten. But sides are not houses and houses not sides. They do not mean the same, so please keep that in mind. Enough with this foretelling. A happy moment it is now. Just sit down and put me on and I'll show you where to go. Everyone applauded, though they looked a little confused. The sorting hat gave some advice now and then. But this was more than they had ever heard him say. Harry was wondering what the hat knew and where it got its information. After the students were sorted, the opening feast could truly begin. Soon their golden plates were filled with food finally, Ron stated. And even faster, they had been cleaned again and everyone had trouble keeping their eyes open. "Welcome back at Hogwarts, everyone," Dumbledore said, standing in front of the head table with a grandfatherly smile on his face. "I know you are all tired, so I'll keep it short. It is my joy to welcome back Professor Slughorn, who will resume his position of potions professor." "What?" Hermione whispered confused, "but who?" "Which means of course that our own Professor Snape will take over the defense against the dark arts." The entire Gryffindor table groaned, along with most of the students of the other tables. Slytherin on the other hand, cheered and gave a loud applause. "Do you think Slughorn is okay?" Ron asked. He was the head of Slytherin before Snape. Hermione said, "Oh no, not a second Snape, right?" Their redhead friend panicked. "I'm very happy that I dropped potions all of a sudden. I can handle one Snape, but two." They all laughed in agreement. Harry helped his prefect friends to get the first years up to the tower. "Lion's roar," Hermione said, speaking loud enough for all the first years to hear. "Come on now, climb through." "Hurry up," Ron said from the back of the row. Ginny was trying to calm down a Muggle-born student, who seemed a little overwhelmed with the staircases moving. Since everyone was that busy, it wasn't really hard for Harry to stay at the back and wait until the fat lady had closed again. "Good evening, Lady Rose," he said, with a flourishing bow. "How are you this beautiful evening, Heir Potter? Quite the charmer." The portrait answered with a smile. "I'm happy that you finally learned about your heritage. All the portraits have been trying to convince Dumbledore to do so for ages." "Thank you," Harry said. "I really appreciate it. You'd better go inside now, before they miss you," the fat lady said, before swinging open without asking for the password. "You are probably right," Harry said while climbing through. "Don't forget to come back and talk to me another time," the fat lady replied. "Where did you go all of a sudden?" Neville asked him when he got in the common room. "I was saying hello to the fat lady," Harry said. "Don't worry," he added, when Neville got a panicking expression, "they don't expect you to bow to every portrait. I just like her, that's all." "If you say so, Harry," the round-faced boy said, relief evident on his face. Harry did like the portrait, he liked most of them. They had all helped him find a classroom or a son at some point and he talked to them quite often. After being treated as he had been at the Dursleys, he never wanted anyone to feel like they were invisible. He called it a night and went up the stairs to his dorm. A small note was on his pillow. "Mr. Potter, I expect you and Mr. Longbottom in my office tomorrow morning before breakfast. There are some arrangements that have to be made. Enjoy your first night back. Sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, head of Gryffindor House Deputy Headmistress." Worries for tomorrow, Harry thought. He changed into one of the new pajamas he had bought at Diago en Alley a few days ago and fell asleep the moment his head hit his pillow. He woke up ridiculously early the following morning. He changed into his uniform without opening the hangings around his bed, a habit to avoid showing his scars to his dorm mates, and went down to the common room. For a while he just paged through his Dada book. He might not like Snape, but at least he seemed to be able to pick out a good instruction manual. Remembering the man's potions lessons, he memorized the first chapter and continued with the second one after he'd finished. He just knew he was going to get some fair questions and he wanted to be at least a little bit prepared. About half an hour before breakfast, Neville came down as well. "Good morning," he said, still a little bit sleepy. "Have you been up long?" "For quite a while, yes. I woke up early, ready to go." Harry wrote his friends a note and then they left together. McGonagall's office was next to the Transfiguration classroom on ground level, so it took them some time to get there, but there were still 15 minutes until breakfast, so they should be okay. "Excellent, you are on time," Professor McGonagall said. "We have a few things to discuss. Have a seat," she continued after she had closed the door. "I know that the two of you are heirs and I just wanted to explain how that influences your life here at Hogwarts." "Don't worry," Shish, he continued before they could panic about another set of rules they had to memorize. It's not that much of a difference. On the contrary, actually, we're trying to avoid that everything changes for you. Firstly, no one of the staff will address you with your heir title. You will be just another student. In return, you are not required to keep their titles into account either. How you use your edic in relation with the 6th and 7th years is completely up to you, but those younger than you will not be obligated in any way to address you with the pureblood wizarding ways. What about our dealing with them? Harry asked when he noticed she left that part out. How do we address them? That is your choice. Their head of house said. You can pretend nothing's changed or you can keep to the code of conduct you would follow outside the school. Any more questions? When both of the boys shook their heads, she added, I know that there isn't a lot of the old nobility in Gryffindor. But there are some in Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff and a lot in Slytherin. They, like you, wear their family crest on their robes, below their Hogwarts house crests, so you won't have any problems recognizing them. From my experience, the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs don't really mind when you don't follow the rules. The Slytherins are really attached to them, but again, it is your decision. Here are your timetables. I asked Hagrid to hand out those from the other Gryffindors. The two boys thanked their professor and hurried to the Great Hall, hoping that Ron hadn't eaten all of the bacon on their side of the table. We have to hurry up, you two, Hermione said, ushering Harry and Ron forward. You know we have potions first and I want a good seat. I still don't understand why you want us to come with you. We didn't qualify for potions without an O, remember? Harry tried to stop his friend. Nice try, Harry, the bushy-haired girl answered. Slughorn just announced before you got to the Great Hall that he does take students with an E, which I do so happen to know the both of you have. He didn't know if he should be happy or disappointed. Harry thought he wouldn't have to study it by himself. But he had really hoped never to set foot in those dungeons again. They sat down in the front and Harry got out his potions book. The professor turned out to be all right, though he didn't like the way Slughorn was looking at him. It turned out that with the extra studying and without Snape, he was quite good in potions. He understood what he was doing and that kept him from making mistakes he would have made the year before. Slughorn was strolling around in the classroom, checking up on the students. Nice work, Mr. Potter. I would say you've inherited some of your mother's talent. Draught of the Living Death is a difficult potion to make. The man looked pleased with himself. I taught her myself. Such a smart girl she was, Lily. A terrible shame. He stopped talking and looked at Harry. I'm hosting a few parties this year and I would be delighted if you'd join in. He didn't really want to accept, but knew it would be rude to decline, so he said, that would be great, Professor. But, do I know any of the other guests? I'm still deciding, dear boy, but you can of course bring a date, he said with a wink. Thank you, Professor. You're welcome. Now, everyone, time's up. Bottle your potions. Label them and leave them on your desk. He wasn't too bad, right? Hermione said. At least he explained some things. I think I've learned more now than in an entire year with Professor Snape. I think I can even drop the extra books, since he's telling everything in class. That's great, Hermione. Ron mumbled, not paying attention. They had Transfiguration next and again. Harry was doing better than before. He knew that McGonagall had noticed too, but wanted to avoid her questions, so he left as soon as the bell announced the end of their class. But he could run as far as he wanted. He would never be able to avoid Hermione's questions. Please Harry, it's just impossible. How did you get this good all of a sudden? I mean, I'm happy for you of course, but why now? She asked when they got back in the common room that evening. I told you, my own, I studied a lot this summer. Harry said weakly. He could hardly tell her that this was the first summer he'd had access to his books, that he had used his wand during the holidays. Now, I'm going to take a shower, so if you don't mind. He said, getting up. Sure, mate, Ron said. Are you in for a game of chess afterwards? Sounds great, Harry said. Set up the board for me, I'll try to hurry. Before getting into the shower, Harry wrote a brief letter he'd been thinking about all day. This year, school had started on a Friday. So this was the weekend he had his meeting with Malfoy. He still had to let the boy know where and when they would meet. After he'd composed the note, he called for Creature. "Please attach this to one of the family owls at Grimmauld Place," he said, pressing the black lord ring he carried invisible around the same chain as the locket, in hot wax, and sealing the letter. "Tell it to deliver to Draconis Malfoy. Then go to the Three Broomsticks and reserve a private booth for tomorrow at 1 p.m. "Yes, master," Creature said, hopping away. The next morning was a busy one. Luckily he woke up early again, so he had enough time to arrange everything. "Dobby," he called out quietly. Just a second later the bubbly elf popped up right in front of him. "Lord Black, sir," the elf said happily. "You's called for Dobby, sir. Dobby is being so happy." "How do you know who I am?" Harry asked, surprised. "I didn't tell anyone. Elves feels it," Dobby explained. "They knows the titles of the students and professors." Quote, "Does Dumbledore know? Or any of the teachers?" Dobby shook his head. "They does not know, Lord Black, sir," the elf said. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. Quote, "Could you not call me that while I look like the old Harry Potter? Please, Dobby, could you just address me like before?" "Dobby will do that, Mr. Harry Potter, sir." Dobby bobbed his head. "Anything else, sir? Could you ask the other elves to do the same? And not to tell anything about the Lord Black thing?" "Sure, Mr. Harry." Potent-colored bonnets on the elf's head almost fell off by the excessive nodding. "Now, I asked you to come here because I need a favor. But only if you don't get into trouble, okay? Dobby is doing everything for the good Harry Potter, sir. I'm meeting Draco Malfoy today. Because he is still part of the Black family and I really want to give him a chance." "Do you think he is going to follow Voldemort?" Dobby shrieked at the name, but then answered slowly. "Master Draco was a good boy. He did not like elves as like Dobby, but he was a good boy. Dobby thinks that he will listen to Lord Black, but also to Master Lucius." "I understand, but is it possible to convince him?" "Dobby does not know, Mr. Harry Potter, sir," he said, drooping his ears. "But he does know that Master Draco is having a tattoo on his arm, sir." Harry gasped. "You mean the dark mark? Has he taken it already?" Dobby thinks not. It is not being the same, not feeling the same as Master Lucius' tattoo. The initiation mark then, Harry concluded. He'd witnessed many of those markings in visions and knew what it was supposed to do. Draco probably was terrified. "Do you know what his assignment is?" he asked Dobby. The elf shook his head sadly, his ears drooping. "Dobby is sorry, Mr. Harry Potter, sir, but Dobby does not know." "No problem, Dobby. You were a great help." Beaming, the elf popped out of Gryffindor Tower. "I can't believe that we still don't have anything on that Lord Black person," Shacklebolt exclaimed on the early morning order meeting. "He will have to choose a side soon now, just wait." Dumbledore said, calming. "You said that last week too, Albus, and the week before, and the week before." Minerva McGonagall stated in an irritated manner. "Why don't we just send him a letter to ask him?" "That would be rude, Minerva. We need to have patience. He has tried to keep himself out of the situation so far, but he is far too influential to be able to stay neutral." "Albus is right," Remus said, his voice still tired from the last full moon. "The last few weeks, he had to show that there was a new Lord Black and he couldn't really do anything yet, but I'm sure that's about to change. We just have to hope that he chooses the right side when the time is right." Harry had spent the morning in relative ease. The number of early risers in Gryffindor Tower could be counted on one hand, and most of them were younger students who wanted to write a letter to their parents, telling them about their first day. He had asked Dobby to bring some toast up to the common room, and the elf had done so with a large smile on his face. It was 10 o'clock before Ron and Hermione came down the stairs, and Harry had finished his breakfast completely, so when they asked him to go to the Great Hall, he declined. "I'm sorry guys, I just ate up here." "Have you been up long, Harry?" Hermione said, all of a sudden worried. "You aren't having nightmares or visions or something, right?" "No, Myone, calm down. It's just a habit after staying with the Dursleys, the only reason I could sleep that long at the Burrow is because we stayed up really late." "Oh, do you want to come down with us while we have breakfast? We could do something afterwards," Ron said. "We don't have any homework yet anyway." "You should study ahead," Ron, I've told you a million times. You too, Harry. I did this morning, Hermione, I promise. I just thought I could train a little before lunch and go flying afterwards. I've missed it this summer. That's great, Harry. What do you mean, train? Is Dumbledore giving you lessons? No, he isn't. The boy who lived replied grumpily, which is why I'm training. I have to catch up somehow, right? Can we help? Hermione asked excited. Not really. I want to try those golems from Fred and George. I would just like to be alone today, if you don't mind, he said, dropping his voice a little in sadness. Of course, mate, Ron said softly. Just use the map to find us when you're done. With a grateful look, Harry got up and made his way to the room of requirement. He loved the training puppets, he decided. They were a brilliant thing to train with. He tried firing as many spells in a row as he could and then dodged the ones that returned to him. He wanted to improve his agility and speed at casting at the same time. It was lunchtime by the time he had enough. He was all sweaty and would love to take a shower. The room provided him with one. To his joy, and he noticed when he got out that Creature had laid out a new set of clothes, so he was ready to go to lunch. Yeah, it worked great, he reported back to Hermione and Ron. It's really helping me. Do you want one for this afternoon perhaps? That would be brilliant, Ron exclaimed. Oh, come on Hermione. It's only our first weekend back and technically we are learning something, right? He added when he saw Hermione's look. All right then. She sighed. Great, Ron said, taking another chicken leg from the tray in front of them. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry saw how a large black owl delivered a small piece of parchment to a blond boy at the Slytherin table. As soon as he put it down, it set aflame and was turned into ashes within a few seconds. Although he was a little surprised when the parchment went up in flames, Draco Malfoy knew he should have expected this. He had been instructed to meet Lord Black at the Three Broomsticks no later than 1 p.m. He knew it would be difficult to sneak out of the castle, but even more complicated would be not to let his friends suspect anything, like the letter had instructed. He didn't want to cross the Lord by just telling them where he was going. So he slumped a little and said, Guys, I don't feel too good. Draco, darling, are you ill? Do you want to go to the hospital wing? Maybe you should ask a pepper-up potion. Pansy ranted. Just a headache. I'll go lie down for a while, maybe it will pass. Do you want me to come with you? The girl asked concerned. No, maybe I can get some sleep. That would help, I think. Draco acted. Then he got up and headed down to the Slytherin dormitories. Every Slytherin boy above the age of 16 had his own bedroom. At least, it was more like a sleeping cell, Becca. It didn't have a lot of closet space, Draco added to his opinion. He just locked and warded the door, to make it seem like he was asleep inside, then exited the common room. He would just hide in the library until it was time to leave. I'm going for a fly over the forest, Harry said, getting up. Don't expect me back too soon. Just be careful, okay? Hermione warned him. He smiled at her and went to fetch his broom. He had never said how long he would fly over the forest, he thought to himself, trying to appease the gnawing feeling of misleading his friend. After a few quick rounds, He crossed the wards and apparated to a small apartment in Hogsmeade that belonged to the Black family. Creature had left an appropriate outfit for him there, so he could change and just exit the apartment like he had used it as an apparition spot, which, when he thought about it, he actually had. After putting on his black ring and taking off the medallion, he went outside. The streets of the little town were almost empty, it being the first Saturday of the school year and not a Hogsmeade weekend. Good afternoon, Madame Rosmerta, he said with a flourishing bow, using the voice Sirius had paid. NTED, the lady's voice, and kissing the woman's hand, I made reservations. Lord Black, how nice to meet you, she said. Your booth is right over here. The barmaid pointed, showing him the way. Harry waited in patience. He knew Malfoy wouldn't be late, so he tried to practice what he wanted to say in his head. Somehow he had to win the boy's confidence before he could do anything else. Then, at 12:55 sharp, the door opened and Draco Malfoy strode in. Madame Rosmerta pointed him to his booth. Lord Black, the Malfoy heir said, bowing low, a pleasure to meet you. Draco greeted Harry. Please sit down. He noticed the serpent bracelet on the blonde's wrist. I hope you liked my little preza to break the ice. I did, sir. It's beautiful. The boy said sincerely. Why don't we get to business then? Like I said, I don't want to push you into giving me a vow. Before you make your decision, I would like to explain what I expect. Draco nodded hesitantly in understanding. Your mother replied almost immediately that she won't make any vows and I respect her decision. I will not harm you in any way, no matter what you choose, do you understand? I do, sir, thank you. Relief was obvious in the Slytherin's voice. He had been fearing for his mother, Harry suspected. Now, I would like to establish 2 simple rules for this conversation and any conversation in the future. Rule 1. Be honest. If you can't or don't want to tell me something, just say so. I will, in exchange, always be honest with you. When Draco accepted, he continued, Rule number 2, we are family. You can speak to me about anything and I will never punish you for speaking your mind. Questions so far? No, sir. A timid voice answered him. I've cast privacy charms around this booth, Draco. Nobody can hear us, you can speak up. Now, first question, are you a follower of the man who calls himself Voldemort? Draco flinched at the name and then paled. Harry could see him thinking about what would be the right answer. He opened his mouth to say something, but Harry interrupted him before he could speak. The truth, please, Draco. The Malfoy heir shut his mouth abruptly, then he nodded slowly. Does that mean that you are a Death Eater or just a supporter? The Black Lord asked, carefully keeping his voice calm and friendly. Something in between, I guess. I see. So you've taken the initiation mark. Draco froze at this question. It's okay. Just admitting that you have a mark won't make it bite you, I promise. Though he seemed surprised about how much Harry knew, he still nodded. What's your assignment? I can't tell you. Draco immediately answered. Okay, that's fine. I understand. Harry said, trying to show disappointment. Why do you follow him? I don't understand. Why do you follow Voldemort? Do you agree with his ideas or are you being forced? Nobody's forcing me, Draco exclaimed. Then he remembered who he was talking to and regained his timid posture. It just seems like the right thing to do. You do know what he wants to accomplish, right? He pushed. Of course I do. He wants to eliminate dirty blood. Harry had to keep himself from rolling his eyes. That's not his only goal. Did you know he is a half-blood himself? Do you know why he wants to eliminate them? You're lying, Draco said, stunned. He's not a half-blood. The Potter family spirits really wanted to take offense at the accusation. But Harry stamped down the feeling. He couldn't expect Draco to respect him as Potter, when he was the one hiding his identity in the first place. Instead he replied, didn't I promise that I wouldn't lie? Still don't believe me? Fine then. I Lord Canopus Orion Black do hereby solemnly swear that I will not purposely lie to Draconis Lucius Malfoy during this conversation. Happy now? The blonde swallowed. An oath like that was not to be taken lightly. How do you know? It's common knowledge for anyone who tries to find out. Harry said. His old name was Tom Riddle. You try to find it for yourself. He could see that the boy was going to do just that. So do you know what his goal is? Apparently I don't. Draco mumbled petulantly, and though he normally shouldn't speak to him like that. Harry let it slide. He wants to keep all that are not purebloods from entering the wizarding world and forbid those who have pure blood to marry those who do not. While that might not sound very bad, it actually is. We would have died out ages ago if it weren't for muggleborns and halfbloods. I do agree that they should not come in this world at age 11 and start making demands. They should be informed much, much earlier. Someone should check on them to make sure that they are all right. There should be at least a year of wizarding culture classes before they came to Hogwarts. They are raised in a completely different world, so it is logical that they don't agree with certain things. Wouldn't it be smarter to explain to them why things are the way they are? There is no one to explain those things to them. Do you understand what I am trying to say? I think so. But still, look at those mudbloods like Granger. She knows the entire library by HEA. RT, and she is still too stupid to understand why there are traditions. While that might be true, She still thinks that the system would function better when everything would be different. She does not know about those few times that they did try to listen to the Muggleborns and we almost became extinct. She wants to help. Maybe then. Draco hesitated. I want you to try something for me. Harry said. Act neutral for just a week and see what happens. Don't insult the Muggleborns and Halfbloods. Try to talk to some of them and help one of the younger ones with his homework. You'll understand after that. Draco scowled. Do I have to? I already know that it won't change a thing. His voice took on a whining tone. Just try. You can tell your friends that the annoying Lord Black put you up to it. He grinned. Fine. The Malfoy heir harumphed. Now about that mark, Harry said, and Draco paled. I understand if you agree with Voldemort, a lot of people do, but I can't have you in the family if you are one of his followers. Blacks aren't servants or slaves. They don't bow for anyone. If you want to support him in some anonymous way, that's your choice, but I won't let you be branded like some piece of cattle. His charge looked extremely nervous now. But what about? I can't just. I want to follow. All of a sudden Harry understood what he could do to win the boy's trust. I am going to blindfold you and stop you from hearing what I'm about to do. Harry started. Draco panicked. He wanted to run away, but simply bumped off the barrier Harry had raised. Let me out, he yelled. You said you wouldn't hurt me. The boy raised his wand in defense. I won't, Lord Black said in a calming voice, disarming Draco in a fluent movement. Trust me, I just want to help you. Then, he cast a full body bind on the boy to keep him from moving. After that, he used the Obscuro and Murmillo spells. The boy was completely helpless now, and as much as Harry hated to scare him, it would help him in the long run. He looked around the 3 broomsticks, but nobody had noticed anything. Like he had hoped, the barrier had hid them from sight. He bared Draco's left arm and looked at the serpent that was ready to strike. SS's stop it, he commanded in Parseltongue. Yes, Speaker. Tee Snake answered, but he was as doubting. I was following my lord's order SSS. Tell me, what is your name? I do not have one. SSS Speaker. I was as not created as a pet. I realize that, but I think every creature has the right to have a name. The Black Lord said, the other SS Speaker was as unfair to you by denying you that right. I will give you one, if you want. The snake seemed to think about it. All right then, you can name me. Harry thought about it for a moment and then said, I will name you Centaur. It is a strong name. I like it. Now why, young SS Speaker, wouldn't you let me strike the boy for disobedience? You were about to harm an innocent child because he is still unsure of the path he should follow. Harry explained, but younglings should always have the time to make their choices. Every snake knows that. The other Speaker does not care. He wants to make the decision for him. You are right. My lord was as unfair. I did not like him anyway. He smelled like rotting leaves in autumn. That the SS smell of darkness. What, if you don't mind me asking, do I smell like? Harry asked, curious about the answer. The snake thought about it, flicking its tongue as if to taste the air, a strange movement for a tattoo. You smell like sunshine and vanilla, my lord. It is a very powerful smell. More powerful than the liony smells like forests and rain. He has potential, but not that strong. I am stronger than Voldemort. Harry asked. How? That I cannot answer, my lord. At that moment, Draco made a little sound of fear, reminding Harry that the boy was still waiting for him to end the spells. Would you like to come off the boy's arm? He asked. You could stay with me. Quote, I would like that, my lord. Centaur said. Harry closed his eyes, searched for his magic and let a small amount float into the tattoo. He could feel the evilness lurking about. He quickly separated the dark, oily magic from Draco's own forest green magical core and pushed it out of the boy's body. Then he caught the snake before it could disappear into nothing and pulled it towards him. He had meant to simply transfer the tattoo, but apparently he had used too much magic, because Centaur became solid. It was a beautiful snake, still small, about 2 feet long. Its scales were patterned green and black, and when the animal looked up at him, 2 brilliant jade eyes looked into his emerald ones. Welcome Centaur, may the moon always light your paths. Harry said. the words coming to him as if he had used him all his life. He felt how a small tendril of the snake's being reached out to his own magic. Thank you, Master. You were even stronger than I could taste while I sat on the boy's arm. What just happened? We are now bonded, Master. I will always be yours. That's great, Harry said with a small smile. We'll talk about this later. I have to explain to the boy. The snake nodded its head and slithered around Harry's shoulders. Draco, Harry said, lifting all the charms he had cast on the boy. I'm sorry that I had to do that. You promised. The boy yelled. I did not harm you. He kept his voice calm. Look at your arm. The mark was gone. How did you? Draco had to admit that he was happy the thing was gone. Then he panicked. What if the Dark Lord finds out? Of course he will find out. He wants to see the marks at every meeting. He won't notice that it's gone. Harry reassured him. Don't worry. You are safe. Do you still want to follow him? I don't know. Draco hesitated. I would protect you from him if that's what you are thinking about. The blonde still looked unsure. How do I know I can trust you? I swore not to lie to you and I'm not. You can trust me, I promise. I took the snake off your arm, but I wouldn't let you see nor hear, so you would be able to say that you didn't see me take it off. That you don't know how it happened. They could feed you Veritaserum and you would still be able to keep them in the dark. We are family, Draco. Why don't you think about what you want to do and let me know? The Black Owls will find you when you want to write me. No matter what you decide, let me know. I will, Draco promised solemnly. It's just, I don't want to become one of those perfect little angels, trotting behind Dumbledore. Quote, who said anything about Dumbledore? Harry asked in surprise. Well, there's the Dark Lord on one side and Dumbledore on the other. Dumbledore is the only wizard strong enough to stand up to the Dark Lord. I don't know who to choose between those two. Dumbledore wants to make every position open to Muggleborns. That will ruin our world. They don't know what they are doing. But they think they are perfect. And finally Harry understood why all those Slytherin boys chose the dark side. I suppose it is time for a new side then, he said, the trademark MI. Shiva's smile of the Marauders appearing on his face. Edited for grammar and phrasing in 2021 sincerely. Dalsicambrio. Chapter 7. Chapter 7. Questioned honor. With a smile of success on his face Har climbed back into the Gryffindor common room. His meeting with Draco had gone quite well if he said so himself. He was happy that he had gotten Draco's attention and maybe a first spark of trust, but knew that he wasn't there yet. There was definitely hope though, so he couldn't be more satisfied. You had a nice fly, mate? Ron asked as soon as he sat down in his normal comfortable chair. Brilliant, said Harry. How was your afternoon? We worked with the dueling dummies. Hermione answered. You were right, Harry. They are a huge help. Then she seemed to be thinking about something before she continued carefully. Harry, have you decided on what you are going to do with the DA yet? She bit her lip nervously. I have been thinking about it, he admitted. And, Ron pushed curiously. I really don't know, guys. I have a lot going on right now. I'm pretty sure that Dumbledore will make me take occlumency again and I have all these air duties, not to mention normal classes, he stopped talking when he saw the disappointed faces of his friends. All right, he said, fine, I'll try. But when I see that I can't handle it, I will have to stop. Do you understand? Brilliant, Ron exclaimed. Thank you so much, mate. That's really nice of you, Harry. We'll help you out, of course. Just tell us what you want us to do, his bushy-haired friend added. Well, I was thinking about getting Dumbledore's permission at first, but I've decided against it. He would probably want to monitor the sessions and I want to teach you some things that are unconventional at least. We'll keep the contract. I love that idea. Maybe we can extend it so that Voldemort can't find out what we are doing. I'm sure you could manage if you tried, right, Hermione? Hermione's face lit up at the praise and she nodded. It will need a lot of research, but I'm sure I'll find something. Great. I think we should become a little more practical than we have until now as well. Just learning defensive spells won't be enough, he continued. What do you mean? Ron asked. Isn't that the most important part? Maybe, Ron, but I want to do the entire Death Eater attack package. I want to be ready when they come bursting in. Voldemort is getting stronger and we all know that he wants Hogwarts. As soon as he feels confident enough, he will attack. His friends looked extremely worried all of a sudden. Apparently, they hadn't thought about it as much as he had. We can start by doing a quick refresher of last year and then go on from there. But there will be new students that will want to join too and we can't just start over. That would be boring for the others. Ginny said. Harry hadn't noticed her joining in. Quickly he cast privacy wards around the four of them so that the other Gryffindors wouldn't be able to listen in. We will probably have to split up the groups into beginners and advanced then. Harry said, inwardly groaning at the thought of even more work. Why don't we let the advanced group teach them? Ginny suggested, apparently understanding his concerns. You could explain the theory and then let the rest of us handle the practical side. Then you could focus on the advanced group with your new exercises. Quote, that could work, Harry said, smiling at the idea. Maybe we can even let the beginners into parts of the advanced training too. I wanted to do physical exercises as well. They wouldn't be behind on those. They spent the rest of the weekend trying to get the details ready and by the time it was Monday, Harry had planned all the lessons of the beginners class. They should be able to catch up completely by Christmas. He would have preferred to draw up the lesson plan for the advanced group after that, but unfortunately, he had classes to go to. And he was not really looking forward to the double dada with Slytherins and Snape first thing Monday morning. Silence, Snape commanded as he walked into the classroom. I recall you haven't had a single good teacher in defense so far. I will try to get you to the level you should be right now, although I know that it will be a waste of time for some of you, he said, looking pointedly at Neville, who blanched immediately. You, Weasley, what do you do when someone casts a curse at you? Cast a Protega, sir. Ron answered. Wrong. While you could cast a shielding charm, it is always better to evade the spell altogether. If that IULD indeed use your wand to defend yourself. He turned to Harry, his face twisting into a sneer. Potter, what would you cast when I sent a curse at you? That would depend on the curse, sir, said Harry softly. Are you being cheeky to me, Potter? 5 points from. No, sir, Harry interrupted, still in the quiet, controlled tone he had used before. I just mean that if it is a low-powered curse, you would use Protega. When you are being attacked at home and the attackers were outside, you should probably use Protega Totalum or Protega Maxima. If I were attacked with a dark curse, I would cast Protega Horribilis. If I didn't know the curse at all, I would levitate an object into the beam of the spell and dive out of the way. With unforgivable curses, it would probably be best. Shut up, Potter. 5 points from Gryffindor for interrupting and another 5 for showing of. He looked at Harry and waited, obviously wanting him to protest. The boy remained silent, though some of the other Gryffindors were mumbling angrily. If you think you know so well, why don't you come up here and show me? Hermione looked at him with a nervous look, but Harry smiled at her in reassurance before getting up. As he approached the raised teaching platform, Snape swooped his wand in an arc to erect a barrier to protect the rest of the class, before turning back to face Harry. I will cast a Stupefy at you and then gradually move on to more powerful curses. You are to defend yourself in any way you want, but you cannot attack me. Understood. Harry nodded determinedly and raised his wand. Stupefy. Snape casted, without any more warning. Harry sidestepped it. Stupefy. 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 His teacher cast, now not giving him a break anymore. The Potter heir managed to dive out of the way of the first two, but had to cast a Protega Midroll to evade the third. Oculatoro was the next curse. It would temporarily blind him if it hit its target. The Castan G speed kept increasing with every spell. It didn't take long before Harry was rolling, diving and jumping out of the way while casting Protegas. Frango, yelled Snape. Harry was shocked. That was a bone-breaking curse. He could hold his professor off for another 5 minutes before he crashed into a tripping Jinx and was hit with 2 Frango curses afterwards. He felt the bones break and had to bite his lip not to cry out. Well, apparently not an expert after all, huh, Potter? Snape smirked, taking down the containment ward. He made no attempt to help the Potter heir to his feet. He really had to rein in his temper now. Snape was a professional dueler and he had forbidden Harry to take the offensive side. How long was he supposed to last? If you say so, sir, he said, gritting his teeth. May I go to the hospital wing now? Why? Got a bruise falling down. Be a man, Potter. Or is that too much to ask? The Slytherin snickered in glee. You broke my wrist and my leg, sir, he proclaimed, still sitting on the floor. Snape scoffed. Don't be ridiculous, Potter. You wouldn't be talking to me if I had. The classroom had gone completely silent, witnessing the exchange with open mouths. I assure you, sir, that at least 2 bones are broken. Now would you please help me up? He had to use every single bit of willpower not to yell at the greasy git. Snape didn't move an inch. Get up yourself, Potter. Stop lying. Harry saw red. That was it. The greasy git had crossed the line and he probably knew it. He used his good hand to get himself up from the ground, then carefully picked up his wand. He couldn't cast well with his left hand, but he didn't want to be completely defenseless. Are you questioning my honor, sir? Asked Harry, his voice dropping to a freezing temperature. He could feel the tension in the classroom go up as the purebloods understood where this was going. There is no way that a pampered, spoiled brat like you wouldn't be screaming if you had broken a bone, Potter, let alone stand. The dungeon bat sneered. I was not spoiled, nor pampered, Professor. My relatives do not like me at all, they never have. You are a filthy, little liar, Potter. Stop asking for attention and sit back down. A blinding light appeared around Harry's body, accepting the challenge. You do not recognize my honor, sir. What would change that? He asked. Snape smiled cruelly before answering. Prove it. Prove that your family doesn't think of you as a little prince and I will recognize your honor. It was obvious that he thought such a thing could not be proved. Accepted, sir, he replied in an even tone of voice. He really didn't want to. He really didn't, but he knew he had no other choice. It was the only way. Slowly he turned to face the class and, avoiding to use his injured hand, he started to unbutton his robe. What the hell is he doing? Hissed Blaze to Draco. How should I know? Draco said annoyed. Potter was bloody stripping in front of an entire classroom. He knew his godfather was taking it very far this time. He loved it when Potter got humiliated, but this time it was his family values. If Snape was wrong, he looked at Granger. She had her hands pressed to her mouth as if she already knew what was coming. Weasley was trying to comfort her. Potter stood in front of the class, not wearing anything on his upper body. He hear girls around him giggle as they watched him eagerly. The Potter heir was extremely skinny, he noticed, but he had a muscular body apart from that. There were some scars, but nothing noteworthy. For someone who had faced the Dark Lord this many times, he moved his attention to his godfather's face and his mouth almost fell open. Snape had paled to a point that he had thought impossible. His eyes were opened wide and he was apparently trying really hard to keep his face under control. Do you accept this proof? Asked Potter in a level tone. I do. Snape rasped with difficulty. Draco's eyebrows rose in shock. It couldn't be. Not perfect. Potter. Would this crowd be witness of the proving of my honor? The purebloods answered curiously, waiting for Potter to turn around. They all gasped in unison. Potter's back was a battlefield of scars, moving in every possible direction. There were thin lines, large bands and irregular burn patterns. It was obvious that it had been done deliberately. Potter abused. The class took a moment to recover and then started whispering in a frenzy. Do you accept this proof? Said Potter ominously. I was the unanimous answer, although a little hesitantly. A swirl of magic sealed their acceptance. Now that the ritual had been completed, Potter waved his wand clumsily with his left hand. His clothes reappeared on his body. I will go to the hospital wing now, he announced. Then he conjured a walking stick and stumbled out of the room, biting his lip in agony. Granger and Weasley got up as well, not bothering to say why, and went after him, glaring at Snape in disgust. Class dismissed. His godfather announced, striding out of the classroom as soon as he had regained his calm. Harry, wait up, Hermione yelled. It didn't take long for them to catch up. Hermione, could you cast Ferula on my leg? He asked. My wrist is broken too and I can't manage the wand movement with my left hand. Of course, she said, doing so immediately. Thanks. He sighed in relief as the splint appeared, lessening the pain. Do you want me to carry you, mate? Asked Ron. I could levitate you, if you want. Hermione suggested. We're almost there anyway. Harry shrugged. I'll make it, Mr. Potter. Already? Madame Pomfrey asked when they arrived in the hospital wing. Not my fault this time. Harry muttered. What seems to be the problem? Broken leg and wrist, he announced, sitting down with a groan. Dear Merlin, what did you do? The Medowitch exclaimed when she saw the state his leg was in. Defense. Snape. He murmured, trying not to cry out as she dissolved Hermione's spell. What? She cried out. Don't try to blame Professor Snape for this, Mr. Potter. He's telling the truth, Hermione said. She had tears inherited to sound angry. He made Harry demonstrate Protegas while he was casting Frango. That man, the witch muttered. Well, Mr. Potter, I managed to set the bones in your wrist without any problems. But unfortunately you strained your leg by standing on it while it was broken, so you'll have to stay here until tonight. Great, just great. He mumbled sarcastically. Harry, I understand why you showed your back to Snape. But why did you show it to the class as well? By tonight it will be all over the school, said Ron, looking nervous. Harry grinned and shook his head. No, it won't. Severus, to what do I owe the honor? Do you want some tea? Maybe a lemon drop? Dumbledore asked, his eyes twinkling merrily. I'm here to discuss a grave matter, Headmaster. Please don't bother me with candy. Severus Snape answered, sounding really tired. My, what happened? The old headmaster asked, concern now evident in his voice. It's about Potter. I challenged his honor. Snape replied, extremely agitated. Why would you do that, my dear boy? Snape glared at him. Oh right, you don't like the boy, said Dumbledore lightly. Please continue. The professor opened his mouth to tell what had happened, but choked on his words. Dumbledore looked intrigued. It seems that you cannot tell me, am I right? Apparently so, was the grumpy answer. But it is imperative that I tell you. What was the outcome of the duel? He won. His honor is still intact. Snape answered immediately. Then he looked surprised. I didn't want to say that, he exclaimed. Potter used some kind of secrecy spell on me, as is his right, as long as there were witnesses. Dumbledore answered gravely. Try legilimency, pressured Snape. Dumbledore raised his eyebrows in surprise. Is it truly that important? Yes, was the short reply. Quote, fine then. The headmaster stared into Snape's eyes. The memory came to him rather easily, but at the crucial moment it turned black, only showing him the acceptance of the proof. That was useless. Snape sighed. Potter did his homework for once. You said you only told him about his inheritance last week, Headmaster. It seemed that he knew what to do perfectly. Molly told me that he studied the entire time. That could explain it, Dumbledore suggested. You know just as well as I do that it is impossible to study everything in 1 week, even if he didn't sleep at all. It is the exact reason why. You didn't tell him sooner. You want him to fail so you can help him and be his hero again. Snape sneered. I just want to help the boy. He grew up so fast. I did not notice that he was 16 already. The new defense teacher snorted. Right. Well, I suggest you ask the brat what happened. He should be able to reveal his own secret. I guess you're right, Severus. Professor Dumbledore wants to see you, Mr. Potter. Is it okay if he comes down to talk to you? Madame Pomfrey asked, a little annoyed that they wouldn't leave her patient alone. I suppose so. Harry nodded reluctantly. He knew where this was going. Harry, my dear boy. What happened? Professor Snape showed us the defense against the Frango curse, sir. Harry answered airily. I assume something went wrong when the students practiced it. Dumbledore presumed. Not really, Professor. He demonstrated it on me and I couldn't keep up with my shields. The headmaster's face fell. There was a moment of silence before the old man changed the subject. Now, I hear there was a little incident about honor in class, said Dumbledore. That's true, sir. He couldn't read the boy's expression. Dumbledore conjured a fluffy chair and sat down next to Harry's bed. Care to tell me what it was about? He asked grandfatherly. That is none of your concern, sir. Thank you for asking. He replied politely. I would really appreciate it if you would tell me. Dumbledore insisted. Professor Snape thought it very important. I already know that it is not important to you, Headmaster. Harry said bitterly. Dumbledore tried use legilimency to find out what the boy was hiding, getting worried about his stubborn behavior, but he got thrown out almost immediately. Kindly stay out of my head, Headmaster. I do not like it when other people mess around with it. Harry said, keeping his anger out of his voice. Dumbledore was growing increasingly concerned. Who taught you occlumency, Harry? I know that you didn't start the lessons with Severus yet. Harry remained silent. Dumbledore was thinking at full speed. It couldn't be that the boy had been in contact with their mysterious new lord, could it? That would explain everything. Harry, was it Lord Black? A fury arose in the normally kind green eyes, but the boy nodded curtly. He contacted me on my birthday and had contacts of the family take care of some things for me. He informed me of my heritage as well. Something you neglected to do, if I may add. The Potter heir said angrily. Why would he do that? And how did he teach you, my boy? You were supposed to stay within the wards. I do not want to tell you, sir. And I am part of the Black family through Sirius. He wasn't lying, Harry thought to himself. Without Sirius he never would have been a Black. He wanted to take care of me, and as I do not like the Dursleys I accepted. I would prefer to talk about your defense professor who thought it wise to doubt my honor. You are aware that he is indebted to me now, correct? Dumbledore sighed. This was not going according to plan. He just wanted to help the boy, not get even more burdens on his young shoulders. He shouldn't have to worry about these things now. I am aware. He sighed. Great. Could you tell him for me? I don't fancy having my leg broken again, said Harry, wrinkling his nose in disgust. I don't think he is even aware what he got himself into. I will, Harry, but please, what do you know about this Lord Black? Is he dark? How do you know you can trust him? The Order can't find any information about him. He could be dangerous. He does not follow Voldemort. Harry cut him off. Now I would like to catch some sleep. I broke my leg today and your professor made me walk LTZ around on it because he didn't believe me. Of course. The old man acknowledged, regret in his voice. I really am sorry, child. You should know that. Of course, Headmaster. The boy nodded. I understand. A small forgiving smile appeared on his face. You want to help Snape, but you should realize that he is making it very hard for me to be civil to him the way he behaves. He is the child in that classroom, not me. Then Harry turned over in his familiar hospital bed and let his eyes fall shut. Edited for grammar and phrasing in 2021. Next chapter. Letters to the Ministry and Draco's reaction to neutrality. Sincerely, Dulcicanbrio. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Doubts and Decisions. I told you a million times already. Lord Black wants me to act neutral, said Draco, rolling his eyes. Yes, and I get that. Theodore not answered, but that still doesn't mean that you have to get all chummy with filthy mudbloods. He considers it part of being neutral. The Malfoy heir replied haughtily. And it was a bloody first year for Merlin's sake. I just pointed him the library. Come on, Draco. Last week you would have cursed him for just addressing you. Don't pretend that it's nothing. Not was getting on his nerves. It wasn't a big deal. Why couldn't he see that? In the beginning it had been difficult to play nice, but he had convinced himself that it was a challenge to pull it off, and it was almost natural now. He had had difficulties with finding his way around the castle too when he had first come to Hogwarts, so when the lost Hufflepuff had asked him for directions, he had replied without a second thought. It appeared that the only difficult part about being neutral was the reactions of his not-so-neutral friends. He almost didn't want to admit it, but he had actually enjoyed being able to help the kid. What was wrong with him? He was a Malfoy. Malfoys didn't do charity except when it made them look better. Was he really willing to destroy for this Lord Black? The younger Slytherins preferred him this way, he had noticed. One of them had actually asked him for help with his homework. This would seem logical, he was a prefect after all, but until now he had. Saint barked at the firsties to leave him alone and they wouldn't try again. He had also been paying attention to Gryffindor in the way they interacted. Well, yes, they didn't have any manners and were incredibly vulgar. But it looked like everyone was having fun. There didn't seem to be a hierarchy at all, everyone talked to everyone. It would be very relaxing if he wouldn't have to be on his guard all the time in Slytherin. Taking care to act the part of Slytherin prince and to stop everyone from taking over. Draco, Draco, Draco. Vince was trying to get his attention. Lunch is over, boss. We should get to Transfiguration. Right, let's go. He replied, trying to clear his head. Everyone parted in fear to let him pass. His father was very influential and everyone knew it. Did he really want to give this up? He had been pondering over what Lord Black had said. He had of course checked this Tom Riddle person, and to his astonishment the man had been right. He had wanted more information. After that an owl had come to him as soon as he had finished his letter, just like Black had promised. Now there was a glass vial with a memory waiting for him in the secure lock box in his trunk. After curfew he would have to sneak into the room of requirement to find a pensieve so he could watch them. Lord Black had stressed the importance of not letting anyone else see them. He was supposed to leave the memory in the room of requirement after watching it. Lord Black would take it from there. Time passed by slowly. The afternoon felt like days and the evening like months, but finally everyone had gone to bed. After a few hours, when he was sure everyone was fast asleep, he crept out of bed and snuck out of Slytherin House, carefully avoiding the wards that would alarm his godfather that someone was breaking curfew. He had charmed the lock box to be invisible, just in case he got caught, and cast a disillusionment charm on himself. If someone was really paying attention, they would notice a shape moving around. But it was enough to fool the portraits. They didn't pay attention at night anyway. It took him quite some time to make it to the 7th floor, coming from the Dungio. NS and he had been forced to use alternative staircases since he couldn't risk getting caught, and the prefects that were on duty tonight would definitely patrol the moving staircase. Finally he arrived at the stone wall that concealed the entrance to the room of requirement. He paced back and forth 3 times, thinking, I need a pensieve to watch Lord Black's memories, and locked the door behind him as soon as it granted him access. The room hadn't gone through too much trouble. It was completely empty apart from a small table in the middle. A pensieve sat on top. Draco nicked his finger and dribbled a small amount of blood on the lock of the box that held the memory, whispering his password. He poured the vial in the pensieve and watched the memory swirl around, seemingly happy to have more space. Hesitantly Draco reached down with his hand. Oh, it can't hurt, right? He thought, before he touched the milky substance. Immediately he felt himself being pulled in. Colors surrounded him and made him lose his orientation until he finally found himself sitting on the floor of an old manor. He recognized the place at once. It was the Dark Lord's lair. It was a lot busier than when he had been there, though. Besides the 2 half-circles, there was also a small group of young men, their faces hidden by hoods. They were looking around nervously, and Draco felt the tension in the room. Something was about to happen. The Dark Lord entered the throne room, his black robes billowing behind him in a manner similar to his godfather's. He felt himself wondering if that was where Severus had picked it up. My loyal followers, tonight we will see our group expanded, the Dark Lord announced, a soft lisp entering his voice. Every single one of these men has passed his initiation. Tonight they will be submitted to their final test before joining. He turned to one of the men in the inner circle. Lucius, if you will. Of course, my lord. His father answered. Draco watched curiously. No one besides a Death Eater had ever seen an initiation and lived to tell the tale. How had Lord Black obtained this memory? Had he been a Death Eater himself? He saw how his father walked to the other side of the room, opening a cage Draco hadn't noticed before. Inside were people. He recognized them as Muggles because of the clothes they were wearing. They were crying or screaming in fear, but no sound passed their lips. Probably silenced already. His father made 5 of the Muggles come out and directed them back to the middle of the room, where he stuck their feet to the floor so they couldn't run. One of the Muggles was brave enough to try and hit his father as soon as he came close enough. Draco gasped as his father laughed cruelly and cast the Cruciatus curse on the man. Thank you, Lucius. Now who is first? During the next hour, every single one of the new recruits killed one of the Muggles, after torturing them without mercy. Mothers were forced to watch their children die and the other way around until the room was a mess of blood and dead bodies. Draco could barely keep himself from throwing up, but none of the men in the memory seemed to have a problem with the killing. Just as he thought it couldn't get worse, he recognized Marcus Flint, the old Slytherin Quidditch captain, as one of the new recruits. This couldn't have been long ago. Flint had graduated only a few years before. Draco watched as the Dark Lord branded the dark mark into the left arm of each young man, who were screaming as their skin got burned with the dark mark. Finally, the memory ended and he landed back into the room of requirement. Was this the life he wanted? So, Harry, I forgot to ask. What are you going to make Snape do? Neville asked, a huge grin on his face. The Gryffindors were sitting on the carpet in front of the fire, relaxing together after finishing their homework. What are you talking about, Neville? Hermione asked, confused. He challenged Harry's family honor and lost. He owes him a debt now. Didn't you realize? That's just beautiful, Ron exclaimed, a dreamy look appearing on his face. You could make him do something humiliating. He'll regret that he always picks on you. Ron, he is still a teacher. Harry wouldn't ask for anything. Right, Harry, Hermione interrupted. Harry hesitated. You have got to be kidding me. She huffed. I haven't planned anything yet, admitted Harry. I don't know whether I'll need it someday, for potions are to get out of Voldemort's clutches or something. That's actually a good idea, Neville admitted, looking a little disappointed. Then his face lit up again, and he would have it hanging over his head for all this time. Brilliant. I suppose I can live with that, said Hermione smiling. I did get another idea, though, said Harry. Snape isn't the only teacher to question me about telling the truth. What do you mean? Asked Ron. Umbridge, of course. Hermione looked as if Christmas had come early. What can you do to her, Harry? I thought you weren't an heir back then. Does it still work? It's not completely the same, he admitted. I was able to lie after all, but I wouldn't have lied about something that important. It's in my blood. She should have known that. And besides, a blood quill is illegal, so I can always get her for that. Harry, Umbridge isn't the only one who accused you of lying. Neville gasped. Harry smirked. He had been wondering who would catch on first. You're going to get the Daily Prophet in trouble. Even fudge. If I play it the right way, yes. I wanted to write the letters today actually. Would you like to help me? Of course we would, they exclaimed. It took them the rest of the NT finished 4 different letters. Ginny had come by to ask if she could help. But Harry had refused with a smile, telling her that it was very kind, but not necessary. It was her owl year. She looked exhausted already and he didn't want her to find something else to worry about. Who are you sending them to, Harry? Hermione asked. The Ministry. Eventually, yes, but first I'm going to let someone proofread them. Who? You don't know anyone outside Hogwarts besides the Weasleys. Harry remained silent for a while, trying to decide if he wanted to tell them already. He had always wanted his friends to know everything, but hadn't made a decision on when he was going to tell them. After a few moments, he made his decision. Guys, I trust you, you know that, right? They gave him a worried look and nodded. I want to tell you something, but I can't tell you everything yet. So I need you to trust me, okay? Sure, mate, Ron smiled. What's up? I knew that I was an heir before Dumbledore's letter, he stated. Neville nodded. He didn't seem surprised at all. Unlike his other friends. What? How? I got a letter from Lord Black. The Black family has been helping me with my duties. That mysterious guy, Ron asked. You mean the one the Order can't find anything about? And you have met the man. Well, Sirius was his godfather, right? Does that make you family? Hermione wondered. Harry looked at Neville, who answered for him. It could. Harry's grandmother was a Black. If Lord Black wanted to, he could help Harry. That's right. The Potter heir smiled. But there is more. He made complex wand movements, setting up strong privacy wards and notice-me-nots. Even Dumbledore wouldn't be able to break through these. Neville's eyes widened in sudden understanding, his mouth fell open. You didn't. Harry smirked and shrugged. Maybe. What are you thinking? Neville slumped against the sofa, completely speechless. What's up with him? Ron asked suspiciously. Hermione had figured it out as well, so it seemed. Harry James Potter. Why didn't you tell us? Tell us what? Can someone tell me what the bloody hell is going on? Let me show you, Harry suggested. He got up from his favorite seat by the fire and took off his locket. Immediately he got the appearance of Lord Black. Ron looked as if someone had cast a stupefy on him. Good evening. Let me introduce myself. Lord Canopus Orion Black, a pleasure to meet you, he said, kissing Hermione's hand while making an elegant bow. What happened to your body? Hermione squeaked as soon as she got over the first shock. The family spirits restored it to the wall. Why, it would have been without the Dursleys' loving care and added a little black flair to it. Harry said in his smooth voice. You look amazing, mate. Ron said. How did you get the title? I'm guessing Sirius made you his heir, right? Harry nodded, relieved that his best friend wasn't jealous. How come you're a lord, Harry? I thought you had to be 17. He shrugged. Got it early. Neville chose that moment to regain consciousness. He blinked a few times when he saw Harry, then he seemed to understand, got up and bowed. Lord Black, it is an honor to meet you. Neville. Harry nodded respectfully. Please, address me by my first name. We are old friends. Thank you. His friend smiled. Dear Merlin, Harry, Dumbledore is going to have a fit. He isn't supposed to know yet. Please don't tell anyone. I won't be able to hide it forever, but I don't want the secret to come out just yet. Sure. They all agreed. Then who was going to proofread the letter, Harry? Hermione asked. Typically Hermione, to remember something like that after a shocking revelation. Harry smiled. My solicitor, he replied. How did you get a solicitor? Neville inquired. Who recommended him to you? Maybe he is dark, you have to be careful. Harry, it's okay. Neville, Sirius. Mother told me to hire him. He's okay. What? You have got to be kidding me. Hermione exclaimed. Of course I'm not, Harry said in a mock-offended tone. It appears that when you are respectful to her, she is quite nice. Then how are you going to get this to this solicitor person? Ron asked. It would take ages to owl them to London. Then back here and back to the ministry. Creature. Harry called out, smirking. Yes, Master. Master is calling Creature in the presence of his friends. Creature is not knowing if he should show himself. A voice whispered from somewhere in the common room. It's okay, Creature, I've informed them of my identity. The elf popped in sight and bowed. What is Master wanting of Creature? Hermione looked at him with a disapproving look in her eyes. Please, Hermione, I'm not forcing him to do anything. He wants to. Right, Creature. Yes, Missy. Creature is liking his master very much, sir. See? Harry asked hopefully. The girl just huffed and crossed her arms over each other. Lord Black sighed. Then he addressed his elf. Please take this to Mr. Jenkins, Creature. And please tell grandmother that I am okay. Yes, Master. Then the elf popped out. Grandmother? Ron asked confused. Serious mother. She insists. Harry replied. I didn't like it at first, but I'm used to it now. Merlin. You call the screeching portrait grandmother. That's hilarious. Ron laughed. The others joined in quickly, but Harry didn't mind. He was too happy that he didn't have too many secrets for his friends anymore. Headmaster Dumbledore was pacing through his office. Harry had been in contact with Lord Black, probably still was. He knew that the boy believed that the man wasn't dark, but how could he know for sure? That was impossible. He hadn't approached the Order yet, and so far Severus had had bad news. Draco had met the man, and from his report it seemed that Lord Black was about to turn dark. Of course Severus had added that he didn't know how much of the report was to be trusted. This Lord Black probably wasn't stupid. It was widely known that the Malfoys were dark, so for all they knew the man had lied. Besides, Draco would not like to come back to Voldemort with bad news, so who knew what else the man had said? No, there was only one option. He had to meet Lord Black in person. He reached for his quill. He had a letter to write. Blasted Potter. How was he supposed to know that the brat was being abused? Now he owed him a debt for Merlin's sake. If the boy was anything like his father, which he knew he was, no matter how much Potter tried to deny it, he would try to humiliate him as much as possible. And the worst thing was, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't even tell what had happened. He had to give it to Potter. That secrecy charm was good. He had tried nodding or shaking his head, tapping his foot a certain amount of times, or even blinking as a way of communication. But there was no way to tell anyone what had happened. He didn't like the boy, but he couldn't let the headmaster send him back to Petunia. They needed the brat to be strong to beat the Dark Lord. Not beat into a pulp with the wards crashing down when they least expected it. Someone knocked on his door. One of his Slytherins probably. With a huge effort he calmed down his fury and opened the door. "Hello, Professor. Could I talk to you for a moment?" his godson asked. "Of course, Mr. Malfoy," he answered formally, letting the boy in. He got a hug as soon as the door had closed. "Hey Uncle Sev, Draco," he said, allowing a small smile. "Please sit down. To what do I owe the pleasure?" "Well," the boy hesitated, "I need to talk to you about something, but you can't tell anyone." "Unless it is dangerous, I agree." Severus nodded. "It's about my meeting with Lord Black." Draco seemed really nervous. "What was this about?" "Yes, he told me that you are a spy, for Dumbledore's side." "How did he know that? And more important, was he going to tell anyone besides Draco?" He got nervous, tried to calm himself down, but failed. He knew that when the Dark Lord heard of this, he would be dead. And how would he know that? He managed to say without losing his temper. His godson admitted, "Is it true?" What to answer? Be truthful and risk it that. His godson went running to the Dark Lord. Or lie and lose his chance to turn the boy to the light side. What if it was? He asked in a very Slytherin way. "I wouldn't mind." Draco hesitated before continuing. "I'm not too sure what I want anymore. I used to accept that I would be a Death Eater one day without thinking about it really. I knew it was what my father wanted me to do and that was enough. But since that talk with Lord Black, as the man light, then," Severus asked, "this could be important." "I don't think so." Draco shook his head, he doesn't agree with either of them. That is mostly why he hasn't chosen sides yet. But he is too important to stay neutral. "Draco, what do you think that he is going to do?" Draco didn't answer. His godson knew something, he could tell, but if the boy didn't want to tell him, he wouldn't. It was impossible to pry a secret out of him. He wasn't the Slytherin prince for nothing. He could see every approach coming from miles away. "Now don't change the subject. Are you with Dumbledore?" "I won't tell. You are my godfather." Severus hesitated for just a moment longer before nodding in resignation. "Well, I'm not dark anymore either. I would ever be able to pass the final part of initiation." The boy confided in him. "What do you mean?" said Severus. "How did you learn what it entails?" "Your father wouldn't have told you, it is forbidden." "He didn't. Lord Black let me know. He wanted to make sure that I knew what I was doing." "I think he really cares, Uncle Sev. He offered me protection." He was surprised. How did the man know things about initiation? "I'm happy for you, Draco. You know that you can always talk to me when there is something wrong," he said. "I know, that's why I am here." "Why did you choose to follow Dumbledore?" "From what Lord Black told me about it. His theories are ridiculous." "I know, but better Dumbledore than the Dark Lord, Draco." "Is that the only reason?" the boy asked. "It is the most important one. He has you under an oath, doesn't he?" Severus shook his head. "No oath. It was close though. He had been young and foolish, accepting that deal. It had been his only way out, the only way to protect Lily, and if he broke the agreement, Dumbledore would immediately drop his support. Without that support, he would be in Azkaban almost immediately." It seemed as if Draco understood, because he nodded, got up from his seat and left his office, leaving Severus lost in memories. Edited for grammar and phrasing in 2021. Next chapter. The DA and letters being answered. Chapter 9. Chapter 9. The DA and a letter. The next few days the Golden Trio was incredibly busy. Harry was constantly making and structuring lesson plans for the advanced group of the DA and refused to let Ron and Hermione see them. "It wouldn't be fair if you knew them while the others don't," he had stated stubbornly, and, knowing their friend wouldn't tell if he didn't want to, the other two had been forced to leave it at that. That didn't mean that they were just sitting around and waiting for him to finish, though. Hermione was trying to draw up a new contract, one that was safer than the last, hopefully foolproof. Ron was trying to help her by suggesting original ways of approach. "That's enough, Ron," Hermione finally said exasperatedly. "You've been a great help, but I think I can handle it from here." Why don't you know? You should go and find the old DA members. Someone has to tell them that we are continuing the DA and how we are going to handle it this year. Can't we just use the old galleons for that? Ron questioned. Don't be stupid, Ron, how do we know if they still carry them? And even if they do, we can't pass messages, only dates and times. We have to speak with them in person. So reluctantly Ron had agreed. Armed with the Marauders map and the invisibility cloak for discretion, he shuffled out of the common room, but Harry could swear that he heard him mumble, "YD. Oh, I have the feeling that I am always stuck with the stupid jobs." And so it was that the next Saturday the room of requirement was filling up with students again. They were missing a few people of course, the 7th years who had graduated the year before, for starters, as well as Fred and George. Ron had also told him that a few Hufflepuffs had quit because Snape, no matter how reluctant Harry was to admit it, was a competent defense teacher. Especially ever since the incident during Harry's first class. It seemed that Snape had realized that Harry had an advantage in that debt and was trying not to give Harry any ideas. Don't think about that, you fool, he said to himself. He had been trying to pretend that particular incident had never happened. That way he could act cool as if it didn't bother him at all. Truth was that he almost felt like breaking down every time he thought about it. All those years of keeping it a secret, all that hard work for nothing. At least that little secrecy ward had worked. Or he thought it had, at least the press hadn't come out with a new embarrassing story yet. He could see the covers without any effort. Or another nickname perhaps, the boy who was abused. He shivered. Focus on the DA. He spoke sternly to himself. And to his great surprise it seemed that everyone was present and waiting for him to start. Welcome back, everyone, he said, managing a small smile. I'm really happy to see all of you here again. Snape might be slightly more competent than Umbridge. As if that's hard. Someone in his audience snorted and Harry smiled in agreement. Right. Anyway, Hermione, Ron and I still thought it useful to continue. I won't be limiting these meetings to just the group of you though. I'm planning to start a beginners group for anyone who wasn't in the DA last year. If you think that someone is trustworthy, you can run them by me and he or she will be allowed to join. I'll even open up to Slytherins. What? Why would you do that? That would be teaching the enemy. Smith exclaimed disdainfully. Not necessarily. Last year we got betrayed by Ravenclaw. He threw Cho an apologetic smile, and the same way, not every Slytherin is dark. We will give the light and neutral ones a chance, which brings me to the first point of our meeting. This year's system is more structured than last year's. If we want to open up to more students, things will have to be clear. We will vote on some rules. Smith groaned theatrically. Seriously, he questioned, we aren't making this too school-ish, right? Shut it, Smith, Neville said. You don't have to be here if you don't want to. Harry smiled at Neville. Thank you, he said. Now, if someone breaks these rules, I will hear of it, there is no doubt, and you don't want to know what will happen if you do. Understood. Everyone nodded gingerly as they saw how Harry released a fraction of his magic, letting it make his hair and robes billow around him. Great, he said happily, reining in his magic once more. So the first one, I want everyone to be civil to one another, no matter the house they are in. Who agrees with that? Every hand rose in the air, although Smith was the last one to do so. Still looking a little bit reluctant. I want to add that includes people outside of the DA. That goes for all these rules, by the way. You will be civil to every student in this school. If they want to be childish and call you names, that is their problem. You just ignore them and keep walking. Still agreed. Does that include Slytherins? Cherry Boot asked, cause sometimes they are really asking for it. Quote, Harry sighed. I know. You all know that I have problems with Draco Malfoy, but I'm planning to behave in the future. But what if they hex us? A small Hufflepuff asked. Can we defend ourselves? Quote, try to disarm and ask a prefect or a professor for help. I know that feels like snitching, but it is a lot safer than provoking them into using dark curses. Harry said resolutely. Do you agree? A few hands rose immediately, but some of the uctant. Oh come on. How old are you? Ginny exclaimed. Are you going to curse everyone you don't agree with once you finish Hogwarts too? That made everyone come around relatively quickly. That also brings me to a second point. I don't want anyone to walk through the corridors alone anymore. Stay together, at least 2 at a time. Girls preferably even more. Our strength is in numbers. Have you ever seen a Slytherin alone? They won't want to attack if there are a lot of you together. Tell the younger kids to do the same or escort them to places. They can't defend themselves as well, just yet. Thirdly, no laughing at people who don't manage a spell or potion immediately. They are trying, but not everyone is good at everything. Of course we don't laugh at people. Cho exclaimed indignantly. You don't always notice that you are doing so. Luna's dreamy voice answered. Raxperts will really confuse people into being mean. Sometimes. Luna is right. Harry nodded, earning an unbelieving look from Hermione. You don't always notice. Just try. Okay. Fine. Cho huffed, seeming a bit put out that he would take Luna's side over hers. Now this is a tricky one. I will ask you to participate in every meeting we have. There will be physical exercise as well and you will not always like them, but really, it is useful, okay? There was a general murmur of discontent, but people had stopped voicing their disagreement. They don't know what they are getting themselves into, Harry thought, resisting the urge to smirk in a very Slytherin way. A few rules later, Harry made everyone stand in a long row. We will repeat the spells we did last year. If there is one you still have difficulties with, I will post the lesson plan of the beginners group on the board. You can simply attend that lesson again if you want more practice, okay? That's a great idea. Ginny smiled. Thanks, it was Ron's idea actually. This time Harry couldn't resist the urge to smirk as Ginny looked at her brother in disbelief. Ron's ears went red in embarrassment. The rest of the meeting, they spent going through very spell they had covered the year before, and to Harry's great joy, there were only a few that needed refreshing. Mostly the Patronus, which made sense, really, since they had never finished that one. Great work everyone. Harry smiled as they all gathered around him again. Now I just need you to sign the contract and we'll be on our way. A nervous whisper spread around the room. Don't worry, I'll explain it to you first. Or I'll make Hermione explain anyway. He grinned, gesturing to his friend. Hi. So I tweaked the contract from last year. Basically once you sign, you won't be able to tell anyone what is going on inside the DA or that you are in a defense group period. You won't be able to say under Veritaserum, and even the strongest Legilimens will only see a blank spot. You won't be able to talk about it if someone's listening in. Not even Polyjuice will be able to help a stranger to get information. You will be able to talk to those who already know what you are about to say, but if someone misses a session, you won't be able to fill them in. Only Harry can talk about this group freely. Why him and not us? Smith remarked. Shut it, Smith, we wouldn't be able to invite new people if everyone was spelled silent. Cho sniped. That's right. Hermione smiled. So it makes it physically impossible to speak about it, rather than just punishing you if you did. If, however, you manage to find a way around it, let us know so we can fix it. If someone betrays us, you will not like the consequences, I can promise you that. The contract will know. So any questions? No. You will sign by spilling ink on your thumb and pressing it on the contract. Only Harry will be able to see which fingerprint belongs to whom. One by one, they came forward and signed the contract. Harry, this thing says, Defense Association. Weren't we Dumbledore's army? Cho asked. I decided that we aren't an army, we are just students. I will try to teach you how to defend yourself, I don't want the Ministry or Dumbledore to believe that they can force you to fight. Harry proclaimed fiercely. That is, if you agree of course. He added sheepishly as he realized his outburst. They all smiled and agreed. That's fine, Harry, I was just wondering. The Chinese girl said. Just before you leave, I just want to say that I would like everyone to take turns in teaching the beginners. That way you will get to know them, and I don't have the time to teach that much. Harry announced. Don't worry, I will help you and you won't have to prepare anything. Can Neville and Justin stay behind? I want them to do the first meeting. Does everyone still have his galleon? Yes. That's great. Then you are free to go now. Chatting happily, his advanced DA members left the room. Harry, are you sure? I'm not very confident that I will be able to teach, Neville said hesitantly. Of course you are, Harry said. We are starting with Expelliarmus. You had difficulties with that one in the beginning. So you know what they might struggle with and how they can improve, right? Neville nodded hesitantly. See, it will work out. I will explain the theory and show them, then you help them master the spell. I'll stay in the room, in a silenced area, and get some studying done. If something runs out of hand, I will be able to intervene. All right, great. And you, Justin? Justin Finch FL. Etchley stuck his chest forward in a pompous manner. Of course, Harry, I am happy to help. Brilliant. We are contacting a few new members tomorrow and we'll probably get some suggestions as well. Their first meeting will be next weekend. The advanced group will probably get back together this Wednesday. See you then. He then ushered the two boys out, closed the door and dropped down in a soft chair that had appeared in a corner. Phew. He sighed to Ron and Hermione. That was exhausting. So how did I do? Harry, where did all that confidence come from? You were amazing. You did great last year of course. But this was really nice. Hermione asked curiously. Grandmother insists that confidence is really important for a lord. She made me practice. A lot. Harry laughed. Well, it definitely worked. Ron said. What's next? Quote, I thought it would be nice to test the contract. Hermione started. I mean, check if Harry can see whose fingerprints are on the contract. Sure, Harry said, sitting up and reaching for the contract. What do I do? Just tap your wand at a fingerprint and say keys. Hermione explained. Harry followed her instructions and tapped a random print. The ink of the thumbprint changed into letters. Spelling Anthony Richard Goldstein. A few moments later it turned back into the fingerprint. That's amazing, Hermione. Did you see that? See what? Mate, nothing happened. Ron answered, looking at his friend as if checking if he was all right. We aren't able to see it, Ron, only Harry can. Hermione explained. But why? The Potter heir asked. You made the contract. Why can't you see it then? Quote, I tied it to you. You are the contractor, not me. The smart Gryffindor girl smiled. You should look at it like a Fidelius charm. You are our secret keeper. I figured it would be the safest. With you knowing occlumency and all. Harry was still amazed at his friend's brilliance sometimes. That's great, Hermione. Exactly what we need. Now what do I do with the contract? I don't want to leave it here anymore, it's what got us caught last time. I've been thinking about that. Ron admitted, we could just charm it to look like an old piece of parchment, you know, like the map. Even if someone were to know that it was a contract, they would still need the password to look at it, right? That's brilliant, Ron, Hermione exclaimed. Why didn't I think of that? You probably would have thought of it eventually, Ron mumbled. Now we still have to find the spell to do it. That shouldn't be hard. Harry grinned, scrunching up his face as if he was thinking hard. The room changed into a comfortable srge book collection. One book landed on the coffee table in front of them. There you are. He laughed. The book was titled, Hiding in Plain Sight by Geronimo Kettle. It didn't take long for the trio to find the spell. Now we still need to set a password. Hermione stated. Does anyone have an idea? I do. Harry said. What about Voldemort's end? Almost no one wants to say the name, so they wouldn't accidentally guess it or anything, and a Death Eater would sooner drop dead than saying it. Even hearing it makes their dark mark burn them for disrespect. Ron scrunched up his face in disgust. Really? That's why they call him the Dark Lord? Sick bastard. Then his face lit up. Can't we go and find Snape and have a lengthy conversation on about Snake Face just around the corner? Don't be so childish, Ronald. Hermione admonished. Professor Snape is on the good side, remember. Oh, right. Ron sighed in disappointment. I do like the password, Harry. I'll set it to that then. Afterwards, Harry rolled up the parchment and placed it in an inside pocket of his robe, next to the Marauder's map. Time for dinner, Ron announced. How would you know? You don't have a watch and I can't see a clock anywhere. Hermione rolled her eyes. Immediately they spotted one in the corner. Its hands pointed at 6. With a triumphant look Ron got up and marched to the door. Well, he said, tapping his foot impatiently at his dumbfounded friends, aren't you coming? The power of his stomach. Hermione mumbled as they made their way to the Great Hall. Most people were already seated by the time they were there. A few owls swept in as soon as the plates had cleaned themselves. Evening Post. Dennis Creevy announced as he did every night. He was always the first to spot them. One of the owls landed next to Harry. It bore the seal of the Ministry. Immediately he nudged his friends. Hermione gasped in excitement. "Well, open it, what are you waiting for?" Ron ushered. Harry broke the seal carefully and unfolded the heavy parchment. Heir Potter. After reading your letter concerning the Daily Prophet and the actions of Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge, I was shocked to say the least. I was never aware of the injustice done to your person and, by extension, to your most ancient and noble house. I promise you that a full investigation will be devoted to this. For that purpose, I would like to schedule a meeting to report your side of the facts in an official statement. The Ministry has the next Hogsmeade visit for students scheduled in 2 weeks. If you are available to meet one of our officials then, please send us a time by returning owl. Heir Potter, if I may ask, why did you not send this letter sooner? The Minister. Why would not have let Madame Umbridge stay at Hogwarts if they would have been aware of this information? Sincerely, Amelia Bones, Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Ministry of Magic. In a daze he passed the letter to Hermione, who shrieked in excitement as she read it. That's great, Harry, I'm so happy for you. He nodded without listening to what she was saying. He was stay calm, not to get angry and to keep his magic levels under control. Dumbledore knew about the blood quill, he was almost certain of it. He knew that Umbridge abused her power, he could have notified the Ministry and make it stop. If it would have stopped, McGonagall and Dumbledore would have been at Hogwarts when he had gotten his vision of Sirius and Sirius would have stayed alive. He had always blamed himself for Sirius' death. But apparently he wasn't the only one to have made a mistake. He should have had a way to communicate with the Order directly. Dumbledore had said that it existed. Wasn't he important enough to be allowed to use it? He saw attacks for Merlin's sake and he was their most important weapon. Anger was beginning to make his vision go red. His robes started to billow around him, his hair stood up straight, crackling with magic. The enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall clouded. Harry knew that he had to get out of there. He didn't want anyone to get hurt. With his last resolve, he stood up and forced himself to walk normally, not wanting to attract attention even more than he already had. He didn't notice how Hermione, Ron, Ginny and Neville threw each other concerned looks and went after him. He also didn't notice how a certain blonde Slytherin on the other side of the Great Hall was staring at him with great interest or how the headmaster was trying to make eye contact to find out what was going on. Harry started running as soon as he turned a corner. He ran straight to the Shrieking Shack, knowing that everything there could be destroyed. He closed the door behind him, warded all the entrances and finally let go. Every window that wasn't already broken, shattered. Furniture splintered or was blown against the wall. The floors croaked dangerously and the roof was quivering. Every fireplace in the rickety building lit up at the same time, burning without needing to be fueled by wood. He felt his eyes prickling, his ears seemed to be hypersensitive and he felt incredibly warm. As if he was about spontaneously combust. Then a small presence entered his mind, hissing softly for him to calm down, that everything would be okay. He refused to listen to it at first, but slowly he allowed himself to be calmed down. Centaur had slithered down and had wrapped himself around one of Harry's arms. "Are you okay, Master?" he hissed in concern. "Your anger was very great." "Yes, I am fine now. Thank you for helping me," Harry whispered back, his throat raw from screaming while he hadn't realized he had been doing so. "You should lie down for a while, Master. I will guard you and alarm you when someone tries to enter. You are safe here." "I think I will do that." Harry gave in. "Just don't let me sleep too long and please don't let anyone see you unless it is an emergency, okay? I want you to stay safe too." "Yes, Master." The snake hissed with an undertone of a smile that probably only very experienced parselmouths would be able to notice. He guided his young master to the next room, making him lie down on what was left of a bed. "S's sleep," he said once more, before wrapping himself around the boy's chest in protection. Harry felt himself grow even more tired before a feeling of safety spread through his body and he finally fell asleep. Edited in 2021 for grammar and phrasing. Sincerely, Dalsickenbrio. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Explanations and a Fight. When Harry woke up the next morning, he felt terrible. He was quite used to having sore muscles, being a Quidditch player and the Dursleys' personal house elf, but this was definitely even worse. He tried to sit up, but his arm twisted as soon as he put weight on it and he fell back down onto the mattress. "Good morning, Master," Centaur hissed. "How are you feeling?" "Like I got hit by the Hogwarts Express." Harry grunted. "You should get up, Master. The other humans are worried. They have been trying to break your magic walls to get in, but they did not succeed," said Centaur. "Do you Ian that even Dumbledore couldn't break my wards?" Harry hissed in surprise. "What happened yesterday anyway? Why am I feeling like crap?" Centaur hissed in disapproval at his language. Harry rolled his eyes. "You unleashed nearly all of your magic, Master. You couldn't control it any longer." "My master is very strong," he hissed in admiration. "Did anyone notice?" Harry said, panicking. "I don't want anyone to know that I've been training." Quote, "They noticed that something was wrong when you ran out of the food room and the bearded one didn't understand why he couldn't break your magic walls, but they did not see any effects of the outburst," Centaur informed him, making Harry relax a little. "The large human is still waiting outside for you to wake up and come out, Master. Perhaps you should talk to him. It is none of their business. But they are concerned about your health." "Of course." Harry sighed, then winced as he tried to get up again. "But do you have any suggestions on how I should get up?" If he wouldn't, he could have sworn that the snake chuckled. "I will help you, Master. Close your eyes." The boy did so. "Imagine your magic inside of you. Use the mind magics to find it." Ari focused on his occlumency shields and turned inwards to find his magical core. It looked healthy as ever, even though he would have thought it to be damaged somehow by yesterday's outburst. "It was not your magic that was strained, young Master, but your body," Centaur explained as if guessing what Harry was thinking. "It cannot handle your entire magic reserve yet. You should let your magic help you. Make it flow into the muscles to heal." As soon as he did so, he immediately felt it take effect. A warmth soaked his entire body in comfort, glowing even through his closed eyelids before collecting itself back in his core. He felt a lot better now. "Thank you." He smiled at his familiar. "My pleasure, Master," the snake answered before uncoiling its body and slipping back underneath Harry's robes. "I am hidden now, Master. You can go outside." "Okay," Harry said, while casting a spell to remove the crinkles out of his robe. They had decided that it would be unwise for Harry to be seen with a snake familiar. Definitely because Draco might recognize him, even though he didn't know what Harry had done to his mark. "Ari," Hagrid exclaimed as soon as he exited the shrieking shack. "'Ow are ye feelin'? Are ye alright?" Ye ran from the great hall like Summit was chasing her. "I'm fine, Hagrid." Harry smiled. "I just got an upsetting letter, that's all." "Well, if you say so," said Hagrid. "Dumbledore asked me to get her, he did. Was worried out of his mind, if I may say so." "Couldn't get in the shack." He looked at Harry with a curious look in his eyes. "How did manage that anyway?" "I have no idea." Harry sighed honestly. They arrived at the headmaster's office. Luckily Hagrid knew the password, for the Potter heir was not really in the mood to play the guess the sweet game. "Ah, Harry, my dear boy. Thank you, Hagrid, for bringing him in." The half-giant smiled and waved before leaving again. "I think I speak for most of the teachers as well as your friends. I say that we were very worried last night, Harry." "What got you so upset?" "I merely received some troublesome mail, Headmaster. You don't have to worry about it," Harry said politely. Dumbledore's eyes widened. "Was it from Lord Black? By any chance?" "It wasn't, actually," the raven-haired boy said in an even tone. "Would you mind informing me what it was about then, my dear boy?" the man asked, playing with some loose strands of his beard. "You almost lost control of your magic." Normally Harry would refuse to answer that question, but since it would come out anyway, he could use this opportunity to gain some more trust from the old man. "It was from the ministry. I issued a complaint against Umbridge for what she did to me last year," he said quietly. "You did? Was that absolutely necessary, Harry?" Dumbledore admonished. "I know that she wasn't really nice, but you could have left the matter alone now." "I couldn't, Headmaster. where she not only repeatedly questioned my honor, she also used a most illegal object on me and, as I heard from several sources, on some other students. Was it just him, or did Dumbledore look genuinely puzzled? He frowned in confusion. I am afraid that I am missing something here, he admitted. She called me a liar, Professor, Harry explained, and there was the fact that she made students write lines with a blood quill. She did what? The headmaster asked. He suddenly didn't look like the fragile old man anymore. This was the only man Voldemort was afraid of, and Harry could almost see the powerful magic pulsing through Dumbledore's veins. She used a blood quill. Professor, am I to understand that you weren't aware of this? He asked. How was that even possible? Of course I was not aware. The headmaster said quietly. I see. I no believe you would thinks this of me. I would not let my students come to harm. I see. Harry wasn't impressed. Several students tried to tell their heads of houses, but they were ignored. Instead they came to me. Or at least the children of the DA did, and Hermione found a way to ease the pain. We were the only ones they could turn to, Professor. Do you understand why I got angry when I read that she could have been sent away for those facts? That if someone would have reported this, so many children could have been spared the pain. That Sirius could have been alive. He ended in a small voice, mentally berating himself for getting angry again. Dumbledore crumbled in his seat, looking up at Harry with teary eyes. I have wronged you yet again, my boy. Perhaps, headmaster, but this time, it wasn't just me that got hurt. Smoothly he rose from his chair. Now, if you will excuse me, like you said, my friends are probably worried about me. Of course, the professor said. He gestured to the door. Harry could see the old headmaster was genuinely distraught. Harry nodded in goodbye. Before leaving, Harry turned to the perch where Fawkes was sitting and gave the phoenix a small smile. The beautiful creature flew onto his shoulder and nudged his head against Harry's wild hair, as if asking permission to preen him. Another time, Fawkes, he whispered. The headmaster needs you now. Fawkes let out a cry in agreement, and as Harry left the office, the phoenix started a comforting song. Are you all right? Hermione asked, worried, as he joined them for breakfast. You were gone for a long time. I'm fine, thanks. Just needed some space. Of course, mate. Ron nodded. Are you accepting the meeting? I am, Harry confirmed. I'll send off an owl as soon as we finish here. He felt eyes in his back and turned to spot Draco Malfoy staring at him. The blonde looked away as soon as he noticed what was going on there. He hoped the boy would send Lord Black a letter if something was bothering him. Sometimes it could be nice to be two people at once. We should prepare for this, you know, Hermione said. Why don't we go and find some books on wizarding law after breakfast? That's not necessary, Hermione. I do have a solicitor, remember. We still should, she said stubbornly. What if you say something that gets you into trouble, or if you can't get everything worded nicely? We have to practice the conversation. No, we don't, Harry answered. Hermione, I have already studied some of this, you know that. Harry, this isn't the moment to get all laid back. This is important. I know, he said, gritting his teeth. But my solicitor and I will be fine. I have already told him to schedule an appointment to go over this. Fine then. She huffed. So, what time are we meeting them? What do you mean? Harry said, genuinely confused. Neville looked at Hermione, trying to gesture to stop talking. Well, the meeting with the ministry officials, of course. In 2 weeks. But at what time? I would suggest around 2 p.m. in the Three Broomsticks, that way I can still pick up those books I ordered. Hermione, you are not coming with me to the meeting, Harry said, trying to keep his cool. What? Why not? I could give some extra information if you leave anything out. I still have that list of injured students. I don't need a list, Hermione, I know who was injured. This is something I need to do alone. That is the end of this conversation. Ron looked back and forth between his two best friends. Harry almost never argued. He knew this would get bad really fast. Neville, he whispered desperately, but the Longbottom heir shook his head. This is up to Harry. So you are going to be selfish now? Hermione shrieked in anger. After all I did to help last year. This isn't about you, okay? Harry said, also losing his temper. They won't take me seriously if you are there to interrupt my every word and offend them. I wouldn't do that. You would. You don't know anything about Wizarding Society, Hermione. You are not coming. That is not true, the witch said, raising her voice slightly. I have read about it a lot. You'll know more than you do. I know how to behave. You don't, Harry said, and this completely proves my point. After that he got up, nodded to the purebloods that were watching the scene and left the Great Hall. Now you've done it, Ron mumbled to Hermione. They done it. It was he who didn't want my help and called me names. He didn't call you names, Hermione. And, well, he was sort of right. Ron whispered hesitantly. What is that supposed to mean? She shrieked. Ron looked at Neville in obvious despair. Fine. Neville massaged his temples, trying to find the right words. Hermione, Harry was right. He has to do this alone. They would never respect him as an heir if you were there to talk for him. But I have always helped Harry with things like that. What's wrong about that? You are not going to like this. Neville warned. Hermione nodded impatiently. It's because you are Muggleborn. Neville held up his hand so she wouldn't start yelling before he finished. You weren't raised here and you don't know about traditions. But Harry, I know. Harry grew up with Muggles as well, but he studied Heir books, he knows them by heart. He was tutored and he is supposed to take up Wizengamot seats next year. He knows what he is doing. I didn't know that, Hermione mumbled. I know you didn't. That is what Harry was trying to say. You try to help him, but you will probably offend people because you don't know some things. Because you can't possibly know some things. You have been doing it all year, you know. What do you mean? She asked, trying to understand. Well, just now you kept going. Even though Harry made it clear he didn't want to discuss this any longer. He outranks you, Hermione. You should have stopped right there if you wanted to prove that you knew what you were doing. Hermione covered her face. Furthermore, you read his mail last night, you shouldn't have done that. He didn't realize he was giving it to you and you know it. Then the is your criticism about house elves being slaves, which is unfounded cause they need a master to survive. Dobby is probably tied to Harry already, even though Harry doesn't acknowledge it. Then, you tried to tell him off for defending his honor in class. Do I need to go on? I suppose not. Hermione sighed, almost crying now. But why didn't he say anything? How would you have reacted, Hermione? Ron asked softly. He was trying to let you be yourself, but you kept overstepping boundaries. I suppose he decided to draw the line when it came to politics. The girl nodded in dismay. Fine then. He can go to that meeting by himself. Neville was trying really hard not to laugh. As if Harry needed her permission. She was acting like she was doing him a huge favor by allowing him to go. This would probably not be the last time they had this conversation. So Potter and Granger had finally had that fight, Draco observed. He had been wondering how long that would take. The mudblood was obviously not aware of how she was acting. He was curious about that upsetting letter, though. What could be going on in Potter's perfect little world? Deciding to honor his agreement with Lord Black, he wrote a letter that night to inform him of the unusual occurrence. He hadn't wanted to admit it, of course, but this whole week of being neutral had been nice. The younger years still let him pause when he came across them in the hallways, but they didn't run in fear. They respected him now. He added that into the letter as well. The man had said that they were a real family, so it should be okay. And it was not like he could write this to his father. How stupid that would sound. Dear father, I have decided to like mudbloods from now on. Oh, and by the way, I'm questioning my loyalty too. The Dark Lord and I had my initiation mark removed. Love, Draco. Yeah, that would go well. He was supposed to meet Lord Black again the next weekend and he still hadn't made his mind up completely, yet. But things were becoming more clear by the day. He would be ready, he was sure of it. Harry had run straight up to the dormitory. He had known this was coming, but he had wanted to postpone it for as long as possible. Now he could only hope that Hermione would actually understand. Creature popped into the room. Master, he said, bowing low, a letter was delivered this morning, sir. Thank you, Creature. If that is all, yes, Master. The elf said, bowing again before disappearing. Harry recognized the fine script as that from the headmaster. Curious, he broke the seal and read through it. After reading it, he couldn't resist smirking. Dumbledore had decided not to wait for him to make a move any longer and had gone ahead and called a Wizengamot meeting, stating it was about possible protections that were needed because of the war. Since he had a seat there as Lord Black, he was required to attend. A smart way to meet him without raising suspicion, only Harry had seen straight through his methods. Oh, he would still go, but he would be prepared. Dumbledore wouldn't know what hit him. Now he had to focus on the DA. He had known that it would take a lot of time to start it up again. Some people had apparently already suggested some people who were trustworthy to join last night while he was out, and Hermione had dutifully written them down on loose slips of parchment. Though, they were now scattered on his bed while he was trying to sort them by year and house. There were 25 suggested Gryffindors, 20 from Ravenclaw, 21 were Hufflepuffs, and to his surprise there were even 3 Slytherin names written down. After checking their names, he did notice that they seemed to be related to current members of the DA. He gathered the pieces of parchment and put them in his box of secrets so no one would be able to find them. Next he picked up his invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map and exited the tower to find his possible new members. Soon, he spotted a small group of red dots that were all suggested candidates. They were in the company of Colin Creevey, so he could suspect who exactly had suggested them. From the looks of it on the map, they were sitting by the large willow tree by the lake. Since there was no one else around them, Harry thought it would be a nice place to start. Taking various hidden passages, it didn't take him long to get there. He snuck behind them and tried to listen in. They were just talking about homework, but it seemed like it was quite the clever bunch. "Hi Colin," Harry said, taking off his cloak. "I expect that you know why I am here." "Harry, nice to see you." Colin beamed. Then he turned to his friends. "Everyone, this is Harry Potter." "Harry, these are Andrew Cleevely." A dark-haired boy nodded politely. Terence Fogarty, a blonde, looked at him shrewdly. Harry smiled uncomfortably, and Thomas Paley. The boy completing the quartet had blonde hair and looked like he wanted to get up and ask his autograph right away. Harry took a deep breath. "Nice to meet you guys. May I sit down?" he asked politely. "Of course, Heir Potter," Andrew answered in a dignified manner. Harry did so and studied the boy for a while. "You must be the Cleevely heir. Please call me Harry," he invited. The family was a known light one. "Andrew," the boy stated, now smiling lightly. "I came here to ask you something." He started, looking at all of them. "You might know that Colin was in a defense group last year." The boys nodded hesitantly. "That's okay. After it was disbanded there was no reason for Colin not to tell." "Don't worry. They looked relieved and Colin beamed up at him again. "I wanted to ask for you to join this year. That is, if you are interested." "Brilliant," Thomas and Andrew exclaimed. "That would be so cool." "What would we learn?" Terence asked. "Maybe we should wait to agree until we know what we are getting ourselves into," he explained, looking at his friends in a way that sent them looking sheepishly. RRY was strongly reminded of Hermione and smiled. He continued to explain what he wanted to achieve and clearly stated that they would be in the beginners group until the rest of the members. In the end, they all agreed and signed the contract. "Welcome then," Harry said. "I will make sure you get a galleon by the end of the week. I'll see you at the first meeting." He then got his cloak back on and disappeared from sight. The boys started to whisper fervently right away and Harry couldn't help but frown a little. This shouldn't be necessary. They were so happy to join, but if there wouldn't be a war, this group wouldn't even exist. He just hoped that he was making the right choice. He got the map out again and looked for the next group to convince. By the end of the weekend he had talked to all of the candidates. Most of them had joined, but there were a few that had dismissed him quite clearly, stating that they didn't want anything to do with him or the war. To his great joy, 2 of Slytherins had accepted his invitation and even suggested a few more to join. So now the new DA counted 9 Slytherin members and Harry had hopes for more to join during the week. Just before going to bed on Sunday night, a second year approached him in the common room. The boy handed him a scroll, telling him the headmaster had asked him to hand it to Harry. "Thanks, Jason," he said. "I'll see you at the DA," he added in a whisper. The kid lit up at being recognized. Yes, Captain. He nodded happily. Captain. Harry wondered. Why would the boy call him that? It was true that he had accepted the Quidditch captain position that weekend when McGonagall had asked. It would have been suspicious if he had declined after all, no matter how busy he already was. But why would someone not on the team call him that? He asked Neville while he was changing and the guy grinned. Didn't you hear? Some of the younger members of the DA felt uncomfortable just calling you Harry, so they started to call you that. Everyone has pretty much picked it up already. I just asked them to join yesterday. The mill goes fast around here. Neville shrugged. By the way, do you know where Ron is? I haven't seen him all weekend. Harry asked, feeling a little bit guilty by just noticing now. In the library with Hermione. She's been researching ever since you had that argument. Neville supplied hesitantly. After curfew? Harry asked unbelievingly. The Longbottom heir shrugged. Apparently so. They are prefects, so technically they are allowed to break curfew. Something about their duties consuming a lot of time. So they get more time to study by an extended curfew. I don't completely get it either. But they are allowed. Harry nodded in understanding. Good night. He added when Neville closed his curtains. Good night, Captain. Quote. Edited for grammar and phrasing in 2021. Coming up. Wizengamot and perhaps something else, that is for me to know and for you to see. Sincerely, Dulcicambrio. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Voldemort strikes. The following morning, Harry realized that in all his confusion about the captain thing, he had forgotten to open the headmaster's scroll. It contained an invitation to come to his office that evening to talk about the incident from the day before. While Harry really wasn't in the mood to have that conversation again this soon, he still felt he had to accept. He could think all he wished. But the man was still his headmaster. He only hoped that Dumbledore had calmed down enough to talk about it in a normal way and that he wouldn't try and prevent him from going through with the investigation. It was with these thoughts that he climbed the stairs to the headmaster's office that night, feeling very smug with himself for remembering the password Hagrid had given the day before. Even after all these busy proceedings. Ah, Harry, my boy. Please come in. Dumbledore invited as Harry was about to knock. Harry entered, not for the first time wondering how the headmaster knew he was there. I wanted to come back to what you told me yesterday. The older man started. I do apologize for not noticing anything earlier. I do not want to make excuses. But you have to believe me when I say that I did not know of Dolores Umbridge's more malicious tendencies. The Potter heir nodded curtly. I believe you, Professor, but I am not sure if I can forgive you just yet. It had just too many bad consequences. He resisted the urge to look down sadly and focused on the man's gold-rimmed glasses instead, carefully evading actually meeting the old blue eyes. The man sighed sadly, but nodded in understanding. I can live with that, my boy. Is there perhaps anything else you wanted to talk to me about? Harry suggested after a brief moment of silence. I wanted to ask if there was anything I could do on the matter. Dumbledore admitted. I am responsible for my professors and therefore I would like to do anything to help set it right. Currently I have everything under control. Harry said, smiling in appreciation of the offer. I have my solicitor looking in on the case. That does remind me, it would help if you would give me permission to meet him. I would likely have to leave Hogwarts one evening to do so. While he could see that Dumbledore wasn't happy about him leaving school grounds at all, he could hardly forbid him after the offer he had just made. He had to resist smiling in pride as the man nodded reluctantly. Of course, Harry, as long as you are going somewhere safe. Are you sure you can trust this man? I am, Professor, the youth said curtly, refusing to give any more information on the subject. He knew that the man was just concerned, but he would handle this on his own. He did not want Dumbledore to, accidentally, stumble in on the meeting. Would this Friday be all right? He requested. Certainly. I will let Minerva know that you have my permission to leave. The headmaster smiled. If there is nothing else, Professor. It is getting quite late and I still have homework to complete. Yes, maybe just before you go, Harry. I noticed you and Miss Granger had a small falling out this weekend. Is everything all right? Merely a difference in opinion, sir. Nothing to worry about, Harry said politely, effectively brushing the headmaster's meddling off. He then got up and wished him good night, leaving for Gryffindor Tower. On the way back he couldn't resist smiling widely. The headmaster had given him permission to leave the entire evening that Friday, the exact evening of the Wizengamot meeting. He would have enough time to talk with his solicitor before and after, thus ensuring that Dumbledore wouldn't suspect a thing. And without lying a single time, he felt quite proud of himself for acting this Slytherin. He was still smiling when he bumped into a scowling Snape who came billowing around the corner way too fast. "Watch it, Potter," the man snapped. 10 points from Gryffindor for not watching where you are going. "I apologize, Professor," Harry said, getting back to his feet. "I can assure you that I did not hurt myself at all, this time." "Truly, I hope that you are all right as well." He grinned inside his head as the man paled at the subtle hint to the debt he still owed. "I'm fine, Potter," Snape said, trying not to sound angry. "I apologize for bumping into you." He then straightened out his robes and walked on. Yes, Harry thought to himself, sometimes life was very nice. Since people kept approaching him about Quidditch tryouts, Harry had put up a notice in the Gryffindor common room, announcing that they would be on Sunday and to leave him alone about the subject until then. For some reason everyone seemed to obey that request. Well, everyone except, "Oh, come on, Harry. You must have some idea on who you are putting on the team already," Ron whispered urgently. "For the millionth time, Ron, no. I am going to wait until after I've seen the tryouts before I even start thinking about it." Harry hissed back, trying to keep quiet. Binns might be ignorant to people not paying attention in his class, he still wasn't deaf. "But are you keeping the current members? Oh, or are you looking for an entire new team?" Ron was not what you called subtle, Harry thought to himself, while trying to ignore his best just ask if he could stay on. He would never know, but that was Ron for you. "Honestly, Ron," he said when he couldn't take it anymore, "I am happy with the current team members, but if someone comes along who is even better, I might switch around, all right? You are a great keeper. But everyone gets a chance. Will you stop going on about it now?" Yes, sorry, Harry," Ron said, his ears becoming red in embarrassment of being caught. Harry shook his head in amusement and snickered softly. Hermione shot him an indignant look at the sound, then caught Harry looking at her and immediately whipped around again, taking notes once more. She insisted that she was not angry with him. But Harry didn't really believe her. He just hoped that she would be all right with the situation if she had enough time to let it sink in. It wasn't fair. She didn't know how hard it was and he couldn't explain it to her. The only way to understand was to live through it yourself, and that was impossible. Wait, was it impossible? He had the feeling that he had just had the most brilliant idea ever. "Harry, are you all right? You look very creepy," Neville whispered hesitantly. "I'm fine, thanks, Neville." "You want to do what?" Hermione asked unbelievingly when they finally sat down in the common room that night. "I told you that I couldn't take you with me to the ministry meeting, right?" Harry explained. Hermione nodded hesitantly. "Well, if I simply use a pensieve afterwards, you could still be there." He beamed. "It wouldn't be completely the same, though, would it?" She asked slowly. "I won't actually be there and they won't hear me if I want to say something." I know. Harry nodded. "But I could explain what their reaction would be and I can tell you what I am saying and why, right?" "I suppose. A little more enthusiasm, please." Harry grinned. The girl looked over to Ron and Neville, who were both nodding in agreement. Hermione sighed in defeat. "Fine then. If it makes you happy, I'll view the memories with you afterwards." "Great," Harry exclaimed. He was sure that the girl would understand after having been in a meeting herself. "We have planned this carefully. If anything goes wrong, it will be your responsibility, Lucius." Ari promised the Death Eater, kneeling in front of him in a high and cool voice. "Yes, Master, everything will go as planned," the man said, trembling. Harry couldn't help but smile at the sight of his loyal follower in fear of him. As soon as he noticed that this was a vision, Harry slammed down his occlumency shields. Unfortunately, this only gave him a feeling of distance, but did not allow him to wake up or retreat from Voldemort's mind. He was forced to see a gruesome scene unfold before his eyes. Although Voldemort did not really act in the raid himself, he did position himself on a hill top with oversight of the entire Muggle village. Little children were tortured, women were raped and the men were killed in a horrific manner after witnessing it all. And to Harry's own abhorrence, He still wondered how the ministry would be able to cover this mess up. After the entire town had been burned down to the ground, Voldemort finally released his hold on Harry's mind and the teen was allowed to wake up in his own curtained bed at Hogwarts. The first thing he did was to throw up violently over the edge of his bed. Immediately Ron was beside him. "Mate, are you all right? Are you ill?" Harry shook his head, still trembling a little. Ron's eyes widened in understanding. He lowered his voice and whispered, "A vision." "Yes, I should probably inform Dumbledore," he whispered painfully. "Do you want me to come with you?" Ron asked concerned. Harry hesitated. He really didn't want to be alone right now, but on the other hand he wouldn't want Ron to hear this. It was up to his friend to decide, he said to himself. Then he nodded. "If you don't mind." "Of course not." Ron smiled. "Come on then." As they stumbled through the dark castle, their footsteps seemed to echo in a way that made Harry glad that he wasn't going alone. Not that he had minded before, but the terrible murders were still replaying in his mind. So when he saw a man in dark robes appear in the corridor, he hawked his wand out and pointed at the person in the blink of an eye. "Potter, what do you think you are doing? Put that wand down immediately." The familiar voice snapped viciously. "Thinking you are above the rules again. Breaking curfew like some foolish first year. You always thought you were above anyone else, didn't you? We are on our way to Dumbledore." Ron interrupted the man's tirade. "That's Headmaster Dumbledore to you, Weasley. And what makes you think that you can storm into his office in the middle of the night?" Harry had a vision. Ron snapped, "And he isn't feeling well, so just shut it, okay? 10 points from Gryffindor. Watch your mouth, Weasley." Snape sneered. "I shall escort you to the headmaster's office. Then we will see about your story." Walking with the bat from the dungeons didn't make Harry feel safer, so he kept his hand on his wand until they were safely in the round-shaped office. The moment they stepped through the door, Fawkes landed on his shoulder and sang a comforting tune. "Harry, my boy, what is wrong?" Dumbledore asked, coming through a hidden door in the back of the office. The man was wearing sleeping robes with sparkling stars and moons and looked as if he had been asleep just moments before. "I had a vision, Headmaster," Harry said tiredly. Immediately, Dumbledore looked more alert. "What happened, Harry? What did you see?" So Harry started his explanations with Lucius Malfoy bowing to him. When he spoke of the moment in which he brought down his occlumency shields, Snape made a snorting noise, but Harry ignored him and continued his story. When he wanted to start on his descriptions of torture, Dumbledore stopped him. But instead of asking more details of the vision, he said, "Are you quite all right, my dear boy?" Harry nodded, startled. "Yes, of course, I'm fine." "No, he is not," Ron said. Harry snapped his head aside in surprise. He had almost forgotten his friend was there. The redhead was looking decidedly pale and slightly nauseous. "He threw up almost immediately after he woke up and I practically had to carry him here. He is not doing fine." Harry smiled at his friend and said, "I know, Ron, and thanks for helping me, but I am doing better now." "Honest?" Ron nodded in acceptance, but he still looked a bit wary. Still, the Potter heir was happy that he was willing to drop it. He knew that the boy was just looking out for him. "Harry, I know that this is difficult. And I hate that you had to see this, but could you perhaps provide the memory for us?" The headmaster asked softly. Harry knew that Dumbledore was asking to see his memory of the raid in a pensieve, so he brought his wand to his temple and focused on the attack, feeling like he could throw up once more. To his credit, Dumbledore didn't ask how he knew the way to catch a memory, but simply got out his pensieve so he could store it. When Ron also made to touch the liquid, Harry stopped him. "Ron, I won't tell you what to do, but are you sure you want to see this?" His friend swallowed and looked at him. "I know that this will be difficult, but we are in a war. I think that I need to see what I am fighting for," he said bravely, making Harry smile softly. "All right then, but in that case I am coming too," he announced. Ron looked startled. "But you already saw this once. You don't have to see it again," he protested. "I'm not letting you do this alone, Ron. I'll watch it again if I have to," he answered resolutely. Snape looked vaguely disgusted, but Dumbledore merely smiled and invited them to touch the memory. Harry felt that all the stares were directed at him while they watched the scene unfold. Voldemort threatening, Lucius groveling, and then the torture. Snape looked extremely interested when the moment of his occlume. NCY came up and inspected Harry shrewdly. He, in turn, was not paying attention to his potions professor. His best friend was doing okay. Ron was completely horrified and Harry barely managed to conjure a bucket before the redhead got sick. Finally they could get out of the memory. Immediately, Snape grabbed his chin, forcing his eyes on his own, and Harry felt him enter his mind. This time, he did know what to do, however, and he immediately held him out. The probing got harsher, even violent, but Snape didn't even come close to entering his mind, so eventually he gave up. How did you learn? The man demanded after he abandoned his try. You were horrible at this and now you can keep me out. Did Lord Black teach you, Harry? Dumbledore asked. Harry glared at him for spilling that little detail and shrugged. You were in contact with that man. Snape exclaimed. Why didn't you tell the Order, Headmaster? We have been trying to get more information on that man for months. Harry did not wish to divulge any information. Dumbledore answered quietly. I could not convince him to do otherwise. Snape looked as if he was going to start a tirade any minute now, and he really wasn't in the mood. Professor, may we go now? He asked quickly. Of course, my boys. The old man smiled. Harry felt Ron's eyes on him the entire way back to Gryffindor Tower. How do you stand it, mate? Seeing things like that all the time? He eventually asked. The Potter heir shrugged. It's not as if I really got a choice, right? I suppose, Ron said, averting his eyes awkwardly. Harry suspected that his friend was finally beginning to understand how being him wasn't all that perfect, and, while he did not enjoy how it came to be, he did feel somewhat relieved. Perhaps he wouldn't have to try as hard not to step on his toes in the future. Then he couldn't help but sigh. If only Hermione would come around as well. He really missed her, and though he hoped he had found the solution with the pensieve idea, he could never be certain. It was with those things on his mind that he finally fell back asleep. Harry had scheduled the first DA for the beginners group that Wednesday. Although he knew how many people had been interested, he was still a little surprised at seeing the new group in its whole. One by one, they entered the room of requirement, looking around curiously and awed. Some of them as young as second years. They had decided not to invite first years, lest they keep the older students back too much, all the way up to those who were in their last year of Hogwarts. After H.E. had made sure that everyone on his list was present, he addressed his members. Good evening, everyone. I'm glad you could all make it tonight for your first DA meeting. Before we start, I want to explain what I hope to accomplish with you this year. This semester we are going to spend catching up with those from the advanced group. Don't worry, when I see that you are ahead, I will invite you to join them early. We will start with basic spells and defenses and move up to more complicated things, like the Patronus Charm. Some appreciative murmurs rose from his audience. Besides just spells, we will also work on physical improvement. I know that it doesn't seem important at first, but the condition of your body will have impact on your capacities as a dueler and even the levels of your magic. He explained when some people groaned. He also repeated the rules that he expected them to obey, even outside the DA, and eventually introduced Neville and Justin. They will be taking over the practical side of today's session. He told them, I really want to help, but I don't have enough time to lead every meeting. I will always be here and you can ask me if you can't manage something. You have to understand that I am also a student, Quidditch captain and the heir to Potter House, so I will be extremely busy. The physical meetings will always be on me, and as will the advanced group. That you will probably be able to join by next term. Is that okay? He asked hesitantly, when people looked a little disappointed. Don't be like that, a deep voice from the left side announced. People looked around to see Richard Skye, a seventh year, who was looking at them with a frown. It's extremely generous that Potter even wants to teach at all. He is under no obligation to. If Potter trusts these people to able to teach us as well, why should we complain? We all agreed to listen to his orders, right? Everyone mumbled in agreement. Then we should listen to this part too. Harry Lieutenant a little overwhelmed at the massive agreement that came after this statement and smiled at Sky in thanks. They are all yours, Captain. And that cemented the nickname for the entire beginners group. And not to Harry's surprise, Neville and Ernie did brilliantly. It took Harry about 15 minutes to explain the theory behind the Expelliarmus and basic Protega charms in about 3/4 of the group had both of them mastered within the next hour and a half. In the meantime, Harry completed his charms and transfiguration essays, so all in all it was a very productive evening. He only had to intervene once, after half an hour, and that was to take the 8 7th years apart after they all managed both of the spells early. He told them to attend the next advanced meeting so he could see where they stood and then sent them away. Nice work, everyone. He congratulated his exhausted members afterwards. And thank you, Neville and Justin, for a job well done. All the students gave them a small round of applause that made the boys blush. Then he handed out the fake galleons. These will tell you when the next meeting will take place. Be sure not to spend them by accident. Now, the next time we will see each other will be for the physical training. The advanced group will be there as well, since you both start for the first time. Make sure to dress casually, your uniforms will not be practical at all. Ask a Muggleborn what to wear if you are not sure. Good evening. Every member stayed behind for a while to thank him and to shake his hand with a mumbled, "Good night, Captain," before they left. Great job, you guys, Harry said to Neville and Ernie after they all had gone. That was some amazing teaching I saw over there. Well, we were just trying to help, Ernie said shyly. No need to be modest. Harry smiled. I'm serious. Almost all of them got the spells already. But they were the easy ones. Neville protested. And there were some very young members right here, most of whom mastered the spells as well. Harry said sternly. Don't sell yourself short, Neville. You did great. Then he turned to Justin. Let's walk you down to your common room. I meant what I said about not walking alone. The boy smiled in thanks, but then seemed to realize something. But, Harry, I'm not sure. I mean, isn't the common room supposed to be, well, secret? Harry laughed wholeheartedly. Perhaps, but I already know where it is, so it doesn't really make a difference, now does it? Ernie looked stunned. How would you know? The Potter heir winked playfully. I have my ways. He smiled. Now come on, we don't want to break curfew. Edited for grammar and phrasing in 2021. Next chapter. Wizengamot, definitely, and meeting with the Mr. Jenkins the solicitor. Sincerely, Dulcicambrio. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. The Wizengamot. Are you sure that you've got everything? Hermione urged for the last time when Harry came down his dorm's staircase. It was Friday night. Harry was getting ready to leave for the ministry. I'm sure, Hermione. Harry smiled, patting his shrunken bag in the front pocket of his Hogwarts uniform. It contained his official Wizengamot robes with the black family crest on them and the file with information that he needed to explain his plans. For the meeting with his solicitor he didn't really need anything, but he was still planning to bring his school bag to have some extra parchment and quills around, should it be necessary. Well, good luck then, Ron said uncomfortably. Neville just smiled in encouragement. You'll do fine, you have done all your preparation. You know that. Harry nodded and swallowed, that it would lessen his nerves somewhat. Then he squared his shoulders and picked up his bag. See you all later, he said with a cheery wave. The common room yelling some goodbyes at him. Neville was the only one to come with him down the stairs. Harry would have preferred to go alone, but he could hardly force the entire DA to go around in pairs. To break his own rule immediately after. Mr. Potter, right on time. Professor McGonagall smiled as they entered her office. I'm sure that the headmaster let you know that you could use my flow. He did, Professor. Thank you for letting me. Harry said politely. No problem at all, Mr. Potter. Her eyes had a steely glint in them. I would like to see that monster of a woman punished. How dare she hurt my students? Harry couldn't resist to smile at the protectiveness of the woman. Umbridge had stepped on the toes of a lioness. No good could come of that. Professor, could you perhaps bring Neville back to the common room after I left? I would rather not let him walk through the corridors alone, he said, ignoring Neville's embarrassed protests. McGonagall seemed confused. Whatever for Mr. Potter. Surely, Mr. Longbottom is responsible enough to get back to the tower on his own. I do not want to accuse anyone of anything, Harry started, but They noticed the looks in the eyes of some students lately, and I'm afraid that they are up to something. Neville is a good friend of mine and I don't want him to risk things for me, he said firmly. If that's the way you feel, I will of course walk with him, the Transfiguration professor said, nodding in Neville's direction. Thank you, I truly appreciate it, Harry said, then I will leave now, if you don't mind. Professor McGonagall offered him the flower pot that contained her flow powder and he threw some in the fireplace. Green flames burst from it, indicating that he could step in. Ministry of Magic, London. Harry announced confidently, before he was transported away. Good evening, Heir Potter. A man laughed, helping him up. Evening, Mr. Jenkins, Harry said, dusting the tea from his robes in an attempt to regain some dignity. Although, by the looks of the solicitor in front of him, he was failing miserably, so he gave up and simply walked with him. I have reserved a meeting room for our preparations, the man explained as they walked. You will have to get your wand registered first, of course. It was a different guy that was on duty than the one Harry had met on the day of his hearing the year before. Had it only been 1 year, Harry mused while the little device was doing its job. It felt like a lot longer than that. He had been so naive back then, so ignorant. Sirius had been waiting for him at Grimmauld Place, he remembered. His next visit to the ministry, he had skipped this process because he had wanted to save his godfather, but he couldn't allow his thoughts to go there. He had important things to take care of now. The man behind the desk handed him his wand back, looking a little odd as he finally recognized the boy in front of him. Here you go, Heir Potter, he stammered. And this is your badge, sir. Harry looked at it briefly, before pinning it to his brand new heir robes, just above his family crest. Harry Potter, meeting with Solicitor Jenkins. Thank you, Harry answered, nodding at the receptionist who looked close to fainting. Then he turned to Mr. Jenkins again. Shall we? He invited. Of course, Heir Potter. They did not speak during their walk to the elevator, nor while going up to the 5th floor, where Mr. Jenkins opened one of many similar doors for him. It wasn't very special, it resembled one of the antechambers off the Great Hall at Hogwarts. It contained a table with 4 chairs and there was a fireplace in the corner, with 2 more comfortable armchairs in front of it. Harry took a seat in one of them and looked questionably at his solicitor. I paid extra for a meeting room with a fireplace, he explained. I thought it would be easier for you to make it to the Wizengamot meeting this way. While Harry had to admit that it was a good idea, he had one more question. But wouldn't that completely defeat the purpose of having all the fireplaces in the atrium? He asked. They could easily come in without being noticed if they used this flow, couldn't they? It's outgoing only, Mr. Jenkins explained patiently. Now if you're ready, of course, Harry said with a blush. I understand that you have a meeting with the ministry on your complaint against Madame Umbridge. Then everything is going according to plan. Do you have any questions? How much should I tell them? Harry asked hesitantly. Should I just tell them the entire story, explaining how exactly I found out that she is a toad? Or just give them a list of what she did to me and then wait until they asked questions? The man seemed to think on the matter and then answered, a smirk on his face. I think it would be beneficial to be the innocent schoolboy for this meeting. What do you mean? Harry said, confused. I thought I would need my influence for this. Oh, you do, but they are going to find out everything by themselves. Listen, this is what you should do. Albus Dumbledore entered the Wizengamot meeting room. He always liked to be the first one there on these occasions. It was rather nice to be able to chat with the other members as they came in before the start of the actual meeting. This time he hoped that Lord Black would be early as well. He had considered briefly to tamper with the time on the man's invitation, but had eventually decided against it. It wouldn't do to make a bad first impression after all. Unfortunately for him, almost everyone had arrived before the man came in. He was a rather imposing figure, with long black hair that was braided in an intricate, traditional style. His eyes were a lively green that were somehow even more brilliant than Harry Potter's. He strode in a confident manner, his plum-colored Wizengamot robes waving off his body as if someone had charmed them to float that way. Rather than Severus's grandiose billowing and somehow even more impressive. As the man sat down with a cat-like grace and looked his way, Dumbledore suddenly became aware that he was staring. For the first time in many years he had to suppress a blush. Instead he nodded and sent him a grandfatherly smile. They were of equal level between these walls, as it had always been. Lord Black nodded back, but his facial expressions remained stoically under his control. Finally everyone had arrived. Dumbledore rose gracefully to welcome the 50-odd people that were present. "Good evening, all. Thank you for joining me on this relatively short notice," he said, his voice carrying easily across the heavy U-shaped table. "Let me first introduce to you, Lord Black, who will as of now take the seat of the Black family." There was a polite exchange of nods around the table. "Tonight we will discuss the precautions for the, what I fear will be, Second Wizarding War. Since there have been a few attacks lately, I thought it prudent to have this meeting as quickly as possible." Murmurs of agreement spread through the members. To his relief, Lord Black also nodded in a determined manner. Without a doubt Voldemort, there was a collective shiver through the other members of the Wizengamot. A shiver, which he noticed, wasn't shared by Lord Black. The man continued to be a mystery. "We'll try to infiltrate the ministry. We have to take precautions against this. Does anyone have any suggestions?" It remained silent for a moment as they thought about it. "Isn't it well known that Death Eaters have the dark mark on their arm?" Lord Griffiths asked. "Can't we order a mandatory inspection of all ministry employees?" "That might be only a partial solution," Lady Maybell warned. "If he who must not be named only marks them after our inspection, or even not at all, it would not help us." "Still, it is worth a try, isn't it?" his old friend, Elphias Doge argued. "Those who are already marked wouldn't be able to get rid sake of an inspection." "I don't think it is a good idea," an unfamiliar voice stated bluntly. Every head turned towards Lord Black. "And why not, would you think, Lord Black?" Dumbledore asked carefully. "Because the Death Eater in question could simply obliviate the inspector if he turned out to bear the mark, or worse put them under the Imperious Curse. Thus even adding on the number of spies that Voldemort already has." Everyone shivered in reaction. "Then what would you suggest?" Lord Griffiths asked, as if offended that his idea was being criticized. "An oath of loyalty or a truth serum," the man answered. A wave of protest emerged. "That would take ages," one exclaimed. "It would cost too much money," another argued. "Calm down, Albus," Dumbledore said, and everyone sat back down, looking a little sheepish. "Personally I think the idea has merit. An oath doesn't cost anything and it would assure that no one would switch sides after." "Who votes in favor?" Most of the hands raised. "Against?" Only a few hands came up. "Then this motion has passed. Now, on how to formulate the oath. We have to make sure that there aren't any loopholes. I suggest we each try to come up with a solution. All them to me and I shall read them at the next meeting, so we can vote on them." "Agreed. Very well. Up to the next subject." They discussed some adjustments in the wards, emergency procedures at the ministry, and finally came to protection of the people. "We could send out flyers, warning people to be careful of who they let into their houses. ND on how to recognize if someone is under the influence of an Imperious Curse," Elphias suggested. "While it is not a bad idea, I hardly think that would suffice." Lady Bones retorted. "There should be a possibility to have wards raised around their houses, protecting them." "And who would install the wards?" "Ministry employees. That would cost a lot of money, and if we would let them pay for their own, only the wealthy could afford them," Marcus Farbulb said. "And besides, we could never do every house, there are simply too many. We could teach them how to do easy wards themselves," someone threw in. "Even if it were only intruder alarms, it would win them a few minutes. How would we teach them?" "Through leaflets. Lessons at the ministry." The discussion went on and finally they agreed to teach some easy wards by offering to teach them at the ministry. "Does anyone have any additional ideas?" Dumbledore asked. When there didn't seem to be any reaction, he wanted to close the meeting. But then Lord Black stood up abruptly. "Has anyone even thought of the Muggle population?" he asked incredulously. "I was waiting for someone to bring that up, but you didn't even mention them in passing." How will we cover this up? What can we do when Voldemort attacks a Muggle village? He is almost certain to use Dementors, to create havoc with spells in broad daylight. Can't we take precautions? Protect them? I don't see how. Lord Nott said bluntly. If we tell them to be careful, they wouldn't know why, and we can hardly start casting wards around every Muggle house without them noticing. If every wizarding family with Muggle neighbors takes care of a few houses, we would be far already. Lord Black retorted. He bent over to get some documents he'd brought with him from his bag. He passed around some pieces of paper that appeared to be newspaper clippings from a Muggle paper. Collapsing buildings, countless gas leaks, more terrorist attacks than ever. All those things were printed during the last war. Don't you think that the Muggles would notice a sudden increase of all these things? No, forget noticing, they will die. Lots of them will die. Lord Black was breathing heavily. The other Wizengamot members were looking up at him in a loaded silence. Only then, Dumbledore saw how young Lord Black still was. He couldn't be much older than 17, yet he spoke with the conviction of an experienced politician. Where did this young man come from? Dumbledore couldn't help but being ashamed of forgetting the Muggles, but what could they do? There isn't anything we can do, Lord Black said suddenly. Every head turned to stare. It's true, we can't protect the entire world, but the least we can do is think about them. We have to try and stop each attack from Voldemort as soon as it starts. But apart from encouraging our people to watch out and help the Muggles, there aren't any precautions we can take. We can't hide the entire Muggle world under a Fidelius charm. We can't ward the whole city of London. We can only try to stop this war as soon as we possibly can. With those words he stood up, picked up his bag and left the room. Everyone started talking at once. So Dumbledore ignored them and hurried behind the man. Lord Black. He addressed the man stalking towards the elevator. Yes, he said, turning around to face him. I just wanted to introduce myself. Dumbledore started. The man smiled. You don't have to. Everyone knows who you are, Chief Warlock. Would you tell me what you wanted to speak to me about? Of course, he said. Following your speech from just now, I assume I can correctly state that you do not support Voldemort. Lord Black nodded curtly. That would be right. I was wondering if you would like to help more closely in the fight against Voldemort. He started. I may not support Voldemort, Chief Warlock, but neither am I interested in joining the so-called Order of the Phoenix, the young man stated bluntly. Startled, Dumbledore looked at him. How I know is of no importance, Chief Warlock. Just remember that I won't join. Then he turned and started to walk again. But why not? The headmaster couldn't help but call out. The raven-haired lord turned around again, looked him in the eye and said, because I do not agree with your ideals, sir. Voldemort should be stopped, because he would destroy the whole world to get what he wants. But what you want isn't right either. He held up his hand when he saw that the older man wanted to protest. I know that you mean well, but think about it. If you would let Muggleborns enter the higher ministry posts, they would want to change everything to become more uniform with the Muggle world. You know what came of that in the past. They don't know enough. They would need introductory courses at Hogwarts even before they started school. They insult people and then feel betrayed when they are insulted in turn. They do not understand, Chief Warlock. They don't know our culture. Not that they can be blamed, for there is almost no way for them to know. Some of them desperately want to fit in, but they don't manage to find their spot. Not in the Muggle world, nor in the Wizarding one. It is cruel to offer them these positions when you know they will never change a thing. Then, when the other man didn't react, Lord Black nodded and concluded. Think about it, Albus Dumbledore. Do not keep making the same mistakes. I can assure you that I will not let you. Those last words sent a chill through the old headmaster's body. Lord Black seemed to know everything about him that there was to know, without even having met him before. He knew that he wouldn't sleep well that night. So, how did it go, Mr. Jenkins urged as his client came back in under an invisibility cloak. Just how we thought it would, the Potter heir said, as he sat back down. My position is out there. There is no way back. But this is what you wanted, isn't it? You seem a little disturbed. Did something happen? Harry sighed, carding his hand through his hair in a defeated gesture. I think the true meaning of a war just sunk in. That's all. When Harry arrived back at Hogwarts through Professor McGonagall's flow, it was very late already, and to his embarrassment, his head of house had waited up for him. That wasn't necessary, Professor, he said softly. I can take care of myself. Rubbish, the woman said, though a soft smile played around her lips. Of course I waited for you. Now why don't we get you to the common room? It's quite late, and though it's Saturday, tomorrow friends will wait for you to wake up on your own before asking you all about tonight's proceedings. Harry chuckled in agreement, and together they walked through the empty corridors. I rather like the castle like this, his professor suddenly said, breaking the comfortable silence between them. It's peaceful. You wouldn't even guess that there are things so horrible going on outside of the castle. I know what you mean, Harry answered softly. It's not fair. Why do people have to fight and hurt everyone around them? It would be better for everyone to just live in peace. It has always been that way, McGonagall said. I doubt that it will change in the future. They had arrived at the portrait of the fat lady, who was snoring softly in her frame. Thank you for walking with me, the Potter heir said, looking up at his professor. You're welcome, Mr. Potter. It would hardly be just to let you roam the corridors on your own at night, would it? Harry grinned in response. Then he turned to the portrait. Lady Rose, would you please wake up? Who? Oh, Heir Potter, dearie. What are you doing up this late? Wandering the corridors again? McGonagall all snorted softly behind them as Harry blushed at being caught. I just came back from the ministry, he explained. Oh, that's right, the meeting with your solicitor. You will have to tell me all about it. But tomorrow. Now you should get some sleep. It's late already. Yes, madam, Harry smiled. Goshawk's Guide to Herbology. The portrait swung open. Hermione set the password, he said in explanation. He heard a soft chuckle behind him. At least Neville can remember it now. He grinned. Then he climbed through before he could hear a wholehearted laugh from his head of house. Harry, mate, wake up. He was awoken roughly by his best friend pulling the sheets away from his body. Was that truly necessary? He asked in sleepy annoyance. I was sleeping, you know. Yeah, come on. Get up. We've been dying to know what happened yesterday. Harry sighed. He wouldn't be getting back to sleep now anyway. Fine. Meet me in the room of requirement in 15 minutes. Ron nodded eagerly before he left the dorm to tell the others. So, tell us about yesterday, Hermione urged him as they sat in the room of requirement. Harry had called Creature and asked him to bring some breakfast up. The elf had obeyed with joy. What do you want to know? He asked innocently. Well, everything of course, she exclaimed. What did your solicitor say, and how did the Wizengamot meeting go? And Harry laughed and started to give them a summary of yesterday's proceedings. It went quite well then, Neville concluded after he had finished. About just like you expected, I mean. He corrected himself after he saw Harry's disturbed look. I just think it's terrible that we can't do more. Ron sighed. I know, especially for the parents of Muggleborns, who know exactly what is going on, but can't defend themselves. Hermione mumbled, no doubt thinking of her own parents. I'm definitely including some wards in the DA classes. Harry decided. Not all of them are too complicated, so we should manage the easy ones. I'm not going to sit around and watch families being torn apart. The conviction was evident in his voice. His friends smiled at his attitude, but kept silent. Do you have any more plans for this weekend? Hermione asked, after they had finished their breakfast and Creature had taken away the plates and leftovers. Yes, actually, I'm meeting Draco this afternoon. He wrote to me to say that he had made his choice and wanted to meet again to discuss it with me. Harry replied. He did not mention anything about Draco's insights on the fight Hermione and he had earlier. He would rather not set her off again. He had to admit that he had been touched by the admitted emotion of the Slytherin prince. He hadn't been sure that the boy was still salvageable, but there appeared to be hope. He would know in just a few hours. Edited for Grammar and Phrasing in 2021. Coming up. Meeting Draco and Quidditch tryouts. Hope to see you then. Sincerely, Dulcicanbrio. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Draco's Choice. If asked, he would never admit it, but Harry was incredibly nervous as he sat in the 3 broomsticks, waiting for Draco to join him. He had come early on purpose. To have some time to calm down and settle his image as Lord Black before having to confront the boy that could be family in 1 hour. His instincts said that the Malfoy heir would make the right choice. That he would not want to have anything to do with the vile monster that his father called master, but his nerves were making him doubt. If Draco chose Voldemort, Harry would not be able to help him in any way. That scared him. Through the boy's letters he had come to care for him like he would for a little brother. The fact that Draco actually was a few months older than him did not change that. And though he knew that some of these paternal feelings were inspired by the Black family spirits, he still cared. The sound of the door opening woke him from his thoughts. It was Draco. E-boy seemed at least as nervous as he himself felt, though he didn't manage to hide it quite as well as he seemed to think. Lord Black. The Malfoy heir greeted respectfully as he reached the private booth. His words accompanied by a graceful bow. "Thank you for seeing me, sir." Draco. "But of course. Please sit down," Harry invited, gesturing to the seat in front of him. "How are you doing?" "I'm fine, thank you." Draco sat across from him stiffly. "How did you experience your time of neutrality? You mentioned some of it in your letters, of course. But what was your overall experience?" Blonde relaxed a bit as he realized that they would be talking for a while before reaching the actual goal of the meeting. "I rather enjoyed it actually. It was quite nice that the lower years didn't squirm to get away from me. They learned quite fast that I was not going to curse them straight away." He chuckled. Harry suppressed a smile. He had noticed that. "And what happened after you went back to your normal behavior?" Draco squeezed his hands uncomfortably. I did not go back to my old behavior, sir." The raven-haired lord merely raised one eyebrow in silent question. "I preferred this over my old attitude, sir. It is nice to be respected, instead of feared." Lord Black actually smiled this time. "I'm glad to hear that," he said warmly. "Does that mean that you have come to a decision?" And there the tension was again. "I think so, Lord Black," the Malfoy heir said, trying to appear nonchalant by smoothing out a few invisible wrinkles in his silk robe. Harry just waited for him to give the answer to the real question. If it's all right with you, sir, I would like to give you my oath." It took all Harry's willpower not to jump for joy and celebration. Instead, he gave the boy across from him an approving smile, not held back in any way. "You do not know how happy I am to hear you say that, Draco." He then rose slowly, extending his hand to the blonde. Draco swallowed nervously, but assumed a kneeling position and held still as Lord Black settled a hand on top of his head. He did not seem worried about anyone noticing their actions. Harry wondered if he had felt the protection of his privacy wards. It took quite a powerful wizard to sense magic. Harry nodded to himself before starting the ancient ritual that would confirm the family bond between him and Draco. "Do you, Draconis Lucius Malfoy, son of Lucius Abraxas Malfoy and Narcissa Isidora Malfoy, nay Black, accept your lineage as a member of the Black family?" The kneeling boy answered softly, his voice quivered, but sounded determined. "I do." A tendril of pure white light shot out of the Black Lord ring that rested upon his silken pale blonde hair and started to wrap around Draco's head. "Do you promise to uphold its values, respect the duties of the family and embrace the magic that comes with it?" "I do," the boy stated a little more steady. A second string of magic joined round his wand arm. "Do you pledge your support to the family members and reverence to the spirits?" "I do." The third ribbon of light surrounded the blonde's chest, pulsing over his heart, perfectly in sync with his quickened heartbeat. "Do you recognize me as the family lord of the ancient and noble house of Black and submit to my control, knowing that I shall lead and protect you to the best of my abilities?" "I do." Draco's eyes sparkled in surprise as he recognized the unconventional addition to the traditional vows. A ray of light connected the wand arms of the two participants, signifying the immediate control and responsibility. "Then may the Black spirits welcome you in the family, as I do." Harry felt a rush of magic covering the two of them like a blanket, recognizing the two figures as Blacks. Then all the lights sank into the skin of the two Blacks and faded. A spark lit up in Harry's veins, spinning a thread of magic that added to those that were already there, representing the wards of Black properties and heirlooms. This one was pulsing, however. Curious, he followed it and smiled as he found Draco on the other end. He was certain the boy could feel him as well, though not as defined. "Thank you," Draco whispered, dropping his Malfoy mask for the first time in his presence, to reveal a face that was much younger and more innocent. "We are family." Harry smiled in return. He noticed that the boy in front of him was burning with questions. "Please sit down and ask away. I'm certain that there are some things that are not yet clear." Draco sat down gratefully. "What should I call you, sir?" So he had felt it too. The moment the bond had formed, Harry had started to think of Draco as a son, a protected family member, but also felt how he demanded respect. Tradition required some form of a respectual address, one thing he hadn't thought about just yet. "Do you perhaps have any suggestions?" he asked. "Well, the traditional title would be, my lord, but I don't think that would fit, sir. And neither would, father, in this case." Harry nodded in agreement. He detested my lord, for obvious reasons, and father would be confusing because of the fact that Draco already had one. Uncle perhaps. He had to suppress a shiver at that. It would not do to be reminded of Uncle Vernon every time Draco called him that. But the boy didn't seem to have thought that far anyway. "What about Magister?" he suggested. Harry hesitated. "Are you certain you would like that?" It was the Latin word for master. He did not want Draco to feel uncomfortable calling him that. Draco nodded without hesitation. He scuffled his feet for a moment and then explained. "I used to love this story." "Yes," Harry said, urging him to continue. "Mother would read it to me when I was little. There was this young boy who was taught by, you could say, a professor of some sort." He trailed off in embarrassment. Lord Black smiled softly, and the boy would call his respected tutor, Magister, am I right? Draco nodded hesitantly, seeming to regret having brought it up. "I think I like it, if you put it that way. And I thank you for thinking of me in that manner, Draco," he said softly. "Great then. Now that we have that minor problem out of the way, I assume that you will want to know what to do about Voldemort, am I right?" Draco stiffened at the name, but agreed softly. "You will obviously not be going back there," he instructed. Draco breathed a sigh of relief. "I do not want you in harm's way, Draco. I assume that your father will be notified of that fact, though. He will almost certainly not be happy with it. What do you think he will do?" Draco swallowed at the thought. He will try to force me, and if I keep disobeying, he will probably disown me." "I thought so," Lord Black said, giving a comforting smile. "What about your mother? She wants me safe, but she will stay with father. She loves him and she is bound to him through their marriage contract." Harry raised an eyebrow. "I would be able to nullify that contract if she would prefer to be with you." Draco shook his head sadly. "She wouldn't want that. She wishes to keep an eye on Aunt Bellatrix as well. She won't be able to do that if she is no longer on Voldemort's side. As long as she is certain that I'm safe, she will be all right. She won't be happy on this side." "I see. What will happen at Hogwarts after you are disowned?" Harry asked, fearing the answer. "They will no longer respect me in Slytherin, seeing as I lost my title. The Death Eater children will try to kidnap me or even kill me." The boy's voice trembled as he explained. "I will assure you that I won't let that happen," Harry stated, unaware of the fact that his magic had already started to swirl around him, reacting to his protective thoughts. "And about losing your title, you won't need to fear that part. I am an only child, my parents are dead and I don't have any children of my own as of now. I would be honored to have you as my heir the moment you lose your other title." He spoke fiercely. Draco would not be able to doubt his words. He knew what it was like to lose your family and he would not let the same happen to his ward. Draco looked up at him in surprise. You would do that, sir?" "Of course. I would give it to you now if I could risk it. But you know about the risks of being a double heir. I won't take any chances." He checked his clock. It was getting late. He would need to get back to the castle soon if he didn't want his absence to be noticed. "I could denounce my family name myself," Draco said hesitantly. "Then I could accept the Black Heir title now." Harry could see that it was a hard thing to say. He couldn't even imagine how hard it would be to do that. "No," he said softly. "I don't want you to do that." He took the black velvet box out of his inner robe pocket and put it on the table. "You just wait until your father makes his decision. You will only have to put on the ring to accept." so you won't be without a title for longer than a few minutes. He reached to put his hand on top of Draco's. Please, carry it with you at all times. You have never known the feeling of being without a family. It is not a nice one. You will want to put that ring on immediately, he urged. Draco paled, but nodded in understanding. It is a portkey as well. If you ever find yourself in danger, just rub the stone and say, home. It will take you to one of the black properties. Call for Creature if you need anything. He will be able to help you. I will. It seemed that Draco was Finn. Ally starting to realize what the impact of his decision was. I would advise you to call for one of your elves when you are alone tonight. Have them transport the belongings you don't want to lose to Hogwarts. I will send Creature to pick them up tomorrow morning. Then he took a deep breath. If any of your friends are looking for a way out, anyone, and you believe they are sincere, I will offer them protection. Tell them that it will not be likely that a neutral side will be accepted in this war. Voldemort is going for the, if you are not with me, you are against me, method. They will need to choose a side. He looked Draco straight in the eye. My offer stands for everyone, no matter their age. He saw the boy understood. Do you mean? Hush, don't say the name. It is not safe enough for that here. Archimedes will find you if you have further questions, just write me a letter. One last thing, Draco. If you ever need a place to hide quickly at Hogwarts, for whatever reason, any portrait with a snake will help you out. Show your black heir ring and tell them that you are under my protection. His ward looked up at him in question. The guardian of the portrait will explain it to you when it is needed. His eyes sparkled with amusement. Don't use it to skip classes. I would have to get angry with you and I'm not sure I can do that yet. Draco smirked. Harry could see that he was okay now. He checked his watch again. I really need to go now. You know how to contact me. He rose gracefully and dropped the privacy wards. Oh, Harry stood on the Quidditch pitch, his broom in hand, ready to start the tryouts. A large crowd had assembled, too large in fact, to consist only of candidates. Or only Gryffindors for that matter. Will everyone that is not here to try out for the Gryffindor team, please leave? He asked, his voice easily carrying across the field. He grumbled to himself as only a few people left. Ron and Ginny were looking at him in amusement. That means that only Gryffindors should be here, he added hopefully. But like he had expected, not many people left now either. Ron put his hand on his shoulder and grinned. Leave it to me. Just look threatening for me. The redhead cast a sonorous at his own throat and yelled, Oi, listen to the captain, if you know what's good for you. That had the instant reaction of people running for the castle. In less than a few minutes, only a small amount had stayed. Harry's mouth fell open as he looked at Ron in question. His best friend shrugged. A lot of them are in the DA. They just needed that little extra push. He grinned. Right, Harry said weakly. Then he focused on the task at hand. I want everyone in the air. Right now. It took him a few hours, but in the end he was very happy with his team. He had Demelza Robbins, Katie Bell and Ginny Weasley for chasers, with a very proud Dean Thomas as a reserve. Jimmy Peaks and Richie Coote were beaters, though they had some very big shoes to fill. And to his own relief, Ron had been the best keeper, so he was on the team again as well. Harry did not want to think about what could have happened if someone had flown better than Ron. The McLaggen heir had come close, but he had been ruled out when Harry had tested the candidates for team play. To be frank, the Potter heir was happy that he hadn't made it. He had never much liked the guy. Draco sat in a chair in his godfather's office. He had promised to tell him how the meeting with Lord Black had gone, and though he was happy about his decision, he feared Severus' reaction. He had always kept his opinion in high esteem and he was afraid the man would be disappointed by the choice he had made. It did help that he knew the man was a spy, though he could not have imagined losing High's godfather because of leaving the Dark Lord's service. Draco, you're early. He suddenly heard the smooth voice of the potions master remark. He turned to see him stand in the doorway. Sorry that I let myself in, sir. I just thought it would be better not to attract any attention by waiting outside, he said, a little faster than he normally would have. Severus smirked. It doesn't matter. I'm happy that you remembered to stop by. He walked over to his chair and sat down. Then he looked at Draco expectantly. Well, are you not going to tell me what you decided? The blonde swallowed. I'm with Lord Black. He then blurted, watching his godfather's reaction shrewdly. It was barely visible, just a small spark of relief flooded through the man's eyes before they became dull and black once more. Very well, Draco. Would you mind sharing with me what he said? He said that he was happy I didn't want to join the Dark Lord. He hesitated for a moment before adding, and that he would protect me. That's all. Severus raised an eyebrow. Draco squirmed uncomfortably. How to ask? Not really. He mumbled. Speak up, Draco. Either you say something or you remain silent, his godfather said sternly. Though his relaxed posture betrayed that he wasn't truly angry. I said, not really. He repeated. Then he waited for a moment, looking for the right words. He said that he would offer the same to others whom I trusted. He avoided to look up. He was referring to you, Godfather, I'm sure of it. When he did not hear any reaction, he looked up through his eyelashes uncertainly. Severus seemed to be deep in thought, mumbling to himself. Even though he had just told Draco not to do that, the boy thought to himself and snorted inwardly. Hypocrite. But what would the man decide? Whoa, would he be willing to give up his position as a spy? Maybe even his spot in the castle. Let me get back to you on that, Draco, his godfather suddenly said, breaking the silence. This requires a lot of thinking. Do you deem it possible I could meet with him myself? I think so. I would have to ask him to be certain. Draco admitted. Severus looked at him. How long would it take to get an answer? He shook his head. I'm not really sure. He has never actually replied to me. I could send the message now, if you'd like. Perhaps you could write him a letter. He offered. Severus nodded curtly. ND grabbed a roll of parchment and his favorite quill. He jotted down a few lines, then thought for a while before finishing it. Draco, if you would please prepare my wax for me. The blonde reached for the stick of red sealing wax and held it over the flame of a candle. When he felt it was soft enough, he passed it to his godfather, who took it without looking up. Draco always loved to watch Severus seal his letters. There was a familiarity about it, those practiced movements, that was fascinating. The potion's master touched the wax to the scroll of parchment, sealing the edge of it to the body and then quickly pressed his prince ring into it, leaving the imprint of the family crest. Well, he snapped at Draco. How are you sending it? The Malfoy heir rolled his eyes and went to open the window. A moment later a stern-looking owl with the black family crest around its leg flew inside, landed on Draco's shoulder and held out its empty leg, looking quite haughtily. Draco threw his stunned godfather a smug look. He always knows when I want to send a message, he drawled. Now did you want to send that, or not? Severus regained his wit and glared, his twitching lip giving away his amusement. Cheeky brat, he stated. But he handed Draco the scroll nonetheless. Take this to Lord Black for me, okay Archimedes? He asked, attaching the letter to the owl's leg. It hooted affirmatively and took off. Well, Draco, I think you should head back to your dorm. Curfew is. His godfather broke off his sentence abruptly as he grabbed his left arm and hissed in pain. Are you all right? Is he calling? The blonde asked worriedly. Severus nodded tensely as he hurried to grab his Death Eater robes and mask. Then he seemed to realize something. You were marked as well. Why are you not in pain? Draco bared his left forearm in response. Its skin was pale as marble and unblemished. But how? I was there when. It was obvious that Severus was in pain, seeing as he could not finish his sentence. Normally he was the epitome of composure. Lord Black took care of it. Draco replied curtly. His godfather's eyes widened and he could see that he was about to ask more questions, but the Malfoy heir cut him short. You should not keep him waiting. I will explain later. It seemed like the man wanted to argue, but then doubled over as the pain in his arm intensified. You better. He answered, gritting his teeth together. Then he stalked over to the fireplace and disappeared in a swirl of green flames. End of chapter 13. I hope you liked it. This was the hardest chapter to write so far, seeing as it has an important subject. I really did not want to mess this one up. Tell me what you think of it, please. It's always difficult to paint a more submissive Draco, as he Norma. LLY is annoyingly independent when we see him in the original books. Scenes with Draco's authority figures are rarely displayed, so I had to guess his behavior. It seemed fitting for him to be a little nervous. His entire future is on the line here. I appreciate it that you are still reading. You have no idea how much that means to me, really. Next chapter. DA and meeting with ministry officials. Umbridge, watch out. Harry Potter is out for revenge. Review. It makes my day. Smiley face. Sincerely. Dalsickenbrio. Edited for grammar and phrasing in 2021. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. Paint and Snape. Harry sat in his usual spot at breakfast that Monday. It seemed surreal that his weekend had been filled with these unusual things. He thou listened to the chaotic noises of still sleepy children in the Great Hall. Just days before he had been in his first Wizengamot meeting where he had made his intentions clear, then the next day he had gained a ward. His gaze swept to Draco Malfoy, who was sitting at the Slytherin table. He was conversing avidly and Harry could see clearly, in a way that he had not been able to before his pureblood training this summer, how everything there almost revolved around the boy. He only hoped that wouldn't change too much. Some of his plans were based on Draco's position after all, and though he knew the blonde's reputation would experience a hit when he lost his position as the scion of the Malfoy family, he was also certain that his own name would help with that. He had had his doubts at first, of course. After all, the boy had been his sworn enemy since the moment they had met. Could he just forget about that and name that same boy his heir? Grandmother had helped with that, though. She had opened his eyes to the way Draco had probably been raised, about how Slytherin hierarchy worked, and now it was painfully obvious how he himself had been the instigator of the entire conflict. He had refused to shake his hand that first day on the Hogwarts Express, refused to even think about it. If only he had been informed of the pureblood wizarding ways back then, he would have known. The brutal insult he had thrown at the Malfoy heir by not even considering it. He had to be honest, though. Draco was the perfect heir. He was of black blood, had been raised for the position and soon wouldn't have another family to turn to, no matter how sorry Harry felt about being the cause of it. That, combined with the paternal feelings he now had for the boy, made him very happy about Draco's choice. He noticed how the black family owl he had sent back to Draco with his rep. Leta Snape swept in and delivered his letter. The Malfoy heir opened the scroll addressed to him, read it quickly and gave his godfather at the head table a subtle nod. Snape nodded back and returned to his breakfast. Harry had consented to meeting the potions master that Friday in his usual booth at the Three Broomsticks. Draco would no doubt convey the message later, where no curious ears could overhear. Harry, mate. Ron's loud voice broke his ponderings. He smiled weakly. Sorry, Ron. Spaced out for a moment. What did you say? I asked when you were planning to do that second DA meeting. The physical one, Ron repeated in a low tone of voice. Right, I was thinking tonight actually. I sent the message with the galleons days ago, didn't you notice? Ron smiled sheepishly. I might have air left it in my other robe. Hermione smiled victoriously. Told you so. She grinned. Harry shook his head in amusement. Only Ron would leave something that important behind. So, what are you going to have us do? Neville asked, somewhat nervously. His coordination had improved lots, but he still felt a little clumsy from time to time. Self-confidence couldn't be built overnight after all. The raven-haired teen smirked evilly, but didn't say anything. Harry, Ron whined, you have to tell us. We are your friends, remember. The Potter heir laughed. I'm not going to tell you. You can ask all you want to. It won't change my mind. But isn't there supposed to be some advantage in being your best mate? He redhead tried. Harry smirked devilishly. Are you sure you want to pull that card? Ron, stuffing his face with more breakfast, had not seen the look on his face. Otherwise he probably would have stopped fishing for information there and then. The bacon was too occupying though, so he did continue. Yes, I'm sure. Oh, come on, Harry. I won't tell anyone, honest. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the first physical exercise DA. Harry announced as they stood in the room of requirement that evening. I'm glad that everyone made it tonight. This is our full group, so please satisfy your curiosity now and look around to see who's in it, so we can start with the exercises. Waited for a moment, and after everyone had focused on him again, he closed his eyes for a moment and a door appeared. "Please follow me." He heard the gasps of the students behind him as they took in the landscape. The room had truly outdone itself, he thought to himself. They were standing in a park of sorts. It consisted of a soft meadow that was surrounded by a circular path, wide enough for people to walk side by side comfortably. The door disappeared as soon as the last girl had entered, and Harry turned towards the group. "I'm quite aware that most of you are unfamiliar with physical exercise, which is why we will start easy. We're going to run 5 laps around the meadow. Please take your time. When you're done, you can simply go and wait in the meadow." People groaned and looked up in dismay. "Oh, come on. That's not going to help you," Harry said lightly and started running. "Why aren't you following me?" he asked innocently. "Would you prefer 10 laps? He smirked as everyone started running at once. Maybe the condition of wizarding teens was even worse than those of Muggle children, Harry thought to himself as he stood, alone, in the middle of the meadow. His students, as he caught himself calling them frequently, strolled down towards him, looking absolutely exhausted, and made to sit down before Harry stopped them. "Don't sit down just yet," he warned, ignoring the protests of the 2 Ravenclaws. "You'll have a terrible muscle ache in the morning if you do that. You should stretch first." He then proceeded to show them exactly how to do that. A short while afterwards, everyone sat down in a circle around him. "Right," he announced, "we're going to start the actual exercises now. I will need a volunteer." Everyone seemed to shrink away, trying their best to ink through the ground so they wouldn't be noticed. Harry smirked. "I'm sure my best friend will help me out." Ron's eyes widened as he saw where this was going. Everyone snickered softly as the redhead stood awkwardly. Harry closed his eyes for a moment and trees and bushes popped up in the meadow, leaving a curvy pathway in the center. In a moment, Ron here is going to run down the path. His goal will be to reach the other end as fast as possible. Meanwhile, we will be hiding in the bushes around him, shooting a color bullet spell at him. Ron paled considerably. Ron will try not to get hit. He can use every shield spell he wants. This will be an exercise in avoiding to get hit while running for cover, and first it will help us aim at a moving target. Any questions? Nobody reacted. Great then. The incantation you will need is Pigmento. Everyone can go and hide now. You will have to find a spot where you have a clear view of the path, while being covered somewhat. You have half a minute. Everyone scrambled to get up and hide. The younger ones had an enthusiastic grin on their faces. Harry timed 30 seconds on his watch and shot out piercing noise. Ron started to run reluctantly. This was quite funny, Harry thought to himself as he reached the other side of the path. Ron was now brightly colored. There didn't seem to be any spot on him that wasn't covered in magical paint. He couldn't help himself. He looked so ridiculous. Harry started to laugh. It didn't take too long before everyone had come out of their hiding places, grinning merrily at Ron's predicament. "All right," Harry said, trying to regain his composure. "Can anyone tell me what he could have done differently?" A second-year Hufflepuff raised her hand timidly. "He could have used reflecting shields. We would have had to duck for cover and he would have been hit less often." Harry nodded, smiling in praise. "Very good, Maya," he said. "We will be covering reflecting shields in the next beginner's DA. Anything else? Disillusionment spells." Garrick Newburn, a 6th-year Slytherin, smirked. "We would not have seen him for a while." "Very nice," Harry said. "He could have transfigured something to protect him like a shield." Someone offered, or levitated something in the way of a SPHT. Ron murmured grumpily, "I get it. I'll do better next time." Harry laughed. "Now who's next?" The Potter heir had to admit that he was impressed after seeing all his students run the pathway. No one was hit as often as Ron has been, though that could be excused by him missing the explanation. Especially Sarah Kempston, a small Ravenclaw first year, had impressed him. She had darted around the spells as if she had been doing nothing else her entire life, and even though she had not cast a single shield spell, she had been hit the least of the entire group. "Ballet," she answered with a shy shrug after he had asked her how she had done it. "I'm Muggleborn." "Okay, everyone, look over here for a moment," he yelled when everyone was sitting in the small meadow once more, giggling at their paint-splattered friends. "Before leaving, I'll teach you one more spell. Tergio," he incanted, sweeping his wand over his body, clearing it of the paint that he had been hit with during his own run. "Tergio," everyone repeated simultaneously. It didn't take more than a few tries for everyone to succeed. Harry checked the Marauder's map discreetly, and after he had established that no one was around, he opened the door and let everyone leave in clusters of a few students at a time. "Don't be too loud," he warned them. "It's not curfew yet, but you don't want to attract too much attention to being out with this entire group together. I'll let you know through the galleon when the next meeting will be." The end of the week had finally come. The normal, boring classes had been surprisingly tiring, and Harry was happy that the weekend was near. Only, he couldn't simply relax and do nothing. He had a meeting scheduled with Snape that evening, and tomorrow the ministry officials would be taking his statement about the Umbridge case. Ironically, he was more nervous about meeting his sour potions teacher. He might not really like the man. He had to admit that he was sharp, maybe even smart enough to find out his true identity. So he found himself sitting in his usual booth at the Three Broomsticks. Privacy and silencing charms were already cast, and he was sipping on a cold butterbeer to soothe his nerves. Exactly on time the door opened and Snape, dressed in his usual black teaching robes, swept in. Holding a brief conversation with Rosmerta behind the bar, before looking in his direction. The man strode straight to his booth, and Harry rose confidently to greet him. "Good evening, Professor Snape." He welcomed the man, his voice neutral and, thankfully, devoid of the nerves he was feeling. "Thank Merlin for grandmother's lessons." The potions master gave him a curt bow. "Lord Black." Harry felt strange as the man addressed him without the usual hateful glare and snappy comments. He was the one with power here, but, as opposed to Snape, he would not abuse his position. "Please, sit down," he invited. "Can I offer you something to drink? Fire whiskey would be nice." Snape nodded as he sat down gracefully. "I honestly don't know why I still teach. Those dunderheads will be the death of me, I swear." Harry indulged the man and offered a small smile of amusement. "I see," he said, signaling Madame Rosmerta. They sat in a comfortable silence until the woman had delivered Snape's drink. "Let's talk business straight away, shall we?" Harry proposed. "You asked for a meeting with me." He was not planning to make this easier for Snape before he was certain of the man's intentions. "I did," the other man acknowledged. "I had an interesting conversation with my godson last weekend. I am sure you know what it was about." "I can imagine. I suppose he told you that he accepted my offer." "Indeed so." Lord Black nodded. "Did you have any questions?" "The same night, I was summoned by the Dark Lord." Harry didn't react. He had known about that little fact. He wasn't, however, aware of what had transpired at the meeting, though he was certain Snape would tell him. "I am aware," he replied simply. "You may also be aware." Then, Snape continued, a little impatiently, the Dark Lord has not yet been informed of Draco's change of loyalty. So far he is still safe." Harry held in a sigh of relief. Centaur had notified him that there had been a summons. He had been a dark mark after all, and though it did not hurt him when Voldemort summoned his Death Eaters, Centaur always knew. Harry had a suspicion that he would be able to serve as a focus to apparate towards him, even. But he had not yet had the opportunity to test that theory. "That's nice, I suppose," he allowed, "but why did you want to see me? This delay will not last forever. I want to know what you have planned for when he does find out." "Draco will lose his protection and probably his father's as well." Harry almost blinked in surprise. That was much more to the point than he had expected of a Slytherin. It was almost Gryffindor. "Professor, you should not worry about that. I can vouch for Draco's safety," he said curtly. Snape had to have understood that he would not reveal anything else about the subject. Because he nodded stiffly, though not looking too happy about it. "Draco further told me that you were suspecting me to have questionable loyalties." "Oh no, Professor, I do hope he did not tell you that in this manner. I meant to say that you were a spy for the light." "I would not dare to question it," Harry exclaimed in a faux horrified manner. He smirked as he saw Snape pale considerably. "Don't worry, Professor, I will keep this information to myself. If I may ask, Lord Black, how exactly is it that you know this?" The potions master asked carefully, If there are any leaks, I would like to secure them. There aren't any leaks, Harry said, taking a sip of his butterbeer nonchalantly. I figured it out all by myself. Not that you are that obvious, of course. I'm Ely possess the necessary information to come to the conclusion that you are, in fact, a spy for the light. Then he chuckled lightly. Of course I would be long dead if you would have been a spy for the dark side. He then leaned slightly forward, speaking in an urgent tone. You don't have to do it, by the way. The way Dumbledore is using you just isn't fair. You are risking everything, and for what? A protection that should be provided anyway, with you being a valuable source of information. It disgusts me, to be frank. That's why I'm making you an offer. Snape's eyes widened, then his forehead creased in suspicion. What kind of offer? I'm not simply exchanging masters. I've had enough of those. Lord Black didn't even move a muscle at the accusation. I could remove your dark mark, freeing you of the Dark Lord. I could even create you a fake identity if you wanted to disappear completely. If you don't want that, I could also leave the mark where it is, but numb its effects, so he won't be able to hurt you through it. That way he also wouldn't be able to kill you from a distance anymore. Another option is the one where I protect you. Harry sat back, concentrating on Snape's reactions. I could make the mark invisible to the Ministry, giving you your freedom. Oh, I know they saw it all those years back, but you could claim that it loses its effect if you are no longer loyal to him. Those Ministry people are idiots, and we all know it. Snape snorted in agreement at that statement and then replied evenly, and if I were to be under your protection, what would you demand in return? Harry smirked. Very good, Professor. I would ask you to stay at Hogwarts, giving me information from the Order of the Phoenix. It wouldn't be too difficult to make them believe that your position would be compromised if you were to stay in the Dark Lord's ranks, so they would keep you safely in the castle. You don't want me to spy on the Dark Lord for you? Snape asked, suspicious. Quote, that choice would be completely up to you. It's not a demand to gain my protection. It was silent for a moment. Why would you do that? What if I choose to turn my back on Wizarding Britain? You wouldn't gain anything. Snape eventually burst out. Harry was surprised in this way, but then again, he thought to himself, Snape didn't know that this was him. For all he knew or cared, he would never have to see him again. Why not take risks? I just want you to have a choice. You've been pushed into corners by other people, and I want you to be able to have control over your own life once more. Lord Black stated calmly, I know what it's like to be ruled by another. I want to think about it. Snape said eventually. Harry felt a little guilty all of a sudden. He had hated this man for years. The man's behavior had not made it difficult for him to do so, but now he just seemed to be just so put out with the fact that someone wanted to help him. Just help him, without truly wanting something in return. He suddenly felt glad for insisting to be put into Gryffindor. If this was the way Slytherin dealt with its respected ones, what would have happened to him? But of course, he said softly in understanding. Please notify Draco after you made your decision. He will get the message to me. I will secure your own connection to me if you accept my offer. Snape nodded tensely. WOULD, you mind telling me what the meeting was about then? If it was not about Draco's loyalty, something else must have gone on, and I know that there weren't any raids that night. It was about you actually. Snape admitted reluctantly. He has taken notice of your stance in the war. His people at the Wizengamot told him. He informed us of this fact and let us know that you were a free target now. He looked a little uncomfortable at the confession. Harry smirked. Why, Professor, I am honored that I'm not dead yet. I praise myself lucky. Snape answered his smirk with one of his own. Harry revelled again in being addressed like a normal person. Who knew Snape could be a source of pleasant conversation? Then the potions master snorted softly. As if I could have hurt you if I had wanted to. I felt the anti-aggression ward as soon as I entered this booth. Harry laughed outright at that, not in the least feeling apprehensive at being caught. I should have known that would not escape your notice. But you can't blame me. Can you? If you pardon me saying this, but you are not exactly known for your peacefulness. After saying good night in a rather formal way and Snape had left, Harry sagged in his chair. He was glad that conversation was over. He had, with the man's permission, cast a secrecy spell on Snape so he wouldn't be able to tattle on his abilities with the Dark Mark show. He chose to just disappear somewhere, but he found that surprisingly enough, he trusted the man enough not to. Edited for grammar and phrasing in 2021. Next chapter. The conversation with ministry officials about Umbridge. Sincerely, Dulcicambrio. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. Hogsmeade. Hogwarts students filled up Hogsmeade the next morning. They were all chatting merrily, laughing in front of the displays at Zonko's and rushing to be the first at Honeydukes to evade long rows. The older girls were gossiping and went in the other direction, towards the few clothing stores Hogsmeade possessed. Heyo. PLE of all ages entered the three broomsticks, and part of them were also Harry, Ron, Hermione and Neville. They had agreed to stay with Harry until the ministry officials arrived. Oh, calm down already. Ron grunted at the third years who were there for the first time and were pushing to get in. It's not going to disappear if you wait 5 more minutes, you know. And how were you when you were their age, Ron? Hermione admonished. Then she shrieked as a young boy spilled half his butterbeer on her and Harry's Hogwarts uniform. Watch out, Rogers, she reprimanded in a shrill voice that reminded Harry eerily of Mrs. Weasley. Sorry, Captain, the boy mumbled apologetically. No problem. Just watch where you're going, will you? Harry grinned. I will. The boy beamed as he saw Harry wasn't angry. And good luck today. Hermione looked as if she was going to explode when Rogers left without even glancing at her. Somehow it had become known in the DA that Harry was trying to get Umbridge convicted. Luckily it had stayed with the DA, but it had resulted in many good luck wishes yesterday and today, all whispered in corridors or written on small pieces of paper he had found in his backpack when he had opened it at odd moments. He had to admit he was touched. He hoped he could give them good news after today. 2 men in dark red robes entered the establishment, accompanied by the familiar face of Amelia Bones. They hadn't seen him yet. Harry glanced towards his friends, but Neville had seen the ministry officials as well and was already ushering Ron and Hermione to leave. With a last wish of good luck, they put on their cloaks and went outside. On their way to the door, Neville paused politely, bowing elegantly to Lady Bones, and said a few words to her. She looked in his direction and Harry derived that his friend had pointed out his seat. Lady Bones, Harry said respectfully, making the required bow swiftly. Please, sit down, Herr Potter. She acknowledged. He wasn't too surprised that she didn't use his first name, even though she was allowed by the wizarding ways. She was there in function of the ministry and was bound by its protocols as well. These are Ors Williamson and Savage. Both of them mumbled a respectful greeting and Harry acknowledged them in return. Let's get straight to business, shall we? Lady Bones started, getting out a parchment. That appeared to be the letter he had sent her. You accuse Undersecretary Umbridge of having offended the Potter honor as well as having abused the powers she received from the ministry. That is a serious accusation. Could you please explain what it was she did? Certainly, Harry answered. Madame Umbridge taught defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts the year after Voldemort returned. The 2 Aurors flinched. Lady Bones didn't budge. She accused me of lying about it. She told everyone that I was only looking for attention and that none of it was true. I'm sure that I'm not alone, and I say that I remember she was not the only one doubting you. Lady Bones hesitated. Of course, Harry allowed, smiling in reassurance. But she called me on it in class, gave me unjust detentions. And when my head of house tried to help me, another educational decree was filed in order to stop her. She forbade us from starting clubs and study groups and we had to ask permission in order to reinstate them. Out of spite she refused to allow the Gryffindor team, but Professor McGonagall used her title as deputy headmistress to give us permission. The day after, another decree gave Madame Umbridge more power than the deputy. These kinds of occurrences were a constant through the year. Harry stopped, looking a little embarrassed about his rant, but Lady Bones paid it no heed. I understand Fr. Own your explanation that she was prejudiced against certain students? She asked. Harry nodded. I'm afraid this is still not really a crime. Lady Bones said reluctantly. Excuse me, my lady, but no matter what prejudice. She told the world that I was an incorrigible liar and that I was not to be listened to. I suppose you are aware of the Potter family values. The 3 across from him nodded, looking puzzled. But those were not yet active, were they? You were only 15 at the time, and since you were brought up by your Muggle relations, you would not have been raised to honor them. Williamson offered. I was still capable of lying. Harry explained. And while it is true that I was unaware such a thing as family values even existed, I did not live by them explicitly, but I would ever have lied to get attention or to fool the entire wizarding world. It is against my nature. An abhorrence of lying is in my blood. Also, I was, and still am, the last scion of the Potters. The family values are naturally strong in me. What is that supposed to mean? Savage, the other Auror exclaimed. Don't tell me that you have never lied in your life. Harry laughed wholeheartedly. Of course I have. All children do, you know. Rubbish at it. My excuses were completely transparent, and I did not lie if it wasn't absolutely necessary in my eyes. Absolutely necessary. Savage scoffed. When are lies absolutely necessary? When Voldemort asks you if you are scared. Harry explained dryly. Or when he asks whether or not you have the Philosopher's Stone in possession. When you are lying to get away from a teacher because you know your godfather is dying in the ministry. Because a ministry undersecretary threatens you with the Cruciatus curse if you don't want to tell her if you know where Dumbledore is. Because she wants him out of the way so the minister would have it easy blinding the public, which gets us back on topic quite nicely, don't you think? She threatened you with what? Lady Bones exclaimed, somewhat unladylike. Why didn't you add that in your letter? Harry shrugged. It's not a crime, is it? Threatening. Hermione stopped her right before she could use it. I didn't want to be shrugged off for being an attention seeker again. Of course it is a crime. Williamson cried. Did she really do that? The raven-haired heir rolled his eyes. No, I'm lying. Then he mumbled softly under his breath. Honestly, Heir Potter. Lady Bones admonished sharply. Sorry. Harry mumbled. Anything else unusual? What was the general opinion on her at school? Everyone thought her a stupid, brainless toad with an unhealthy affection for cats, he said bluntly. They knew he couldn't lie, so they should have known what they were getting themselves into when they asked that. Savage couldn't keep in a chuckle. She didn't teach us anything, afraid that Dumbledore would use us against Fudge as his personal army. Lady Bones' eyes widened comically. Harry still wasn't finished. Filch worshipped her. It was gross. I think he knew about that bloody quill somehow. Of course he would like that. Quote, wait, Heir Potter, what quill? Mr. Jenkins had advised him to AC. T as young and innocent as possible, and so far, everything was going great. He seemed to be someone who was trying to take the lordship seriously, but couldn't help being a Muggle-raised boy. The quill she made us write with in detentions. Everyone hated that thing, he said with a shudder. Was there something special about it then? Lady Bones inquired. Harry ruffled his hair in a nervous manner. We didn't need ink to write with it. It used our blood instead. Savage and Williamson tensed. Did it do something specific? Yeah, it carved the lines we did in our hand. Like this, you see. He answered, showing the scars on his right hand. I mustn't tell lies. The words shone clear on the back of his hand as Harry moved it. I think we have enough information to start a trial, Heir Potter. Lady Bones said, gritting her teeth together in anger. Williamson kicked Savage under the table in order to keep him from making some snide remark, so Harry supposed, against Umbridge this time. If I may, I suggest you contact a solicitor to look this through, and if I may be so blunt, please tell him everything you disliked about Madame Umbridge. There may be other things you missed. That would be a shame, don't you think? Of course, Lady Bones. Harry acknowledged. I had already contacted a trustworthy solicitor for some other affairs. I will make sure to mention this to him. Lady Bones nodded in satisfaction. In that case I shall leave you to your day out. We shall see each other again when I need more information. Certainly. They all rose and, after the necessary greeting, the three officials left, leaving Harry as happy as possible behind. Everything had gone quite well, he mused. Then he groaned softly. He still had to show this entire conversation to Hermione that night, and for some reason, he wasn't really looking forward to it. He left the three broomsticks, imagining his friend's reaction to every separate sentence they had said and regretting the promise he had made about the arrangement. He was just pondering if he could somehow get Neville to do it when he heard a scared scream in a young girl's voice. Before another thought, His wand was out and he stood with his back against the wall. No one else seemed to have heard anything, though. Thinking it best not to cause any unnecessary panic, he approached the alley he thought the noise had come from and peeked around the corner. He didn't understand what he was looking at first, but then the image suddenly clicked. 3 boys in Hogwarts uniforms stood with their backs to him. One of them had his wand out, pointing away from him too. What from Harry's point of view, looked like a blank wall. He realized, though, that it wasn't just a wall. He had been in a similar situation too often himself not to recognize a scene like this. "Don't you dare cast another spell," he warned the boy in a low and dangerous tone as he saw the kid was aiming again. The boys froze and he heard a relieved sigh behind them, confirming Harry's suspicions. "Turn around, the 3 of you," he said, "and put your wands away," he added coolly as he saw the other 2 had pulled them. A girl Harry recognized as a first-year Slytherin emerged from behind them and ran as hard as she could to the main street, probably in search of her friends. She had scratches all over and some spots of her bare arms were turning blue as if someone had pinched her. The most obvious thing, however, was the thing that got Harry truly mad. The girl was covered in paint. The kids had probably thought it was funny to humiliate her that way. It wasn't until now that Harry fully focused his attention on the bullies and recognized them to be members of the DA. His anger rose to fury and he couldn't fully control the itching, burning magic any longer. It broke free of its boundaries and pulsed angrily around him, giving him a white-hot aura. His robes billowed off him and his hair rose to stand up even more than it usually did. "You dare to use spells I taught you to hurt others?" he asked, his voice ice-cold and filled with power. He already felt how Centaur was trying and failing to absorb all astray magic directed at the children. "Shish, she was asking for it," the bravest exclaimed. "She comes from a family of Ravenclaws and then got herself sorted into Slytherin." "Fools," Harry spat. "I wish I could show you now what a mess you've gotten yourselves into. But it will have to wait until tonight. There will be an emergency DA. I'm expecting you." The air around him was threatening enough not to make them even hesitate before agreeing. "Now get out of here. Go back to the castle right away. Before I change my mind and get McGonagall." The 3 stumbled and walked past him slowly in the direction of the castle. "Or should I make that Snape?" he called behind them. The faces of the 3 went ashen and they immediately broke into a run. As soon as the 3 bullies were out of his sight, Harry calmed down enough to rein in his magic once more. He looked around and tried to find the girl, but she was long gone. No one was around, so he pulled up his sleeve, exposing Centaur. "That was close, Master," the snake hissed in dismay. "You are growing more powerful and I can't keep up. We should find a way to control your magic in an emergency." Harry sighed. "I know, I was close to hurting those children and I still get angry when I think about it. What should I do? I don't have any clue on how to punish them and I want to keep the teachers out of it." "Do you think the girl will tell?" "She might tell her nest mates," Centaur said, meaning the girl's roommates and best friends, "but I doubt this will make it to the Sallow Man." She was ashamed of allowing herself to get cornered. The raven-haired teen nodded. "I think you are right. Maybe they will understand that I mean to help them, now." Centaur shook its head in hesitation. "It might," he allowed, "only, you didn't see it was a snake child before you tried to help. But they don't know that, do they?" Harry grinned. "Thanks, Centaur, I needed to have a regular conversation to help me calm down." "No thanks is necessary, Master," Centaur hissed, in a TG to recognize as honored. "And if I might suggest a way to deal with your wayward snakelings." "Hey, are you done already?" his friends asked as he met with them at Honeyduke's. "Yeah, they didn't need a lot of my time." He smiled. "How did he go?" Ron asked, his mouth full of candy. Hermione smacked the back of his head. "That's gross," she said, scrunching up her nose. Harry grinned and shrugged. "It went pretty well, I think. But I can't say anything yet." He had decided together with Centaur that he wouldn't tell his friends anything about the bullying that had taken place, so they would hear it for the first time that night and couldn't be associated with his choice in punishment. He didn't want them to be targeted for his decisions or to be shunned from the others because of holding an advantage over them. "Are you sure it went all right, Harry?" Hermione asked. "You look a little different." She couldn't quite put the word on it, he noticed. She was probably sensing the residues of his magical outbursts and they were making her uncomfortable. He nodded. I'm fine, Hermione, truly, he said. She sighed, but left the subject alone. If he said he was fine, it was impossible to say he was lying. One of the better sides of his family values, he said to himself. Ron had gathered an enormous portion of candy off the shelves. The cashier was looking at him with large eyes. She's new, Harry remarked to Neville with a grin. And the owner didn't tell her about Ron so he could see her face probably. He pointed to a man sitting at a desk in the room off the shop. The man had heard him and grinned sheepishly. They all burst out laughing, well, except for the poor cashier, who was still trying to calculate how much Ron owed her. They came outside and Ron held out his bags to Harry expectantly. Could you please do your feather light charm on my bag, mate? This is too heavy to carry back to school. Hermione huffed, but couldn't keep a smile off her face. Sure. He agreed, casting the spell. Something unexpected happened. The bag floated up, going higher and higher, like a giant balloon. Knock it off, mate, Ron said, laughing and reaching for the bag. It kept flying higher and was almost out of their reach. Harry stood aghast, staring up at the colorful bag. That was a featherlight charm, Ron. I didn't do anything. Seriously, Hermione asked. The only way that bag could float because of a featherlight charm is if you made it lighter than air. That's impossible. The raw amount of magic necessary for that. She trailed off and looked at Harry. You came into your magical maturity, didn't you? That's why you felt different. Oh, Harry, why didn't you tell us? Well, Harry started hesitantly. He hadn't really noticed it, to be honest. But he could hardly tell them that if he wanted to keep the bullying a secret for a while longer. It must have happened in between, he pondered to himself, unknowingly switching to Parseltongue. What happened, Master? Centaur inquired curiously. I have reached magical maturity, did you notice? Centaur uncurled around his arm in excitement. I tasted a difference in your magic, Master, while I was trying to calm it down. But I did not understand. This is brilliant news. Explain it to me later, please. My friends are waiting. He smiled. His friends were staring and it was then that Harry remembered he had never told them about Centaur. Ah, right. He mumbled. Not here. He then said. Come with me. He headed towards the shrieking shack. It had been a long time since they had last been there. He decided when he saw all the dust that had gathered on top of the mess he remembered. The last time they had been here, Sirius had been alive and he, Harry, had wanted to kill him. Wormtail had been there too, and Lupin. And even Snape. So, Hermione asked shrilly, calling him back to the present. I want you to meet someone, he said, pulling back his sleeve. Centaur slithered up his arm, resting around his shoulders. His friends gasped. This is Centaur. He is my familiar. He has been for a few weeks and apparently it slipped my mind to tell you guys. He is beautiful, Harry. Neville remarked. He had some knowledge of magical creatures, as well as plants. I've never seen one like him before. What kind of snake is he? I don't really know, Harry admitted. He then proceeded to tell his friends how exactly he had become bonded with Centaur. You mean to tell me that Snake is a dark mark? Hermione shrieked. How are you sure you can trust him? For all we know he is passing information to Voldemort. Harry's magic flared, the others seemed to feel it and backed down. Hermione, Neville started. A familiar would never betray its bonded wizard. And it is impossible to fake that bond. He added, quickly as he saw her next accusation coming. Fine then, so you got yourself a snake. Ron said, not quite able to hide his shiver of disgust at his words. Now what were you discussing earlier? Harry calmed down at being able to focus on something different and the air cleared again. Centaur was telling me how he tried to protect me by absorbing the extra magi. See, that got loose when I gained my maturity, but it failed. That had never happened before. I was relieved that we found the reason for it. So that night you got Madame Bones's letter. Hermione understood suddenly. Yes, Centaur was helping me in the shrieking shack. It's because of him that I was all right in the morning. Harry smiled. We've helped each other out quite a lot since we met. Ron jumped up, his eyes wide in anxious question. Mate, where has the snake been sleeping all this time? Usually he sleeps under the covers of my bed, at my feet. Harry answered without thinking. Then his eyes gained a mischievous spark. But who's to say he stays in my bed all night long? For all I know he goes exploring at night. The scream Ron gave after this declaration convinced a lot of villagers and students that the rumor of a ghost that lived in the Shrieking Shack wasn't just a rumor after all. Next chapter. The Punishment of the Bullies. Sincerely, Dalsicambrio. Edited for Grammar and Phrasing in 2021. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Punishment and Worry. You probably wonder why I called you here on such a short notice. I apologize if someone is missing an earlier engagement or had this night planned for homework. But I promise that this won't take long, Harry said while pacing back and forth in the room of requirement. His students were sitting on pillows, scattered through the chamber. I assume that everyone remembers the rules we agreed to upon starting this year. People mumbled in agreement, wondering what this all was about. I am afraid one of them was violated this afternoon. What? Hermione gasped softly. She looked at Harry in confusion and then exchanged looks with Neville and Ron, who seemed just as lost as she looked. This afternoon I caught 3 of you cruelly bullying a younger student in Hogsmeade, using pinching and paint bullet spells and who knows what else. He got angry again by simply recalling the moment. Will they now please come up here? The DA members started whispering as 3 boys in the back got up and shuffled to the front. It were 2 Ravenclaws and a Hufflepuff, he now saw. 2 of them looked terrified, but the third, the one Harry suspected to be the eldest Ravenclaw, held his shoulders squared and looked around arrogantly. Please explain to them what happened, Harry instructed as they stood next to him. The boys started to narrate the proceedings of that afternoon. Apparently they had known the girl and her family for years and they had offered to smuggle her and her friends into Hogsmeade despite the rule that it was only for 3rd years and up. The girls, excited because they really wanted to see the village, had agreed readily. As soon as they had arrived, however, they had made up some excuse to Separa. The one girl they knew from her friends. They had taken her to the remote alley and had started to punish her for being sorted into Slytherin. Apparently the girl, Matilda G family that had consisted solely of Ravenclaws and the occasional Hufflepuff as far as they could trace back. The boys believed that Matilda was evil, since she had allowed the Sorting Hat to place her into the House of Snakes. They considered it a blemish of the Greenford name and had decided to take matters into their own hands. The other children in the room had become very silent, listening to their tale with growing abhorrence. When the boys described how they had used the paint bullet spells in order to humiliate her and later pinching spells to make her confess her evilness, a few girls looked ill. It appeared that Harry had come just in time. They had been on the brink of resorting to physical violence when he had interrupted them. He couldn't be more relieved, but at the same time, an overwhelming feeling of disappointment had arisen inside him. He had taken responsibility for these children. He had tried so hard to get them to understand what was going on in the war and why it was important to treat everyone equally. Have I or have I not asked all of you to treat everyone with respect? He asked the group in front of him. They all nodded hesitantly. And have you all done as I asked? No one answered this time. It seemed that they had not taken that rule very seriously. Harry sighed. He should have explained things more clearly, so it seemed. He had thought it to be obvious why he had asked them to obey that specific rule. But apparently they thought differently. Look, he said, his tone mellowing and gaining a friendly softness. There is a reason I am asking this of you. Do you remember your first evening here at Hogwarts? I was so scared. I was sure someone was going to come to me and tell me to go home, that they had made some stupid mistake inviting me. They all looked at him with a disbelieving expression on their faces. He shrugged and continued, it's true. Then they put the Sorting Hat on my head and, yeah, we all know. You got sorted into Gryffindor. Get to the point. Smith interrupted snidely. No, he corrected. If those of you who were at Hogwarts that time remember correctly, I was on that stool for quite some time, wasn't I? We all wondered what it was doing. Ron laughed. I mean, where would you go otherwise? Slytherin, Harry said dryly. Everyone laughed, but stopped once they saw Harry was serious. You have got to be kidding me. One of the Slytherin members exclaimed. You wouldn't have survived a day in Slytherin. Hermione, Ron and Neville were looking at him with surprise. Wouldn't I? Harry grinned. I used to be a little hot-headed, sure. But you don't even know about a quarter of the things we have done and seen here at Hogwarts and gotten away with. The point I am trying to make her is, what if I would have been sorted into Slytherin? Instead, what if I hadn't begged the sorting hat to put me into Gryffindor because I knew Voldemort had been in Slytherin house? They were all completely silent. You would have gone dark. Zabini, one of the Slytherin members stated quietly. What are you talking about? Ron snapped. Of course he wouldn't have. Harry shook his head and motioned for Zabini to continue. Nobody would have trusted him. Malfoy would have tried his best to befriend him, luring him to the dark side with all he had in him. He would have been isolated, forced to pick the dark side. Zabini explained it all in a completely neutral, soft tone. He's right, Hermione acknowledged, with a trembling voice. That quiet confirmation convinced everyone of Zabini's words. After all, Hermione was always right. You see, Harry said, a sad smile on his face, if I could have gone into Slytherin, what is to say that none of those Slytherin students could have been sorted into another house? Is it honest? Fair to judge someone because of the house they are in? Someone who is cunning isn't necessarily evil. Rubbish, the oldest Ravenclaw exclaimed. You say that we did something wrong by punishing Matilda. I disagree. There is nothing you can do about it. He raised his wand and made to attack Harry. The next thing everyone knew, the sixth year was on the floor, his wand flying into Harry's hands. That's where you were wrong. He stated, I may not be able to change your mind, but you did agree to follow my rules while in the D.A. He looked at the two accomplices. They seemed torn. They didn't know who to believe. Harry knew this was the moment he had dreaded. He addressed his students. I don't like doing this, but you all agreed to follow my rules. They all murmured in agreement. Quote, you all turned against one little Slytherin girl. You wanted to feel powerful and lord your superiority over them. You wanted everyone's attention. You shall have none, Harry said, his voice rigid and unforgiving. No DA student shall speak with you this week. You will be next to them in class and they will not look at you. You might ask them a question about homework and they will not hear you. This week you do not exist. It will be you that is being shunned. Though, remember, you did do something to deserve this, opposite to the Slytherins. The two youngest were shaking and the older one stood tall, pretending not to hear a word Harry was saying. A week from now, we will gather here again and the punishment shall be lifted. Everyone may leave now. Everyone got up and left, whispering avidly. Hermione, Neville and Ron approached him. Whoa mate, I've never seen you this impressive before. It was scary, man. Ron said, punching him in the shoulder. This isn't funny, Ron. Neville remarked. It must have been difficult to make a decision like this. Why didn't you ask us to help you? Hermione questioned softly. It would have been easier for you. This was something I had to do on my own, Hermione. Harry answered softly. Anyway, it's good you guys stayed behind. I still have to show you what happened with the officials. You don't have to come. You earned some rest, Neville decided. I'll explain everything to them. Thanks, Neville. The Potter heir smiled. He couldn't wait to go to bed. Good morning. Harry greeted his friends as he sat down at the breakfast table the next day. He hadn't felt this rested in weeks. He hadn't noticed how much it had been depressing his mood until now. His friends at the Gryffindor table mumbled their responses and went back to their breakfast. Where's Hermione? The Potter heir asked as he noticed the bushy haired witch was missing. Neville grinned. The library. I think I got through to her yesterday. She was up as soon as curfew ended to verify what I said. I'm not even sure she will think about breakfast. Not think about breakfast, Ron said, scandalized. How could she forget about that? What? He added as everyone around him shook their head good-naturedly. I think I'll go see her. I wouldn't want her to go hungry because of me. Harry smiled. He wrapped some toast in a napkin and got up. He found his friend sitting at her favorite desk in the otherwise empty library. Books and seemingly seldom used parchments were strewn about her and she had her head buried in an old copy of the Daily Prophet. Good morning, he said softly as he sat down across from her. She looked up in confusion and smiled as she recognized him. Hi, Harry, I was just looking up a few things Neville explained to me yesterday. Harry grinned. I see that. Have you eaten? As she shook her head, He passed her the toast he had brought. "That's not allowed in the library," she exclaimed in a heated whisper. "What if the crumbs would end up between the pages? Mice would be all over it. And what if Madame Pants sees us? She would ban us from the library." She looked completely panicky at the thought. "Relax, there are preservation spells on all of these books and Madame Pants isn't even in. She was still at breakfast when I left. You really should eat something. But maybe you're right. Let's go to the Great Hall then." He got up and held out his hand for her to do the same thing. "All right, you win," she grumbled, carefully nibbling on a piece of toast. "I owe Yahweh," she started, suddenly looking embarrassed. "You were right all along. I mean, I'm not through here yet, so I'm not sure about everything and I still can't read the books for heirs and lords." She looked a little frustrated, "But you were right. About the conversation with the officials, I can see that now. I hadn't noticed how much you really had changed over the summer. I'm sorry. Can you forgive me?" She looked up sheepishly. Harry gave her a reassuring smile. "Of course I can, Hermione. I understand." She looked incredibly relieved at those words. Then she hesitated again before asking, "Is there any way you can teach me about things like that? I mean, I don't want to make those horrifying mistakes again. I want to know what I can say without offending people. I'm sure we can arrange something." The Potter heir sat in Transfigurations feeling quite nervous. His weekend had been terribly busy so he hadn't had time to complete all of his homework. Eventually he had had to choose between an essay for Snape or a 20-page reading preparation for McGonagall. No doubt what he had picked. But now his professor was handing out various objects they had to try and change colors nonverbally and he was doubting his decision. It was extremely difficult to get a spell to work without saying the incantation and Harry had absolutely no idea how to get started, so he just sat and stared at his flower pot without really doing anything. That didn't last long, though. Before long McGonagall was next to him. "I know this is hard, Mr. Potter, but could you at least try to do this?" she snapped. He muttered an apology and raised his wand. Desperately hoping he wouldn't destroy his desk or something, he thought the incantation inside his head. Nothing happened at all. He slumped disappointedly. Now, Mr. Potter, it's not that easy. Try again." This time Harry almost screamed the Latin words without opening his mouth, focusing with every fiber of his body to make that stupid flower pot white, the color he thought would be the easiest. And this time something did happen. The flower pot didn't turn white, though, nor yellow or green or any other color. It simply disappeared. "Oops," he said sheepishly, staring up at Professor McGonagall. She sighed. "Well, it's a start." Harry was just about to ask for another pot so he could try again when his head started to hurt intensely. He immediately and instinctively pressed his hand against his scar. But half a second after he had done so, he realized the pain wasn't coming from that spot at all. It was painful inside his head. He closed his eyes, trying to find the exact source so he could dull it with his magic, something he had picked up while learning occlumency. He pulled up his barriers, retreating behind them and tracing the tendrils of white-hot pain back to its origins. He ended up in an unexpected place. It was the thread that connected him to Draco. Something was seriously wrong. He tried poking it with his magic, calming it down, but nothing seemed to work. He opened his eyes as he felt a familiar, smooth shape curling around his ankle and making its way up his robes. "Centaur," he whispered as quiet as he could, "what is going on? Is something wrong with Draco?" The snake had by now reached his resting point around Harry's left arm, the place he seemed to like most. "He has gone through the secret entrance in the dungeons. The Guardian sealed it behind him." "What?" Harry hissed in shock. He knew that Draco would only use the entrance in a state of an emergency. He wasn't the type to go exploring out of curiosity. He was a Slytherin, not a nosy Gryffindor. It had been difficult enough to persuade the portrait of Elizabeth Burke to allow the entrance of someone who didn't speak Parseltongue. She didn't want to let anyone enter, who wasn't of the blood of Slytherin. He had had to convince her by admitting that he was Draco's family head, arguing that he was family through him. It had taken him a while, but eventually she had given in. Just when there is an emergency, she had huffed and then she had abruptly left her portrait. To think that she had now even sealed the entrance to protect the occupant inside, it had to mean something was seriously wrong. "Excuse me, Professor?" he asked, looking up. It didn't seem as if anyone had noticed his grabbing his head, too much engrossed in their nonverbal assignment. "Yes, Mr. Potter," she asked. "Do you have a question?" "As a matter of a family emergency, madam, I ask you if I may please leave the classroom," Harry asked formally. He knew that heirs to an important family were allowed to ask for this favor according to the Hogwarts rules. Everyone looked at him strangely, McGonagall not in the least. They were probably wondering what the emergency could be, considering that he didn't have any living family left. He heard Seamus whisper to Dean, "You think it might be about some press scandal again? Something influencing his family honor or something?" Well, why wasn't going to dissuade them from that option if he could help it? It was plausible after all. He waited impatiently for his head of house's answer. What did the woman think an emergency meant? Eventually she nodded slowly. "Of course, Mr. Potter. Please let us know if you intend to leave the castle." "I do not intend to, madam, but I might need to use the flow." When she allowed him that as well, he didn't waste any more time and left the class, speaking a disillusionment spell so that he couldn't be followed. The portraits were on his side, but you could never be too careful, he supposed. He raced through the corridor and used the secret entrance behind the portrait of Gifford Abbott. It led him straight into the hall off the library. He turned left twice and finally stopped at one of the Guardian's portraits. When Hogwarts had been constructed, every founder had created a few rooms and entrances strictly for their own use. The current headmaster's office had been Godric Gryffindor's private study. Rowena Ravenclaw was rumored to have created a magnificent library somewhere in the castle, but Harry hadn't managed to find that one yet, so that might just be a rumor. Helga Flepuff hadn't been quite as secret and had simply reserved a private greenhouse for her personal use. Slytherin had of course hidden his infamous Chamber of Secrets. What most didn't know, however, was that this wasn't his only set of secret rooms. Why would Salazar, who was a pureblood of a very high rank, prefer to spend his time in a damp dungeon somewhere? No, that chamber was merely where he went to speak with his familiar, the basilisk that Harry had slain so many years ago. There were some tunnels that allowed the beast to move around and to access the Forbidden Forest to hunt. The portrait he was standing in front of depicted Gunther the Violent. It was a dangerous, if somewhat plump-looking wizard, and he guarded one of the entrances of Slytherin's set of private rooms. He sat on a throne-like chair, a small snake curling up around one of the legs of it, staring at Harry in concern. "I am glad to see you, Heir Potter," the snake announced. "Your ward has sought the safety of these rooms. According to Miss Burke, something was clearly wrong. It was good of you to come this quickly. Let us not waste any more time now." The portrait swung open without even demanding the password. Harry ran into the corridor that had just been revealed, hurrying down the narrow staircase to the main sitting area, pulling off his amulet on the way there and transforming smoothly into the persona of Lord Black. He suspected Draco to be in that room since it was nearest the dungeon entrance. On his way there, the glowing thread connecting him to Draco got more vibrant and lured him closer. He threw open the carved mahogany doors so that they slammed against the dungeon walls. It would have made an awful lot of noise if there hadn't been a tapestry behind the door. Harry had suspected before that it hung there for exactly this purpose, but he didn't pay attention to it now. He looked around the room, seeing the rest of the interior. He knew what the sitting room looked like. There was a grand fireplace in front of him. Above it hung the coat of arms of the Slytherin family. There were comfortable settees and sofas all around the room, and a small writing desk was in the corner, still covered in paperwork of the Black family from the last time Harry had been here to arrange its affairs. Since no one could enter except for him and Draco, this was the safest place to keep them. His box of secrets Hermione had given him sat on a table next to Harry's favorite sofa. Another box was right beside it, filled with what Harry suspected had been Salazar's favorite sweets, candied oranges slices. Draco sat on the floor, on a brilliant goblin-made rug, showing small snakes moving around in complicated patterns. The boy was extremely pale and shivering magic swirled around in a chaotic manner. Harry hurried closer to him, wanting to help him as soon as possible. He set foot on the carpet, extending his hand to his ward and saying softly, "Draco." What happened next he couldn't have predicted. Next thing he knew, He got thrown across the room by an invisible force, slamming into the bare dungeon stone wall, head first. After that, everything went black. Edited for grammar and phrasing in 2021. Sincerely, Dulcicambrio. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Interlude. Draco Malfoy sat in his usual spot of honor in the common room. Being the Slytherin prince came with a great many advantages, and one of them was the privilege of the most comfortable and best positioned chair, right by the main fireplace, overviewing the entire room if he turned towards it and having complete privacy when he positioned the chair the other way. The common room was rather empty for the moment, however, as only the 6th years of their house had a free period right now. Damn Transfigurations reading. Draco cursed softly to himself. He put down the text to scratch his hand, which had been itching for over an hour now. It had started out as a mild tingling, not very pleasant, but bearable. Looking at his hand now, 3 of his fingers were swollen and an angry red color. He couldn't tell if it was because of his repeated rubbing and scratching them or for another reason. He considered going to the hospital wing, even another while, and he might not even be able to get his Heir ring off, no matter the fact that it resized as needed. Heir Malfoy, sir. A timid voice sounded from below. Draco immediately let his hand fall in his lap, resuming his correct posture. Yes, he drawled. Flipsy is having a letter for the young master, sir. Lord Malfoy of the board is sending it by quick post, sir. A house elf with the Hogwarts crest on his pillowcase held up a pale yellow envelope for him. The Malfoy heir nodded and accepted the parchment without even looking down at the elf. The creature immediately popped out again. Draco recognized his father's handwriting and, after performing several revealing and authenticity charms, broke the seal. He scanned the letter quickly, paling at every word. Draconis. For some reprehensible reason you apparently assumed I would not discover your change in allegiance. I am certain you know you made a horrible mistake doing this. You will not be safe anywhere. The Dark Lord will find you, and he has promised me the honor of killing you myself. Consider yourself warned. I, Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, head of the most ancient and noble house of Malfoy, do hereby cast Draconis Lucius Malfoy out of the family for his disloyalty against his blood. May he be shunned by all and no longer find comfort in our magics and values. So mote it be. You are not my son. You failed your family and are not longer wanted. Lucius Malfoy, head of the most ancient and noble house of Malfoy, president of the Hogwarts board. The letter went up in flames as soon as he had finished reading it. His hand was consumed by an overwhelming pain, quickly spreading upwards towards his wrist and heading in the direction of his elbow. When he looked down, he was horrified to see his entire arm turning red. Blisters appeared, bursting open and oozing a putrid yellow fluid. Instinctively, he screamed, shook his arm and tore off his sleeve as if trying to get away from the source of the pain. His Heir ring tumbled to the ground and the pain lessened slightly, though the blisters were still appearing and the burning sensation did not stop. He was stunned for a moment as he looked down to the ring that wasn't supposed to come off without his willing to. He didn't have time to think about it, though. He gasped and doubled over. A grand force he could not see was pulling at his arms, his legs, his face, robbing him of something inside him, he understood in a haze of terrified pain. He felt as if it was tearing him to pieces, his muscles were screaming. But he himself could no longer utter a word, no matter how hard he wanted to beg for it to end. Merlin, even his hair seemed to hurt. His heart beat wildly, his blood seemed to boil, all of it aggravating the blisters on his arm, making them spread worse than before. He hit his head against the cold dungeon floor repeatedly, struggling to get free of whatever this was that was affecting him, not even caring it hurt. It was nothing more than a playful pinch in comparison with the rest. And then, all of it was gone. He breathed heavily, trying to calm himself down instinctively. Draco, he heard someone ask. Goyle, he thought, though he wasn't sure. Are you all right? He opened his eyes, looking around and seeing his entire year standing around him, looking concerned. He started, then something brushed over him. It was uncomfortable, it stung a little. Draco, he closed his eyes, trying to shut out the feeling. A wave of it hit him again, the sweet smell making him sick. Sounds, voices, singing, reached his ears and seemed uncommonly loud. He pressed his hands over them, but it was in vain. It just waved through, reaching his eardrums easily, as if mocking him. He felt raw and open to the world. Everything was too bright. Suddenly a hand touched his. A painful spark jumped onto his hand. He flinched. "Get away from me," he screamed, but everyone just came closer, compressing those awful fumes and making it worse. Someone cast a diagnostic charm. He heard a girl shriek. A spell hit him, but to Draco it felt as if someone had hit him with acid. "No," he groaned. "Stop it. Get away from me." More spells followed, burning him, stinging, freezing. His magic searched for relief, frantically waving around him, trying to shut everyone out. Nothing seemed to work. It then did the only thing it had left. His magic assumed it needed more strength to deal with whatever this horrible thing was and broke open the wall that was keeping back his unused magic, his mature magic. It was trying to help, but it had the opposite effect. His body seemed to explode. He could not handle that magic yet, and definitely not now. It pressed on him, suffocating him. He was going to die, he realized. Something inside him yelled to get away from here, so he got up, staggered towards the exit and did not look back. The dungeon armors sent out painful sparks, so he turned and ran the other way. Towards the other staircase. Everything was too much. "Are you all right, dear?" a voice asked, sounding worried. Draco stopped and stood still. His feet had brought him to a painting of a young woman and apparently did not want to go any further. "You look horrible," the witch exclaimed, pressing her hands to her mouth, looking at the blisters on his arm. "What in Merlin's name happened to you?" But the boy wasn't listening. He had spotted a snake in the painting, blinking up at him in a concerned way. His mind screamed safety, but he could not understand why. Then it came to him. Lord Black. Frantically he searched his pockets, looking for the small box he had been carrying around ever since he had received it. There it was. He held it up for the portrait to see, opening it. "Oh dear, come in, quickly," the woman shrieked, before swinging open, naive explanation. Gratefully Draco ran inside. He closed his eyes, repressing tears welling up in them, and stumbled on the edge of a carpet. Falling down, the small ring box tumbling out of his hands and disappearing into some dark corner where he could no longer see it. Pathetic, he thought to himself, but he did not have the strength to get up, let alone go and look for it. Being here, wherever here was, did seem to help. It numbed the horrid feeling a little, enough to make it almost manageable. His eyelids grew heavy and his neck could no longer support his head, making his chin bump into his chest. He was too scared to fall asleep, however, so he just remained there, his magic washing off his body uncomfortably. What was happening to him? Had his father really disowned him a moment ago? Was that the reason his hand had been itching before? He opened an eye, forcing himself to examine his hand. He almost threw up when he saw the blisters, but he managed to ignore the feeling and tried to do the same with his wounds. A small band had been singed into the flesh of his ring finger, where his heir ring had sat. He was no longer allowed to wear it. He realized that was the reason for the reaction. After that he had lost the protection of the family spirits and probably the magics as well. He could not know for sure, however. He would have to test it later. He shivered again. How could those mudbloods stand the feeling? He felt naked and bare, as if he was wearing nothing but a thin shirt in a snowstorm. Exhausted he let his head lean against the dungeon wall. He did not know how long he sat there when he heard a door slam above him. Quick footsteps came down a staircase and Draco felt magic approach. It did not feel as terrible as his housemates had. Nonetheless, he shut his eyes tightly, trying to focus on the occlumency exercises Aunt Bella had taught him over summer. They didn't work. Then the door flung open. Someone hurried inside and stopped abruptly. The blond boy felt his magic react to the other's presence. It was calming somehow. He recognized this other person. Draco shivered. He was about to lift his head when a voice said his name, Draco. It sounded hesitating, and though the Slytherin tried to resist it, to force it down and to react normally, his magic flung out of control, slipped. The leash he had managed to put on it and lashed out against the figure in front of him with all he had. Immediately after, he lost consciousness. Edited for grammar and phrasing in 2021. Sincerely, Dulcicanbrio. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Worry and Anger. Tell me again what he said, Minerva. Headmaster Dumbledore said calmingly to his worried deputy. I told you, Albus, the Scottish professor said. He asked me permission to leave class because of a family emergency. He even quoted the rules. I hesitated and then let him. What else could I have done? She buried her face in her hands. And he didn't say where he was going. The headmaster verified. McGonagall looked up. He said he might use the flow. He could be anywhere by now. But he doesn't have anywhere to go. Pomona Sprout threw in. The other staff members nodded. Snape snorted. To Lord Black, of course. Flitwick toppled off his chair. What? He squeaked. But we don't know who that is. No one does. Well, once again Potter has managed to do the impossible. Now, if we can please change the subject. Your golden boy isn't the only student currently missing. You might remember if you stopped that blatant favoritism. 6th year. Blonde hair. Your godson. Minerva snapped. Yes, we know. But he didn't have any permission to use the flow, so the castle wouldn't have let him without alerting us, and he didn't cross the wards. According to his year mates, he ran off in panic, so he couldn't have gotten far. Hagrid and the elves are looking for him. That oaf isn't going to find my godson if I couldn't. He has been gone for 2 days. That's enough. Dumbledore thundered, for once losing his temper. We are looking for both of the boys. This bickering isn't going to help us find them. The 2 professors looked down and grunted. Do you know who they remind me of? Sprout whispered to Flitwick. Ms. Granger and Mr. Don't you dare finish that sentence. Snape hissed venomously. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled for a moment, before refocusing on the task at hand. It is indeed possible that Harry went to Lord Black. The problem is that we don't know if the man is dangerous or not. Hat could the emergency be if they are still on it without even a word? Maybe they are on some kind of adventure. Snape said snidely. Potter tends to lose track of time when he's on one of those. Severus Snape, don't you dare. Minerva, for Merlin's sake. Headmaster Dumbledore sighed. Sorry, Albus, I'm just so worried. What if something bad happened? What if you know who? You mustn't think that way, Minerva. He will come back, when he's done with whatever it is he is doing. I wouldn't be so sure of that, Albus. A mystical voice interrupted them. I have seen something in my tea leaves yesterday, just before Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy disappeared. Sybil Trelawney jingled her bracelets and lowered her voice ominously. It was death, I am certain of it. Oh, yes, I've seen it. Oh, the burden of such a gift. To know, but not to be able to do something about it. Only those who can truly see, could possibly understand. Now, Sybil. Why don't you go upstairs and see if you can find out some more? Flitwick said quickly, before McGonagall had the chance to start in on the woman. Trelawney wanted to protest, but Flitwick ran towards her chair and took her arm. I quite insist. He glanced at Minerva over his shoulder and his eyes widened when he saw her look. I'll even go with you. He rushed on and pushed the frog through the door. Tell me, Sybil. Well, that's that. Snape snorted. Why don't we split up and search the grounds? Dumbledore proposed. When Harry woke up, the first thing he became aware of was his pounding head. Oomph. He groaned. What on earth? Master is being awake. He heard a voice shriek from right beside his ear. Mistress and Creature was so worried. Master. How is Master feeling, sir? Harry opened his eyes to see his house elf standing beside the bed, looking at him with a relieved expression. He tried to push himself upright, but a small steady hand pressed on his chest to keep him down. You is not getting up now, Master. Mistress is saying to rest. Creature stated sternly. Right, Harry sighed. Just his luck not to end up in the hospital wing, but still to be under such strict orders. Then a thought appeared to him. How long was I out, exactly? Creature's ears drooped for a moment. Creature is not being sure, Master. Master's friends was being worried, sir, so they is calling Creature to ask to check o. N Master and Creature did, and Master was on the floor in the big room, sir. His voice rose as he spoke and became more agitated. So Creature went to Mistress and she is telling Creature to put Master in bed and take care of him, sir. He nodded as to confirm his thoughts. How is Master feeling now? Harry smiled weakly. I'll be okay, Creature. Thank you for your help. But what about Draco? Where is he? He looked around Slytherin's bedroom to see if Draco might be on the big settee he knew to be across the room, but there was no one there. The elf looked upset now. Creature wanted to help Master's guest as well. Sir, and he tried, he did. But Creature is not being able to come close to young Sir. So he is still on the floor in the living room. Harry exclaimed, he just lay there for 2 days on that rug. Then he shot out of bed as Creature started to bang his head against the wall. Creature, stop it, it's okay. He grabbed the slim wrists of the house elf and forced him to hold still. I didn't mean you did something wrong, I was just worried about Draco. The elf shook like a leaf, but nodded. Harry tentatively let go, ready to grab him again if necessary. Is Master wanting breakfast now? That would be great, Creature. Harry's elf had popped out. He tentatively got out of bed and ran towards the living room, where an unconscious Draco was sprawled out on the carpet, moaning every time Harry set a step closer. When he wanted to put a foot on the carpet, Draco started trashing around wildly and Harry felt the boy's magic crackling dangerously. He froze. Now what did he do? He obviously couldn't come any closer without risking being thrown back once more. How could he reach the boy? He instinctively closed his eyes and reached out towards the pulsing golden thread that represented Draco. It felt ill and weary, like deadly wounded prey that had been pushed into a corner. He drew up magic of his own, coaxing the thread to trust him, letting it feel familiarity and then called out softly, Draco, it's Lord Black. I'm not here to harm you. You are safe here, like I promised. Remember? Draco moaned a little, his sweaty blonde hair sticking against his face. Feeling encouraged, Harry continued his soft talking, carefully placing one foot on the carpet. He held his breath. Moments passed and nothing happened. He breathed out a sigh of relief. It's going to be okay, Draco. He promised and slowly approached the boy, reaching out carefully. As soon as his hand touched Draco's arm, the boy sagged, all the oppressive magic disappearing completely. Harry looked up in surprise and inspected his charge more closely. He looked to be sleeping peacefully now. Thank Merlin. He sighed. He gathered the blonde in his arms and carried him to the bedroom like he would a child. Changing him into pajamas carefully and slowly positioning him in a comfortable position in bed. That's when he got the chance to see the wounds on his arms. He closed his eyes momentarily. The only thing he could do to keep himself from being sick. Creature. He called softly. The elf popped back in, breakfast tray in his hands. Master called. Cur. He then caught sight of Draco and cried out shrilly. Harry ignored it. Could you get me the potions kit from Grimmauld Place and some water and towels? The elf disappeared immediately, leaving the tray forgotten on the bedside table. Harry inspected the wounds again, swallowing uncomfortably. He had some experience with these kind of wounds, but they had been his own and not quite this severe. He realized the lack of the Malfoy heir ring the same moment Creature reappeared. Those bastards. He swore, taking the potions from the elf absently and quaffing a pain reliever to soothe his own headache. Then he started in on Draco, spelling a pain reliever into his stomach and cleaning his wounds with water and disinfecting potions before covering it in foul-smelling burn paste until he could barely see the arm. He had perhaps used a bit much, he considered, but as far as he knew this salve had no side effects and he would rather be safe than sorry. Not for the first time he cursed his inattentiveness in potions. Should he have listened to Snape more, he might have known how much to use and how better to help Draco, but this would have to do for now. He could hardly barge in the hospital wing, either as Harry or Lord Black. Carrying an injured Draco Malfoy, now could he? At least he had a solid foundation in bedside manner spells, from spending all that time in the hospital wing. Feeling exhausted, he settled into a chair by Draco's side and grabbed a piece of toast. He wanted to be there when his charge woke up. Involuntarily his thoughts wandered off. Why hadn't Draco put on his black heir ring like he had instructed him to? He would have been too overwhelmed in the beginning, but apparently he had been able to remember to get in here, so he should have realized what was going on. He leaned over to pick up Draco's clothes from the floor where he had left them just now. He couldn't find the ring box anywhere and yet the boy wouldn't have been able to get in without it. It needed to be around here somewhere. He was just about to call Creature to look for it when he remembered that wasn't necessary. He ducked his head in embarrassment, happy Draco wasn't awake for this as he surely would have known. He stretched out his hand, palm upwards and focused on the family magics. "Return to me," he chanted softly, careful not to wake Draco. The ornate ring box shimmered and appeared in his hand. He sighed in relief, happy that it hadn't been stolen and put under protection spells. That would have been a disaster. Draco needed that ring to recover. His fingers itched to take the ring out of the box and shove it on his heir's finger himself, but unfortunately that was impossible, as this had to be done with mutual consent. So all that was left for him to do was to wait until Draco woke up. Blast his Gryffindor impatience, he grumbled to himself. He sat and watched the steady breathing of his patient. He seemed okay, right? It wouldn't hurt just to close his eyes for a few minutes. It wasn't as if he would go to sleep or anything, and as soon as Draco woke up, he would hear. He shifted in his seat until he was more comfortable. All would be fine, he yawned, reassuring himself. And he didn't even notice Creature covering him with a blanket and picking up Draco's uniform before falling sound asleep. Stephen Cornfoot, a fourth-year Ravenclaw, stalked through the charms corridor, not paying attention to where he was going. Several first years had to scurry out of the way to avoid being run over, but he didn't pay it any mind. Any other week that he would have done this, he would surely have been stopped by a prefect, but this week they all ignored him. After all, they were all members of the Defense Association and as such under Potter's punishment order. He had never thought he would say this, but he would give a lot just to be yelled at right now. Until now, he had never realized how many of his housemates were in the DA. He had not thought his punishment, WOULD, have had this big an impact on his daily life. He had gone straight to his dormitory after the emergency meeting and had wanted to complain to his friends in the dormitory about the arrogance of Potter. But none of them had paid him any mind. They all calmly sat down and started talking to each other as if he wasn't there. The nerve of them all. No one forced them to obey Potter's orders, idly not in the privacy of their dormitory. He had tried to reason with them for a while, telling them that Potter wouldn't find out if they talked to them there, but it had all been in vain. During meals no one talked to him. They wouldn't react if he asked them to pass a platter of food. In return, when Lovegood, 2 spots over, had asked the table in general to pass the rice, he had picked it up and offered it to her. But she had stared right through him, waiting for the bowl to come from the other end of the table. Loony. Lovegood had ignored him, although he had to admit her look had been unnerving. The younger kids sometimes forgot themselves. He had noticed a stare or two, but when he turned to face them, they quickly diverted their looks as if he was something contagious. It had been going on for 2 days now, and he was getting angrier every hour. Potter wasn't even anywhere to be found. He had been missing for over a day. Normally that would have started the rumor mill immediately. But no one seemed to question him now. Did they know something he didn't? Or was this another embodiment of their trust and respect? If it was the latter, the sweetness of it was making him sick. Gerard Willoughby, one of his accomplices, was a third-year Ravenclaw. The boy had sought him out the first day, considering him someone he could talk to since he was being punished as well. The key had stuck with him during meals and in the evenings in the common room, when he couldn't sit with his Hufflepuff friend, Benjamin McEwen. He was constantly blabbering how much he was sorry and that they had gone too far. At last he had tired of his constant following him around and had barked at the kid to leave him alone. He had yelled how it was all Potter's fault, everyone was ignoring them. They hadn't done anything to other Ravenclaws in the common room had stared at him in disbelief for a moment before realizing that they should be ignoring him. Ever since then, the 2 3rd had been looking at him with a mixture of fear and distaste. As if was a Death Eater and they had only just now realized it. He huffed. He hadn't done anything wrong. He wasn't dark, quite the contrary. But they just didn't want to see it. He smiled to himself as he entered the charms classroom and sat down. If they didn't want to see it, he would have to make them. But where could he be? Hermione exclaimed worriedly. They had sent Creature over to look for Harry yesterday, but the elf hadn't come back with news. No news is better than bad news. Neville tried to calm her down. Now sit down. Everyone is watching. Hermione reddened when she realized Neville was right. The younger Gryffindors looked worried. Everything's all right, she said, but her voice trembled and she knew she wasn't fooling anyone who really knew her. She couldn't help being concerned, though. Harry had just gotten up and left in the middle of Transfiguration. That was nothing like him. Malfoy had gone missing around the same time, so that meant it was probably about the Black family. The Slytherin members of the DA had informed them that Draco had displayed classical signs of being cast out of the family. But they had sworn the witnesses to secrecy, just in case. Hermione suspected that Harry was taking care of Malfoy somewhere in Hogwarts. They had gathered the unofficial leaders of every house in a meeting in the Room of Requirement and had explained what they knew. Everyone had agreed to keep it silent and to calm down the members of their houses. She had almost ruined that with the outburst earlier. They had also decided to start a search if Harry didn't come back before the week was out. She had started to work on lesson plans to fill in for the DA meetings. She had of course tried to use Harry's own plans. But the documents were unreadable in her hands. She had grumbled about the extra work for a moment, before reluctantly admitting it was good spell work. Neville had proven to be a real help. With Harry gone, everyone turned to him, as the close political ally and friend. The DA looked to him for advice as well as portraits and elves Harry had gained the loyalty of. They had never realized the extent of Harry's networking until they were the ones leading it. She hoped he would come back soon, though she wasn't made for this stuff, viewing from the faces of certain portraits. She was certain they had offended a few of them in some way and she didn't want to be responsible for making them turn away from Harry. After seeing Harry in the pensieve, she had started to respect him even more for what he was trying to do. She wasn't stupid however. She knew this was a critical point in his politics and staying away for too long could ruin everything. They had announced Umbridge's trial in the Daily Prophet this morning and if Harry wasn't back by then, there was a chance she would worm her way out of most of the charges. She sighed. Why couldn't anything ever be easy for them? Edited for grammar and phrasing in 2021. Sincerely, Dulcicambrio. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. It's our choices that show what we truly are, far more than our abilities. Draco didn't understand where he was. He glanced around the dim room carefully, trying to recognize his surroundings and blinked in surprise when he discovered a figure sleeping in a chair next to his bed, mostly covered by a large blanket. Curious, he tried to push himself up to see the mysterious person's face, but he yelped in pain as soon as he put weight on his arms. He fell back into the soft pillow and groaned, "Hi." Seeing his eyes shut to stop himself from screaming. After a moment he brought his arm to his face, moving slowly in order not to jar it again. It was covered in a thick layer of foul-smelling burn paste. He squinted. A way too thick layer. He corrected himself, looking at the sleeping person in wonder. Had he done that? Why? He tried to remember what had happened to him, recalled sitting in the common room, doing his homework and then nothing but a haze of pain. Why wasn't he in the hospital wing? Was he even still at Hogwarts? The furniture in the room was very old-fashioned and unquestionably very expensive. Draco hadn't seen anything quite like it before. Definitely not Hogwarts then. Was he safe? His instinct told him he was and it hadn't proven him wrong before. He carefully moved to sit up again, succeeding this time. He recognized the man now. It was Lord Black. Then everything came back to him, being disowned, running and hiding in the safe room his magister had told him about. Had he really smashed the man into the wall? He shivered, hoping that had been a fever dream. Was he still in that safe room then? Or had Lord Black moved him to his own house? In any case, Draco Ely wanted something to eat and to take a shower. He was sweaty and felt filthy, and when he carted a hand through his hair he could feel it was really greasy. Finally awake. "Are you?" a friendly voice asked. Lord Black was awake now. He sat up in the chair and flicked his wand at the lights, turning them up until it was light enough to see, but not as bright as to hurt Draco's still sensitive eyes. Lord Black lowered himself onto the bed, being careful not to jar Draco's arm too much. "How are you feeling? Do you need more pain relievers?" he asked softly as he saw Draco stare at the thick layer of salve. "No," the boy answered with a sigh, looking up. "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt that much." He hesitated before he asked, "How does it look?" Harry grimaced. "It's pretty bad," he admitted. for a moment cursing his inability to use a white lie to make his ward feel better. Do you want me to describe it for you? It might make you feel better if you actually knew what was there. Draco was silent for a moment, floating his good hand an inch above the salve as if he wanted to rub it off, then nodded. Well, it's worst on your hand, right where you wore your heir ring. From there it reads with 3rd degree burns right up to here. He used the side of his hand to mark the area a little higher than Draco's wrist, and 2nd and 1st degree burns and blisters up to your shoulder. Harry watched the blonde's reaction carefully, and when he didn't seem too upset he continued, everything will heal, though the spot where you wore the ring will probably scar, as might some parts of the back of your hand. For the exterior, that's all. The exterior? Draco asked, sounding panicked for a moment. There is more. No curse, if that's what you are thinking, Harry said, trying to keep his voice level the way Madame Pomfrey usually did when she explained something like this. He scratched the back of his head in thought of how to explain this. You see, every member of a pureblood family is protected by spirits. I trust you know that. Draco nodded shakily. In payment for that protection they ask to uphold certain values. When your father cast you out of the family, he allied told the spirits that you had violated those values and they were angry that you broke your agreement with them. The burns were caused by a curse on the ring that keeps anyone who is not the accepted heir from wearing it. The family spirits are also no longer protecting you, that's what you felt afterwards. Your magic is no longer encased by your family magics, you now feel everything around you and your magic aren't used to that. It tried to protect you by reaching out to your spare, mature magic, which completely overwhelmed you. He paused for a moment when he saw Draco shiver. But why don't I feel like that now? I haven't put on the heir ring yet, he asked. That's because of me, Harry answered with a soft smile. You accepted your black lineage when you gave your oath. As long as I am close enough to you, my magic shields yours and keeps you safe. Should I leave now, you would be exposed once more. What, will I be like this forever? Draco yelped wide-eyed, pulling up his can hugging them with his good arm. Tears welled up in his eyes, even though he was trying hard to suppress them. No, you won't. I could simply accept you as a full ward of the Black family and you would be protected again. He explained patiently, putting his hand on the other boy's knee. But what about the heir ring then? Why did you tell me to put it on immediately and accept me as your Heir? Or if you could just accept me into the family and attain the same consequences that way. First of all, I do want you as my heir, Lord Black said firmly, but I also did that because the acceptance of a full ward needs a ritual. Similar to the one we have already done, we needed to be in the same room to perform it and that would take time. I knew how unpleasant this experience is. You putting the ring with my advance permission would have protected you almost instantly. Shouldn't I do that now then? Draco asked hesitantly. Put on the ring, I mean. Lord Black's green eyes sparked for a moment before growing serious again. There was a hint of something else there as well, Draco noticed. Was the man nervous about that? He started slowly, picking up the ring box from the bedside table. Draco's heart jumped. This was it. Now his Magister was going to tell him that he didn't want him anymore, that this was all he wanted, to see Draco without a family, without allies, exposed like this. I haven't told you everything yet. You see, I wasn't born with the name Black. Lord Black was nervous. How strange. What was going on? What do you mean? He asked, confused. Do you know how everyone was trying to find out who I was exactly during the summer after I claimed my inheritance? Lord Black asked, and how no one succeeded. At his ward's nod, he continued, that was deliberate. I did not want anyone to know who I was. Why not? The blonde asked. Did you do something wrong? Were people looking for you? Well, I didn't do anything wrong exactly. But people did know me. I didn't want my reputation to cast a shadow on my being Lord Black. I wanted a fresh start, a chance to choose what to do on my own. I couldn't do that with my old name. Draco nodded. He understood. His father had taught him a lot about the influence a name could have, good as well as bad. So I decided to split my identity. The Black family spirits understood my question and granted me that possibility by giving me this amulet. Draco leaned forward curiously and examined the heavy medallion in his magister's hand. It was made of gold, roughly cut, and the image of the Black family crest shimmered as he moved it. Draco, Lord Black said, so urgently that it made him look up immediately. I am telling you this now, so you have a choice. You do not have to be my heir if you don't want to. If you just want to stay in the background, I will not make you do anything, and I will still protect you, even if you don't want anyone to know. What in Merlin's name was going on? Who was that man? Draco's instincts made him stay silent. I really do look like this. I didn't always, though. On my 16th birthday I got a letter from the late Lord Black, naming me his heir. So I went to Gringotts and I asked for the inheritance ritual. Wait, 16, not 17. In Draco's head alarm bells started ringing. The family spirits granted me permission and restored my body to the way it would have been. Had my Muggle guardians not abused me and then gave me a medallion to mimic my old looks when necessary. The goblin that helped me did not expect me to survive the ritual, since I already held the heir position for another house. Instead I was made Lord Black, skipping the heir stage altogether. 16 meant Draco's age, students Draco's age that lived with Muggle guardians, and were the heir to an ancient and noble family. Lord Black made eye contact, making Draco focus on the exceptionally rare green eyes that were set in the young aristocratic face. Draco, I am Harry Potter. When his ward didn't react at all, Harry first thought he had gone into shock or something. He is about to cast a diagnostic charm when the boy shook himself out of his stupor and broke eye contact, looking down nervously. I need a moment to think, he said softly. Harry nodded in understanding, feeling relieved that there was at least some kind of reaction. I meant alone, Draco added hesitantly, nervously twitching his good hand. Of course, he stood, smiling down gently. Take as long as you need. I will be right in the next room. Feel free to call Creature should you want anything. I imagine you are hungry. He put the ring box on the bed, next to Draco. And don't forget, whatever you decide, you will be a welcome member of the Black family. The boy nodded carefully. Why wasn't certain he should leave him alone in this state, but he understood the need for thought, so he exited the bed chamber, closing the door behind him and walked towards the study. Creature, he called. The elf popped up immediately. Could you go and tell my friends and grandmother that Draco and I are both safe, though it might be a while before we come back? Creature nodded. Anything else, Master? Yes. Ask Hermione to prepare a bag with my books and homework assignments. I might as well start to catch up. Of course, Master, Creature croaked, bowing low. Then he straightened up again and looked at Harry hesitantly. How is the boy be doing, sir? The Potter heir sighed. He will be okay, though I don't know what choice he will make. We weren't exactly the best of friends before. Creature awkwardly patted his elbow, it being the highest point he could reach. Master shouldn't worry. Mr. Draco Malfoy is being a smart boy. Harry smiled weakly. Thank you, Creature. The elf bowed again and popped out, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Draco's mind ran around in circles. Lord Black was Harry Potter. Harry Potter was his magister. His nemesis was his protector, but did that mean he was safe or not? He tried to calm himself down. He needed to start with the facts. 1. Harry Potter had always mocked him. Why would that change now? But his mind supplied, hadn't he been left alone this year? As far as he could remember, there had been no real confrontations this year. But, another voice protested, that was only because he had acted neutral. Did that mean Potter would be nice to him as long as he was acting neutral? He had planned on doing that anyway. On the other hand, it had been Potter as Lord Black who had ordered him to be neutral in the first place. Did that mean that he would only be safe as long as he did exactly what he was ordered to do? That didn't sound very different from the Dark Lord. Calm down, he told himself again. Potter couldn't be similar to the Dark Lord. That was absolutely ridiculous. He was rambling again. Okay, start over. Had Lord Black ever done anything to hurt him? No, he hadn't. He had shown Draco his real options and he hadn't pushed him to do anything, except for that week of neutrality, and he had liked that, hadn't he? So, the question was why he hadn't stopped his efforts after getting Draco disowned. Why had Potter still helped him? Hadn't he reached his purpose, humiliating and isolating him completely? If it would have been him, he would have left Potter to die afterwards. But it wasn't him, which brought him back to the problem at hand. Potter had explained how he wanted to offer everyone a choice. Merlin, his godfather, was going to freak out when he heard about this. Why would Potter offer protection to him? They hated each other. Was he just going to expose him to the Dark Lord? No, he could have done that before if he wanted to. Did Potter gain anything by recruiting them? Influence, maybe. Power, definitely. But Draco agreed with his goals. Why not support Lord Black then? He didn't have anyone else to protect him. The Dark Lord was after him and he didn't want to go running to Dumbledore with this stupid ideals. Who might even force him to spy on the Slytherins? He kicked the side of the bed in annoyance. Why was this so difficult? Would Potter was he just going to use him? He didn't really have to worry about getting hurt. Once he got accepted as the Black Heir and wore the ring, he would be protected by family magics again, and the lord of a family couldn't hurt the heir. Everyone knew that. He would gain the status of being the heir of the House of Black, regaining his status in the Slytherin common room. He wouldn't have to do his father's bidding anymore. He could toss the marriage contract with Pansy. His heart leapt joyously for a moment when he realized he didn't have to marry that cow. The worst scenario would be if Potter failed. He would have a BULL's eye painted on him for sure and would be taken down with him. But on the plus side, he could profit from the situation if Potter won. And everyone seemed to think he could do it. Why not take the chance? He needed the protection and Potter would be too weak-hearted to hurt him. He was still a Gryffindor, he told himself, ignoring the voice in the back of his head that whispered that Potter would not want to hurt him. That the man, for he was definitely not a boy anymore, truly cared. He would become Draconis Lucius Malfoy, the heir of the most ancient and noble House of Black. He looked at the ring box on the bed and picked it up hesitantly. A surge of love and protection coursed through him as he opened the box. He had never felt something as wonderful before. The ornate ring stared up at him. It wasn't as unforgiving as the Malfoy one had been, but more elegant, welcoming. Its magic was inviting him, promised protection. Draco nodded firmly. He had taken his decision. Severus. Snape stalked through the Forbidden Forest, casting and recasting a locator and point-me charm with every step he took. He had to find Draco. Lucius had just flowed him to inform him of his son's dial. Loyalty and had boasted about casting him out of the family. The man had never really cared about his heir, beyond his necessity for the continuation of the Malfoy line, which was why Severus had been the one to teach Draco morals. To show him love and to be there when the boy had needed him. Narcissa considered her job to be finished after birthing her husband and heir, and since then only occupied herself with managing her husband's estate and organizing parties. Her heart was cold as ice, though Draco didn't want to see it. The potions master knew that if he wouldn't be able to find Draco soon, he would succumb to the effects of the sudden overexposure to magic and die of exhaustion. He again sped up his pace. Not a single spell worked, to his utter frustration. He ignored the leaves and branches that tore at his robes while he roughly entered the less frequented, darker part of the forest. An owl hooted. Several birds suddenly flew up from a bush to his far right. Snape froze, raising his wand to defend himself. Draco, he called tentatively. No one replied. Then a claw grabbed at his shoulder. The man cried out in surprise, instinctively casting a stunning spell over his shoulder. A dull thud resounded when the spell hit its target. He looked around to see what had dared to attack him, sighing in relief when he discovered it to be a mere owl. Stupid creature. He muttered to himself, picking it up. It carried a letter, he noticed. He carefully unraveled the string that tied the scroll to the bird's talon. His heart beat faster when he recognized the black crest on the seal as well as the owl's foot. Professor Snape. Draco as well. Meet us at the gates in half an hour. The note wasn't signed, but he knew who it was from, so it didn't matter. Draco as well. Tension left him. He didn't know how the man had found his godson when he couldn't, but he was grateful nonetheless. He set the owl down on a branch, high enough to keep predators away. Then he started through the forest again, in a straight line for the Hogwarts gates. Harry sat in Slytherin's study, working on his homework. He tried not to think of Draco too much, though it was getting very difficult not to. Once every few minutes he heard bare feet come his way through the corridor, hesitate in front of his door and then walk away again. It seemed he wasn't the only one that was nervous. Hermione had put a note in his bag, warning him the Umbridge trial was in a few hours and that he really shouldn't be late. He had been furious to hear that. He should have been notified personally. Then he had remembered the owl diversion wards on these quarters and hit his head on the desk in frustration. He hoped Draco would hurry up. He couldn't leave him here alone, that would expose him again, and if he did choose to become a full ward of the family, then the ritual would take some time. Magister. Draco's voice brought him back to the here and now. The boy stood in the door opening, wearing his school uniform again. Harry must have missed his knocking on the door. "Please, come in," he said, mentioning to the chairs on the other side of the desk. He tapped a square on the desk and a tea set appeared. It was unsettling to see his school nemesis this insecure, curling his hands around the teacup, his knuckles white with tension. "Careful," he joked with a grin, "you don't want to break that." Malfoy gave him a tense smile. Then he opened his mouth and spoke so fast that it took Harry some trouble understanding it. "I'll do it. I'll be your heir." While in a normal family this might not have been an appropriate way to accept such an honorable position, both of them understood the risks of being Harry Potter's heir. Joy lit up in Harry's chest. Still, he forced himself to ask, "Are you sure?" Draco nodded curtly. "I trust you." He put the ring box on the desk. Harry got up and came to the other side of the table, kneeling down at the other boy's chair. "You won't regret this," he said sincerely. "I promise I will protect you the best I can." He saw Draco understood the meaning of his promise as recognition lit up in his eyes. Harry's honor as a Potter would force him to obey his promise. Almost as if it were an unbreakable vow. He put his hand into Harry's and the latter pushed the heir ring onto Draco's ring finger. A rush of magic filled the room, and then disappeared again, blanketing Draco in comfortable cocoon of what felt like hot air, before seeping into his skin and encasing his magic in a protective hug. The black air sighed in relief as the itching openness that had been there since his father had cast him out of the family disappeared. He barely noticed as his family head nodded to an owl in the corner of the room, that immediately flew off with a pre-prepared note on its leg. His lord allowed him to sit for a while, to bask in the joyous feeling safe again, before clearing his throat. "We need to go now. Do you think you are up for a short walk?" Draco looked up at him questioningly. "Where are we going?" Harry grinned. "You were out for a few days and I would like to get you back to your godfather before he skins me alive. He is waiting for us at the gates. But we are in the castle already. Why walk all the way up to the gates?" Draco asked with a frown. Harry looked at him seriously. "Because I would like this place to remain a secret. We are in Salazar Slytherin's personal chambers. No one needs to know they even exist. We'll let everyone believe you were in one of the black properties." Draco gawked up at him. "We are in Salazar Slytherin's quarters." "Yes, we are. But we need to go now. I'm in quite a hurry." Draco knew not to be hurt by this exclamation and rather abrupt ending of their conversation. People were read about them, and the longer they stayed away, the more difficult it would be for Potter to explain his absence. Now that he thought of it, "Sir, what will I say? Were you at Lord Black's as well?" Apparently his Magister had thought it all through already. "Why, I helped you get back to Lord Black's place, of course. And then you knocked me out with your magic because it was fragile and I was stupid enough to come too close. Not that you would expect any different from a Gryffindor. Lord Black wouldn't let the two of you leave before you enough. He does apologize for not letting anything know. But he'd rather keep his position a secret, as he's sure everyone understands given the circumstances." Draco's mouth fell open. Harry gave him a smug look. "I might not be able to lie, Draco, but that doesn't mean I'm helpless." Edited for grammar and phrasing in 2021. Sincerely, Dulcicambrio. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Dolores Jane Umbridge. "Bring in the accused," Harry heard Amelia Bones call out. Just as he rounded the corner to courtroom 4. He glanced apologetically to the guard who glared at him for nearly being late. The doors slammed shut as he sagged into his seat. He had only just had out time to change into his brand new dark green dress robes before flowing to the atrium of the ministry. "I thought you weren't going to make it." his barrister hissed as Umbridge was escorted into the courtroom. Her pink bonnet sat a little askew on her head, Harry noticed, but otherwise she looked reasonably composed. Still, everyone who had met Umbridge before knew how much she liked to look perfect. This little detail showed that she was more nervous than she was trying to let on. "I know, I'm sorry," Harry said under his breath. "It was urgent, though, I couldn't make it earlier. Family business." Mr. Ashton harumphed, but kept quiet. He was of the same firm as Mr. Jenkins, representing him during the trial. They had only met once before and Harry did not like him nearly as much as he did Mr. Jenkins. But that didn't really matter, since he hopefully wouldn't need to see him again after this trial. He was good at his job though, and that was all Harry needed right now. The two Aurors sat Umbridge down in the same chair with the chains that Harry had sat in during his own hearing the summer before his 5th year. With considerable effort he managed to keep a smirk off his face. She had been responsible for putting him there back then and now it was his turn. The only difference was that she was definitely not getting out of there unscathed. "Are you Madame Dolores Jane Umbridge of number 6 Hatch End in Kent?" Madame Bones asked her while checking on a piece of parchment before her. "I am," the toad-like little woman confirmed. Her voice immediately managed to get on Harry's nerves once more. Merlin. He had almost forgotten how much he hated the witch. "You are being charged with misuse of power granted to you by the Ministry, slander and libel of name and honor, use of a forbidden object Class B on several minors and threatening minors with the use of the Cruciatus Curse. Do you understand the meaning of those charges?" Several reporters sitting in the room gaped at the list and then started to scribble furiously. "I do." Umbridge nodded airily. "And how do you plead?" Harry leant forward eagerly. "Not guilty," she huffed as if that were obvious. "These claims have no ground whatsoever. It's preposterous that I am put on trial like some common criminal. You must know that, Amelia." But the innocent girly tone didn't seem to affect the head of the DMLE at all. "We are here to investigate that, Madam Umbridge. We shall find out soon enough," she said. "Also, as I am here in official authority, I would like to remind you to address me accordingly." She sternly peered down over her monocle. Then she spoke to the rest of the court. "Because Heir Potter is the one who brought these charges forward, he shall be allowed to tell his side of the story first. Afterwards he shall leave the courtroom until his statement as a witness or a victim is required. As he is a minor he is not allowed to sit in on the rest of the proceedings, but he is allowed to be represented by a barrister when he is not in the room himself. Heir Potter, if you please," she said, gesturing to the witness stand. Harry stood, trying to hide his nerves. He smoothed down his dress robes and walked over to the stand. He looked briefly at Lady Bones, who nodded encouragingly, and then he took a steadying breath. "I am Harry James Potter, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Potter." He started and flinched for a moment when he heard his voice being amplified throughout the courtroom. He was just standing in front of the DA, he convinced himself, he just needed to tell them something. He subconsciously lifted his chin in the aristocratic way his grandmother had taught him and continued. Quote, "Madam Umbridge was my professor at Hogwarts last year. She was appointed by the Ministry to teach defense against the dark arts. Unfortunately she did not teach us anything. She ordered us to read chapters out of a book of defense theory and to keep quiet, and that was it." He shook his head in remembered annoyance. "Because my class and I were in our OWL year, you must understand our concern. We were not going to do anything practical whatsoever, and Madam Umbridge W. as of the opinion that we could pass the examinations by reading theory alone. When we objected to her course aims, she asked us why we would need those spells anyway, because no one was going to attack us at school." He snorted softly. "That is of course ridiculous, since the entire point of the class is to teach us how to defend ourselves." Umbridge's barrister jumped up and scoffed. "I don't see how this is relevant. Madam Umbridge's teaching has nothing to do with the charges." "I'm getting there, madam," Harry said, looking at Lady Bones. The woman nodded. "Please get to the point, Heir Potter." "Right. Well, in response to Professor Umbridge's statement, I said we could be attacked, namely by Voldemort." A collective gasp rose up from the audience and they started to whisper uncomfortably. "She told us all that the allegations of Voldemort returning were false, that Cedric Diggory had died in an accident and that I was lying. He grimaced. I must confess my temper got the better of me then. And it resulted in getting a week's worth of detentions. If I may remind the court that as I am the last of the line of Potter, I would never lie about something of that magnitude, not even before turning 16. In detentions she made me use a blood quill to write lines. I must not tell lies. She made me write, which again was a violation of my honor. At the time I was unaware that the object was forbidden, and over the course of that year I was in detention often enough for it to scar my hand. I have submitted photographs of those scars. He nodded to Madame Bones. I refused to back down. No one believed me about Voldemort's return, and Headmaster Dumbledore and I were ridiculed and insulted almost continuously. But I could not and would not give in. I would not shut up just because of being humiliated. There was too much at stake. It had become deathly quiet in the courtroom. People looked down in shame. You see, it would only be a matter of time before Voldemort Saint made a public attack, and then people could get hurt because the ministry refused to acknowledge that he was back. I felt it was my duty to convince as many people as possible, and in between I start to teach a few of my fellow students how to defend themselves. Somehow word got out, and Professor Umbridge, with her power as High Inquisitor, banned all teams and clubs unless they had her permission. His face fell. We kept going anyway. It was too important to stop, and eventually she caught us. He looked at Umbridge, who looked back with an innocent smile on her face. He gestured animatedly as he continued. She gave us all detention, making us write with that awful blood quill once more, and by that point no one could complain anymore because as High Inquisitor and self-appointed headmistress there was no one to tell. She checked our mail and regulated the flow, and when a few friends finally broke into her office to flow outside the castle, we didn't get away with it, and we were trying to contact Professor Dumbledore, while none of us even knew where he was. He swallowed, and when he spoke again it was a lot softer. I couldn't tell her anything, and she wanted to us veritaserum on me, but apparently she had put the entire bottle in my tea during previous questioning about our defa agitated whispers in the audience. The use of a truth serum on a minor was forbidden unless authorized by the ministry. Harry knew that now, and then she wanted to use the Cruciatus curse to get it out of me. My friend, Miss Hermione Granger, only just managed to stop her by making something up. He looked down nervously. While she did many more things that were questionable, these are the only ones illegal and directly geared towards me. That's all I have to say right now. Thank you for listening to me. An Auror escorted him out of the courtroom into an antechamber while a storm broke loose in the courtroom. People stood up and started to yell in Umbridge's direction, "Shish!" acting their fists and stamping their feet to make their displeasure known. Harry was sure they would have cursed her if it wouldn't have been impossible to use offensive magic in the room. The Auror lost the door, and immediately all sound was cut off. Silencing charm, Harry thought to himself as he sat down. The antechamber was small and rather well worn. It contained a few mismatched chairs and a large wooden table, as well as a few old editions of Witch Weekly. Harry picked one up absent-mindedly and then dropped it in a hurry when he saw his own 14-year-old self staring back at him. Those Triwizard articles hadn't been his favorites when they first came out, and he certainly didn't feel the need to read them again. Minutes became an hour, then 2, and Harry started to lose his patience. Nervously tapping his fingers on the table in front of him. Short, brightly colored sparks shot out of his fingertips when he did that, so he quickly stopped. He had no wish to set the table on fire, thank you very much. He only wished he could have taken Centaur with him, but he hadn't wanted to take the risk of being searched on the way into the courtroom. That would have ruined a lot of his plans. He then started to wonder about Draco. He had dropped quite the surprise on him earlier. He was aware of that, and he had effectively forced the boy to take his decision. He hadn't wanted it to go that way. What to do now, though? Up until this point he had been able to prepare his every move. Sure, there had been a minor inconvenience sometimes, but he was good with spontaneous things. He had proven that by now. It was a lot more difficult now. The fate of other people depended on him. He was not looking forward to the next talk with his heir. And then Snape, he shuddered. He was definitely not ready for him to know. One former enemy at a time, if you please. No, right now, after this Umbridge affair was handled, it was time for his next move. And he knew exactly where to start. Heir Potter, Lady Bones said. She wasn't exactly smiling, but he still felt encouraged by her look. Just to bring you up to speed, Madame Umbridge claims she is innocent and that you are making everything up. She raised her eyebrows and glanced towards the woman in question. Could you please explain exactly what proof you have to support your claims? Harry suppressed a grin that would have been distasteful right now. He did feel like it, though. Why, madam, I thought you would never ask. He looked at the audience. The press was staring up eagerly. They seemed to feel something was coming. I, Harry James Potter, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Potter, do solemnly promise on my family honor that I am telling the truth. A white-hot blinding flash of light spread out from Harry's wand hand, for a moment. The Potter crest could be seen hanging in the air above the witness stand, then it all died down. Expecto Patronum, Harry concluded. Prongs burst into life, pranced around the courtroom once and, upon seeing no danger, dissipated into thin air. The entire hall was silent for a long few seconds. If I am not mistaken, Madam Bones, this would be allowed as evidence. Indeed, Heir Potter. The judge nodded with a tiny smile. Though I am not certain all those dramatics were needed. Harry smirked guiltily. The Potter honor and their family value of Hun. St made it so that a Potter's word was admissible as evidence in court. He hadn't technically needed all the pomp and circumstance. Still, it definitely made this part of the proceedings memorable for the audience. No, Umbridge shrieked. She tried to stand up, but the chains from her chair bound her tightly and prevented that. I will not allow that brat to destroy everything Cornelius and I have worked for. I only did what was necessary. Fudge, who sat in the Wizengamot, blanched and shook his head at the crowd, indicating that he had nothing to do with it. Don't be a hypocrite, you fool. You were only too happy with my help so long as it was all going well. Everything I did was for in your benefit. I didn't hear you complain after those Dementors almost took care of him. And who did that? I did. Who took on all your foes at Hogwarts? I did. Who got rid of Dumbledore, until you foolishly decided to allow him back? I did. And now you turn on me just like that. I had expected it Rom all these mudblood lovers and halflings, but I had expected better from you, Cornelius. And you as well, Amelia. Her barrister had been gesturing for her to shut up, but had given up halfway her rant and was now in his seat again. His hands covering his face in defeat. The courtroom held his breath as one. You, Madam Bones started, you sent those Dementors at him last summer. Umbridge blanched, only now seeming to realize what she had just done. She giggled nervously. Amelia, dear, I didn't say. Oh, I think we know exactly what you meant and said, dear. Dolores, shish. He turned towards the rest of the Wizengamot. Does the council need time to discuss this matter or have we come to a decision? A surly old man at the front coughed and then spoke strongly. I think we are all certain, Madam Bones. Very well then. All in favor of Madam Umbridge not being guilty. Not one hand rose into the air. And those in favor of her being guilty. Unanimously all hands rose. Madam Umbridge, you were proven guilty on all accounts. All your crimes add up to 3 times a life sentence in Azkaban. The audience stamped their feet in wordless, agreeing fury. But, Auntie Newt and everyone quietened down again. Since you seem to have so much control over Dementors, it doesn't seem right to put you under their guard. Who knows what you might do? Harry tensed, leaning forward in anticipation. Furthermore, the goblins and centaurs have expressed their wish to try you according their laws as well. This is why you shall be extradited to their jurisdiction. They'll try you before their courts and after you have fulfilled your sentence there, you shall subsequently be brought to Azkaban prison. So mote it be. The doors swung open and 2 oars escorted a very silent Umbridge out of the courtroom. Harry's barrister clapped a hand onto his shoulder. Well done, sir, he grunted. You won. I will send you a letter concerning further details. Normally Y would have been irked by the grumpy attitude, especially just after this big of a win, but right now he was just too happy to care. He knew of the kind of punishments goblins could make up and they were not likely to let her go. Not if they found out she even made a scratch on the furniture somewhere. Merlin, Harry, we have been so worried. Hermione smothered him as he entered the room of requirement a little while later. Centaur hissed in discomfort and the girl quickly let go. Sorry, Hermione, I sent you a message as soon as I could, I promise. Leave him alone, Hermione. Ron said, we can talk about that later. First you have to bring us up to date, mate. What about? Harry asked mockingly. Neville punched him in the arm. Come on, Harry, he laughed. Fine, fine, sit down. In a fluent movement he cast a series of privacy spells just to be safe. Shall I start at the beginning? You know by now that the emergency was Draco getting disinherited and that his wayward magic flung me out of the way, right? Well, this morning I informed him of my true identity, my heir. His friends gasped. Do you really think you can trust him with that? I mean, he only just turned from Voldemort, or at least we think he did. Hermione hesitated. We could never be absolutely sure, but he trusted me to help him, so I think I could trust him with my secret. Did you see him since then? Not yet. Neville shook his head. Hogwarts rumor mill says he is in the hospital wing. It will probably take a while before Madame Pomfrey lets him go. They all grinned. And Umbridge, please tell me she got what she deserved. Ron exclaimed. She most certainly did. They sent her to the goblins. He then proceeded to explain how she basically got herself convicted. They all ended up with vindictive smiles upon their faces. Even though Hermione seemed to feel a little guilty about it. It's barbaric, she said sternly and then burst out into little giggles. They walked back to Gryffindor. Common room and climbed through the portrait of the fat lady, who proceeded to congratulate him on his victory in the courtroom. Apparently she had some connections in the ministry who had informed her of the entire situation. I loved to hear about it, she said, her nose in the air. I never did like that toad. Then she swung aside to let them pass. They were welcomed with a roaring applause. Well, Lady Rose never could keep a secret. Harry grumbled when Ron laughed heartily. Sincerely, Dulcicambrio. Edited for Grammar and Phrasing in 2021. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Changes for Draco. Harry had planned on going to the hospital wing first thing in the morning to check on Draco, but as soon as he climbed out of the portrait hole he realized that was not going to happen. Small groups of students kept stopping him on the way down to the Great Hall, asking about specifics of the trial. How did she look when she was convicted, Harry? And, did you manage to kick her on the way out? Quote, is it true you got to cast a curse on her that changes her into a toad every time she lies, Harry? And even the occasional comment from a Slytherin, thanks, Potter. Eventually Hermione had to snap at him to leave him alone so he could eat a piece of toast before breakfast was over. Thanks. He sighed gratefully. I thought I wouldn't be able to eat anything this morning. But as he bit into his toast, it seemed he was destined to go hungry, because right then the morning post arrived. Hundreds of owls swooped in and landed all over Gryffindor table. Harry sighed. It was going to take ages to untie all those letters and send them off again. With a sour look on his face he liberated the owl closest to him of a quite heavy-looking package. Ron, Hermione and Neville looked at one another for a moment, nodded in silent agreement and started whispering to the people sitting next to them. When Harry next looked up, his face split open in a grin. The entire table was helping him relieve the owls of their burdens. Passing the letters to him, his three closest friends methodically cast revealing spells on them, checking them for harmful content and curses. They vanished the tainted letters, and stacked the others neatly in front of him. Harry knew he wouldn't have time to open all of them, so he just shrank them and put them into his book bag. He just managed to snatch a piece of toast before every crumb disappeared from the golden plates. He sighed in satisfaction. The entire day, his mind kept going to Draco in the hospital wing. What would the boy ask him now that he had more time to consider the past few days? How were they going to do this thing? What would Draco tell his housemates? He was lucky the professors were happy with him, because he knew that every other day he would have lost Gryffindor a lot of points for daydreaming. The moment his classes ended, he almost ran up the stairs, intent on visiting Draco at last, but he was stopped by a first year, carrying a familiar-looking scroll. Dumbledore again. Couldn't he ever catch a break? He wished he would have had time to coordinate a story with Draco, but that wasn't possible now. Before long he found himself sitting in the visitor's chair in the headmaster's office. Harry, my boy, You cannot believe how relieved I am to see you are all right, the headmaster stated. We were all quite worried about you, you know. I am sorry for that, Professor. The Potter heir said genuinely. The emergency was never meant to take up this much time and I didn't have the opportunity to send a message or I definitely would have. I am glad to hear that. Did the emergency by any chance have anything to do with our newest patient in the hospital wing? Dumbledore picked up a piece of parchment from his desk and skimmed through it briefly. He had rather bad burns on his arms and suffers from severe magical exhaustion. In fact, he still hasn't woken up since Madame Pomfrey gave him a restorative draft when he first came in. I see. Harry only just managed to disguise a sigh of relief. Draco hadn't reported anything yet, so if he managed to get to him before someone asked, their stories would work out. Well, as a matter of fact, Draco Malfoy was the emergency. Harry admitted. I was alerted something was wrong with him, so I went to find him. It turned out to be his father disinheriting him, with rather nasty consequences. He grimaced and saw Dumbledore do the same. I tried to get close to him, but his magic must have seen me as a threat, because the next thing I knew I was unconscious and stayed that way until yesterday. We were lucky the safe haven Lord Black provided was secure enough that nothing happened to us until I came to. That's a remarkable story, Harry. The headmaster said, his eyes twinkling merrily. And where was this mysterious safe haven, if I might ask? The wards did not detect your leaving school grounds. The raven-haired teen grimaced for a moment and then answered. I promised not to share that information. And he had. The portraits that guarded the chambers had been adamant he keep it a secret for anyone not of Slytherin blood. Draco had been the only exception. If Dumbledore wanted to believe he promised Lord Black, however, he would allow him to think just that. And as he had hoped, the professor looked disappointed, but did not ask him further. He knew what Harry's promises were worth. And what about the new jewelry young Draco was wearing when he came back? Was the headmaster's next question. You mean the heir ring to House Black? He waited for Dumbledore to nod before continuing. Lord Black promised to protect Draco from his father and everyone else, and as he had no other heir, this was the most efficient way to do so. The headmaster smiled broadly. I am glad to hear that, and I am certain Professor Snape will be as well. We had worried about what the rest of his house might do when they found out about Draco's loss of his title. Am I right to assume this means he left Voldemort's side as well? Harry nodded. Splendid, Dumbledore cried. That is the best news I've heard in quite some time. Though of course the results of the trial yesterday were very positive as well. He smiled. You did a great job. I hope you realize that. Thank you, Professor. Now, there's one more thing I need to ask you. The headmaster said, looking grave once more. In this adventure of yours, I didn't hear you say anything about Mr. Rosier. Harry was startled. Do you mean Marius Rosier? The first-year Slytherin. I don't even know him. Has something happened to him? The only thing he knew about that boy was that his uncle on his father's side had been a Death Eater during the last war. Dumbledore looked surprised. I thought he might have been with you. Then he said grimly, he went missing last night. I thought perhaps it involved you. And when Harry shook his head, the headmaster paled a little. In that case, I will thank you for your information. I do believe you have a class shortly, so I will leave you to it. In case you hear anything about Mr. Rosier, you will let me know. Of course, Professor. Harry agreed easily. He rose from his chair. I am sure you will find it a prank or an innocent case of skipping school. However, if I do hear anything, I will tell you immediately. He meant what he had said. He want to help find the first year, and since he had to visit his friendly portraits anyway, he decided to kill two birds with one stone. He couldn't visit Draco until after curfew anyway, with everyone watching him. The invisibility cloak would guarantee at least some privacy. It turned out his absence had done some damage with a few portraits. Some inhabitants were offended by his ignoring them, and it took quite some persuading and promising them favors to appease them. When he got back to Gryffindor Tower that night, he was quite exhausted. He was glad to join his friends by the fire and relax a little. Hermione was sitting on the floor right next to the flickering flames, using the light to read something she called distracting and fun. He did not agree with her judgment, though. The tome she was reading looked dusty and dense. Ron was practicing his chess skills by playing himself, a look of intense concentration on his face that looked almost out of place. Harry and Neville sat together in a large, scarlet, squishy settee and stared into the flames in a comfortable silence. "Are you all right, Harry?" Neville asked, concerned. "You look tired." "I'm fine," he shrugged. Us not looking forward to a tea party with the portrait of the old hags on the third-floor corridor next week. "What on earth did you guys do to them?" He scowled when Neville chuckled. "Hermione might have called them ladies." "You are kidding me," Harry said flatly. "I'm afraid not." Though in her defense, she really didn't know that was a wrong move. "She's sorry." He laughed harder when he saw Harry throwing Hermione dark looks. The girl not noticing because she was enthralled by history tome. "Well, if she is so sorry, she might as well come with me next week. That should help her remember," he said darkly. Neville grinned. "I'd like to see that," he said. "Really, though, she tried really hard to keep all of your affairs going while you were away." Harry sighed. "I know. I'm not actually mad, it's just. Did you know a first-year Slytherin is missing?" The Longbottom heir frowned. "I hadn't heard. Who is it?" "The rosier kid." He nodded as he saw Neville's look. "Yes, I know, his uncle was a Death Eater. Still, you know I believe everyone deserves an honest chance to choose their own path." "And I agree." Neville smiled. "I was just trying to remember if I'd seen him anywhere recently." "I don't think I did." Harry looked down uncomfortably. "Sorry." "No problem. I know you have a lot on your plate right now." He was silent for a moment. Then he added, "Do you think Voldemort is involved?" He grimaced as he said the name. The Potter heir swallowed uncomfortably. "I don't know," he admitted. "But as I told Dumbledore, it might just be a prank or someone skipping class. It doesn't necessarily have to be something bad. I think it shows how bad it's become that we immediately think the worst, while normally this wouldn't have been something to worry about." "I guess," Neville said sadly. "Still, I'd feel better if we could look for him somehow." Harry smiled. "I'll ask the DA at the next meeting. If someone has seen anything we should find out quickly enough." "That is a good idea. I didn't think of that." Neville looked relieved. They chatted about light things until the common room was empty apart from their little group. With great effort Harry heaved hymns LF from the embrace of the settee and dug his invisibility cloak out of his pocket. "I'm going to see Draco now," he told his friends, and after saying goodbye and handing them the Marauders map so they could keep an eye out for him, he left. There was something soothing about the quiet corridors, and yet Harry didn't feel at ease. It had been a long time since he had roamed the castle alone at night. Definitely not since he had started to enforce the travel in pairs rule. Before long he reached the hospital wing. He put his head against the door, and when he didn't hear Madame Pomfrey's robes rustling about in activity, he opened the door a creak and peeked around it. The room was completely dark and silent. He could hear Madame Pomfrey bustling around in her adjacent office. From experience as a hospital wing resident, he knew that meant she was getting everything in order before going to bed. He was good to go in. He tiptoed to the only bed that had drawn curtains set up around it. Draco was lying in bed and seemed to be sleeping. He looked even paler than usual against the white sheets, but otherwise seemed fine. His arm lay on top of the sheets and was covered in a light bandage. He felt a little guilty for waking the boy up, but this couldn't be postponed any longer. "Draco," he whispered, casting privacy wards around them. "Wake up. It's me, Harry." Draco blinked confusedly for a moment. Before understanding what was going on, he swallowed nervously and nodded in respect. "Magister," he said hoarsely, pushing himself upright. "Please, don't push yourself too hard," Harry said kindly, sitting down in a chair near the bed. "You are still recovering. I don't want to hinder your healing by tiring you out." Then he grinned. "Well, tire you out even more than I'm doing now by waking you up when you really should be sleeping. That can't be helped," Draco said, looking determined. "We have a lot to discuss." The Black Lord smiled. "I know. That's why I am here. First of all, we should make sure our stories match. You haven't told anyone anything yet, right?" The blonde smirked. "I pretended to be asleep every time Pomfrey or Dumbledore came to check on me." They both chuckled. "Well done," Harry said. "That definitely helped. I told Dumbledore that I went and helped you out because you got disinherited. He grimaced. I'm sorry I had to do that. Draco shrugged. He would have known anyway. The symptoms matched and he would have heard sooner or later. He had already noticed the new heir ring. The other boy admitted. I didn't tell Dumbledore where we were, though he did ask. I worked my way around it. I told him you knocked me out and that's about everything I think. You have a good excuse for your memory to be fuzzy anyway, so I don't think it matters if you don't give any details. Okay, Draco said. I'll do that. He looked unsure again. So what about everything else? Harry sighed. Well, I'm not going to lie, it won't be easy. He started. We won't have time to discuss everything tonight, so I'll start with what you need to get you through the first few days, until you get out of here and we can meet up again in a safer place. Is there anything you want to ask me? And as the blonde fidgeted, he added, I meant what I said before, I really do want us to be a family. He smiled wryly. I admit I don't have much experience, but you don't ever have to be afraid to be honest with me. I won't be angry if you speak your mind, at least in private, when it's just us. Draco still remained silent. Harry sighed awkwardly. I suppose I'll start with what I think you'll need. The black heir nodded and swallowed. He seemed to realize that his life was going to change and braced himself for what his lord was about to say. Harry needed to be strong for him now. Madame Pomfrey won't let you go immediately and I doubt any of the Slytherins will visit you here. They will want to meet you on their own terrain, am I right? I suppose so. So you have until then to get familiar with this. Don't worry, I'll be by again if you want me to. The other boy looked a little more calm now. You are a black now. You are part of the black family. That means you'll need to learn the black family values. Don't worry, it's manageable. I learned everything there is to know about pureblood culture in just one summer. You only need to change a few things from Malfoy to black values. He smiled comfortingly. I don't know how much your mother told you about them, so I'll just start from the beginning. Rule 1 about being a black is charm. You have to give a penis. Blacks might believe that they are better than everyone else. Merlin knows Sirius's family did, but they did not use just their name to get things done. They made themselves alluring. Everyone wanted to be around them, help them, get in their good graces because they did not only have money and influence, but also seemed to care on some level. Yet not enough to do things for them without getting something in return. They played people. It's a lot easier to get something done if people think they came up with the idea. He grinned. I'll give you a book written by a black that explains everything in detail. You can decide how much you adapt it into your own lifestyle, though you should remember one thing. You cannot look arrogant. Okay, I guess that's straightforward enough. I'm not sure I know how though. Draco said slowly. It will get easier as you go along, trust me. Harry said. And if not, we'll practice. So when you get down in the Slytherin common room, act like you don't have a care in the world. You should look like you know more than they do. Just sit down in your usual chair, claim back your place on the Slytherin throne. Yes, I do know about that. He chuckled. They won't let me, though. Someone will challenge me, claim that I'm unworthy. Some will try to hex me even. The blonde twisted his sheets in his hands. Let me finish. Harry smiled knowingly. He proceeded to explain in great detail exactly what Draco should do. The other boy's lips turned up in a smile that widened as the Black Lord's description went on. That will work, he smirked. They won't know what hit them. Draco felt a lot less certain about it when he found himself in front of the Slytherin common room around noon the next Saturday. Madame Pomfrey had she released him, and though he had been going insane in there with nothing to do, he wished she would have picked a different time. The common room would be crowded right now. Then again, hopefully ever. Yon would be convinced at the same time. He slowly breathed in and out and then said, inheritance. The wall slid slowly aside. Oh, the irony of the password wasn't lost on him. It was a way of the Slytherins to intimidate him. But he was not going to let them. He slid into the script he and Harry designed. Finally, I thought Pomfrey was never going to let me leave. He exclaimed as he strolled into the common room, loosening his tie with one hand and undoing the first 2 buttons on his shirt. You know, guys, I would have appreciated a visit while I was in there. I didn't think someone could be so incredibly bored. All eyes in the common room were on him. the younger students looking confused, as though this was not going like they had expected. The older years looked stunned. So far so good. He made his way to his chair by the fire. Theodore Nott was sitting in it. I appreciate you keeping my seat warm, Heir Nott, but I'm back now, he said, patting the boy on his shoulder. He was towing the line of propriety here. His Magister better be right about this. Nott rose. I don't think you understand the situation here, Malfoy, but you are no longer on top. I would make yourself scarce. Things are going to change here and not for the better. At least not for you, he smirked evilly, drawing his wand. The others in the common room joined him. Is that right? Draco drawled with a chuckle, surprising them yet again. I do believe you were misinformed, Heir Nott. He nonchalantly tousled his hair, putting his new heir ring on display. Nott paled. That is not possible, he said. No one even knows who that man is. Well, I most certainly do. Draco smirked. What was that you said, Heir Nott? I could have sworn those were threats, and did you neglect to use my title as well? Tut tut. He wagged his finger at him and winked. What's wrong with you? Why are you acting so different? Pansy Parkinson shrieked. Why, Lady Parkinson, I am no longer held by my father's rules. I am a black now, see. Everyone slowly seemed to realize what Draco was trying to say. Did you somehow get the black airship? Blaise Zabini asked. I always knew you were intelligent. Draco smirked. Then he turned to Nott again. So, what about that chair? The Dark Lord wants your head on a platter, Heir Black. Nott spat. And what he wants, he gets. Then he got up dramatically and stormed to the dorms. Draco made himself comfortable in his familiar chair. His eyes fell onto one of the boys he had helped with his homework during his first week of neutrality. So how did that charms test go? He asked. The boy's eyes widened at being addressed by the Slytherin prince in front of everyone. Very well, Heir Black, thank you for your help. Draco nodded, smiling freely. I'm glad. He readjusted himself in his chair, getting more comfortable. Now where did I leave my Transfigurations book? He asked himself with a frown. I'll get it for you. The boy jumped up, ran to one of the side cabinets and came back a moment later with his book, handing it to Draco proudly. Thank you, Heir Black said. What was your name again? Jugson, Sir, Eldrick Jugson. The boy beamed up at him. Thank you, Eldrick. Draco grinned. He couldn't wait until his next meeting with Harry, who had promised him to discuss things in more detail. If this was how easy everything would work out, he should have changed sides a lot sooner. Edited for grammar and phrasing in 2021. Sincerely, Dulcicambrio. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Titles and Torture. I don't think I'll ever get used to this, Ron said open-mouthed as Draco casually strolled into the Great Hall for breakfast on Saturday. He was accompanied by some of his recently made neutral friends, and some of the Slytherin younger years followed him on the heel. Neville grinned amusedly. It's been nearly a week and you've been saying this every morning. I do understand the shock, but shouldn't it have worn off by now? Then he pulled up his nose. Or could you at least swallow before gaping? Harry chuckled. It was true that the change in his new heir's behavior had been remarkable, and Ron wasn't the only one who had noticed either, if he were to judge by the looks of his female Gryffindors. Hermione had even heard Romilda Vane discuss the best ways to dose Draco with love potion. He had warned his newest family member in one of their nightly sessions. They would meet up in Salazar Slytherin's private chambers every night at varying hours, where Harry tried to teach him everything he knew about the Blacks, with Kreacher's help. So far they had covered only the most practical of things, like who was their nearest living family and how they would behave in the corridors as long as no one knew of his double identity. Bah, secretly they would act as the distant cousins they were. Because of their shared blood and association with Lord Black, combined with their joint disappearance, everyone would expect at least that. So, they nodded to one another when they crossed paths, and for the rest stayed out of each other's way. They had also started to cover Harry's efforts in gaining new alliances with neutral families and other decisions he had made for the future of the house. Just then Draco caught his eye. They both tilted their heads in respect and went back to their breakfasts. Hey Harry, Dean Thomas asked from a few seats away. Harry looked up. Seamus and I were wondering if you could explain more about the wizarding nobility thing. Neither of us was raised with the idea, but if you can beat the toad by using it, it should have some sort of value, shouldn't it? The Potter heir smiled. He had noticed both of the boys looking at him this last week, as if they had wanted to ask him something. He guessed it had taken them this long to get over their pride. Sure, Dean, he said, and both the other boys relaxed. I'm happy to. Why don't we go to the common room when breakfast is over? Anyone who wants to is welcome to join. They grinned happily and still looked satisfied as they settled down around the fire in the common room an hour later. To Harry's surprise, a lot of Gryffindors had Joe curious about the pureblood culture as well. He went to stand on the lowest steps leading up to the dormitory so he had a good view of the common room and everyone could see him as well. His friends took the seats closest to him. To his amusement, he noticed that Hermione had brought a quill and parchment and looked at him in eager anticipation. Hello all, he started and waited for the murmuring to die down. I'm glad to see so many of you here. I won't keep you waiting any longer and just get to it. If there are any questions, please don't hesitate to interrupt me, all right? And when he got no further reaction, he continued, as you all know, I am Harry Potter. People snickered softly. He laughed too. What some of you might not be aware of, I am also of so-called wizarding pureblood nobility. I shall explain to you what that means. The common room had gone completely quiet now. Neville smiled encouragingly. I am Harry James Potter, heir to the most ancient and noble house of Potter. I gained that title when I turned 16 this summer. Heir Longbottom over there is the heir to the most ancient and noble house of Longbottom. People turned to face Neville, whose head turned as red as the cushions of the chair he was sitting on. As there is no current lord, I will be eligible to claim the title of Lord Potter on my 17th birthday, which will also give me access to my family's Wizengamot seat. That means I will have a say in matters of law and governing as well as have to sit in on some important trials, but that is not what I will explain today. When I marry after becoming Lord Potter, my wife shall be called Lady Potter, no matter her descent. Should I have had an older brother, he would have been the heir and I would not have had a birth title. I would simply be Mr. Harry James Potter, son of House Potter. I think everyone still understands everything right now. Well, it gets more complicated. Any sister I might have had would be a daughter of House Potter. Wizarding society is patriarchal, which means a daughter of a house will never be heiress of her own house. He eyed Hermione, who was scribbling away furiously and did not seem to have time to be angry about this. He took a deep breath and continued. It is customary for a daughter of the house to marry either an heir or a son of a different house, often to strengthen political ties. If they were to marry an heir, let's say me. He saw Ron suppress a bout of laughter when a lot of girls sat up straighter. He ignored him. They would be called heiress Potter until I become of age. Of course, in any other family, an heir would not become a lord before the death of the previous one. That means that in society there are quite a few heirs and heiresses who never become the lord or lady of their house, and a lot of the lords are quite old. Still with me, what if there are no boys born into a house? Seamus asked, frowning in confusion. If the girl can't be an heiress, who would become lord? Harry smiled. A very good question. He agreed. It happens quite often. I am sure you all know the Greengrass sisters in Slytherin. They are daughters of the most ancient and noble house of Greengrass and have no brothers. Traditionally, the eldest daughter of a lord and lady who have no sons will carry the title of lady as soon as her mother dies, though no sooner than her 16th birthday, no matter if the lord of the family is still alive. Lady Daphne Greengrass lost her mother when she was quite young and has been the lady of the house since her 16th birthday. Her younger sister, Ms. Astoria Greengrass, has the title of daughter of House Greengrass. He slowed down. The next part would be complicated. All power over the house lays with the lord, not the lady. She is expected to host parties and connect with other ladies and in short strengthen political ties. Certainly, but all real decisions are made by the lord as he is the paterfamilias of the house. There are only two exceptions, but I will mention those later. Anyway, Lady Greengrass is the only one who can guarantee the future of the line, namely by marrying and producing at least one boy. If she marries someone without a title of his own, like a younger son of a house, he will become Lord Greengrass after the death of the current Lord Greengrass, and their children will all be sons and daughters of House Greengrass, you see. The problem is when Lady Greengrass marries someone who already has a title. The male's title will have precedence over his wife's. Say she was to marry me, which she isn't, he jokingly added. She would be heiress Potter and afterwards Lady Potter. Our oldest son would be heir Potter and our second oldest heir Greengrass. If the current Lord Greengrass were to die before our second son's coming of age, the family would have no representation during that period, which would be dangerous if the house's rivals managed to ruin them by the time anything could be done. Wouldn't you just take on the title of Lord Greengrass next to your own, though? Hermione remarked. That's the way it would work in Muggle society, I think. Harry grinned. He did see the irony of what he was about to say. Being the lord of a house isn't just a title, though. You carry the magic of the house. There are values that represent each family and it is the duty of the lord to see to it that they are upheld. There are also family spirits, who watch over the family to make sure the lord performs well. It is generally considered impossible for someone to carry the magical weight of two families. Whether it is in an heirship or a lordship. It would be like, he was searching for a good example. Neville helped him out and supplied, I don't think it can be compared with anything, but Sicali the magic would suck the person dry and drown them at the same time. The magic needs to flow through the body, and when there is the magic of two families at once, you would need to be extremely powerful, magically, to support that. Quote, Ron and Hermione were staring at him by now. Harry hoped it wasn't too obvious and gazed around, but everyone seemed to be enthralled by what Neville was trying to explain. What about those exceptions you mentioned earlier? Lavender Brown asked. When can a girl make decisions for the house? Well, if the lord of a house dies or is unable to rule the family, and there is an heir who is not yet 17, a regent can be appointed. This is often the lady of the house, as she doesn't have any conflicting interests. He looked at Neville, who silently gave him permission. In the case of House Longbottom, the current lord and lady are alive, but indisposed, and Neville was too young at the time to take over. His grandmother, Dowager Lady Longbottom, was appointed Lady Regent of House Longbottom and sits in the Wizengamot seat until Neville turns 17. He can then ask the family spirits to judge his father's capability, and when he is judged permanently and disposed, the title will go to Neville. Everyone stared at the boy sadly. They knew that chances were very high that Neville would be lord soon. Harry knew how conflicted he must be between wanting to be lord and holding off final judgment about his father's state of mind. But what about your family? Hermione broke the silence, desperate for anything to stop people staring at Neville any longer. You weren't 17. Were you? Why wasn't a regent appointed? Harry swallowed. There was no one with the Potter name alive to take on the position without direct appointment. A regent of a different name can only exist if he is appointed by someone of the Potter name, which means it couldn't be done before my 16th birthday. If I had died along with my parents, the family would have died out. As my father didn't name anyone but me as his heir in his will. It was a close call. Colin Creevy's hand shot up from between the people sitting on the floor. Harry grinned. Yes, Colin, so did you appoint someone as regent, Harry? When you turned 16, he smiled crookedly. I did. Who? Colin piped up. Harry hesitated. I owe it. The common room started to buzz as people whispered excitedly. Do you know him then? Heir McLaggen asked from the back of the room. Father told me you might. Harry inclined his head. I do, Heir McLaggen. He agreed. The previous Lord Black was my godfather. The current one is the closest thing I have to family. Ron smirked as he saw Harry's reasoning. Of course Harry was his own family, so he hadn't lied. If there aren't any more questions, I think I'll go and get some more work done now, Harry stated. People seemed to understand the ending had been a bit difficult for Harry, and after coming up to him to thank him, they dispersed and the common room gradually emptied as the children went out to do whatever it was they did on a Saturday morning. Harry managed to hold it together until he was up in his dorm and then rubbed at his eyes furiously. He didn't know if it was silly to miss his parents even though he had never known them, but the family spirits enhanced his feeling of loss as the only pulsing thread in High's head was the one connecting him to Draco. Neville joined him shortly after. I understand what you feel, he said softly, though it must be even worse for you. I have my parents' connection and the one to grandmother, and even I get like this sometimes. I can't imagine how horrible it must have been with only one. How did you cope before? Harry shrugged. He didn't want to talk about it. They saw tea together in silence until Neville softly said, "Hermione seems to get it now." Harry whipped up his head. "She never realized how alone you were." Neville went on. "And even then you took on burden after burden, never hesitating to help anyone. When you explained just now how powerful you need to be in order to take on 2 houses and what a responsibility it is, everything seemed to come together. She won't bother you about it again." And when his friend didn't answer, he added, "Well, apart from the fact that she definitely wants to learn more about pureblood culture." They both chuckled. "That can be arranged, I guess." Harry smiled. He got the Marauder's map out of his trunk and for what seemed like the millionth time this week he scanned it to find the missing Slytherin boy. Professor R. Dumbledore hadn't felt him leave the Hogwarts wards, so the longer it took for them to find the child, the smaller the chances of finding him alive. Suddenly Neville grabbed his hand and pointed. There he is, isn't he?" He jumped towards the window to look out of it. A small black dot indicated that Marius Rosier was by the lakeside. Harry joined Neville at the window which overlooked the lake, and there, all alone and sprawled out, was what from this distance looked like a bundle of black robes. Harry looked at the map again. The dot disappeared for a moment, then reappeared. It kept flickering in and out of view. This wasn't good. "You run to Madame Pomfrey," Harry yelled as he stormed down the stairs. "I'll go to the lake." He nearly crashed into Hermione at the bottom of the stairs. "Harry, what?" she started, but stopped as he pushed the map into her hands. The Potter heir kept running as he shouted, "Go get Dumbledore, Hermione. Hurry." He didn't stop to see if she understood, but in his head mapped out which hidden passages would help him get down quicker. Students of all houses stared as he raced past, probably looking like he had Voldemort behind him. A group of Hufflepuff first years actually seemed to think that was the case as they shrieked shrilly and dived out of the way. Harry flung aside tapestries and almost flew down staircases and finally got outside. He was grateful for keeping up with the physical training in the DA, as he was sure he would have been out of breath long ago without them. As he reached the first year, he dropped to high knees and started casting a spell chain of diagnostic charms. He wished he had potions on him, especially as tore apart the robes and saw the state the boy was in. His body was marred with cuts and bruises, each of them obviously deliberate. Probably Voldemort then, maybe in order to perform some ghastly dark ritual. He gasped in relief as his charms showed that the boy was still alive. He hoped Madame Pomfrey would come soon. Only now he realized how lacking he was in actual healing charms. A pisky he cast and several shallow cuts on the boy's arm closed up. It didn't do anything to the severe wounds though. He cursed. The Muggle way would have to suffice. He ripped off a piece of the boy's already ruined uniform and pressed it on a cut that was bleeding particularly badly. Then he waited. Luckily, it didn't take too long for Neville and Madame Pomfrey to arrive, followed immediately by Ron, Hermione and Professor Dumbledore. "I couldn't do much," Harry said urgently. "It's really bad." "Out of the way," Madame Pomfrey ordered as she started casting. Dumbledore knelt down beside her, looking older than ever. Together they closed the worst cuts, and when the danger of Rosier bleeding out had been averted, Dumbledore swished his wand and gently made the boy rise up from the ground. "Thank you, all," he said gravely and started to walk back towards the castle. "Will he be okay?" Hermione asked Madame Pomfrey. The witch pursed her lips. "It is too soon to tell. Whoever did this caused a lot of damage. We will have to wait and see. I do not know if there haven't been any curses placed on him or if he has drunk any potions to slow down his healing. I'll need to check when we get to the hospital wing." Then she turned towards Harry. "You did well, trying to stop the bleeding like that. It might have saved his life." Then she spun on her heel and ran back to the school, seemingly intent on getting there before the headmaster. Hermione sank to the ground shakily. "Who would do such a thing? And to a child?" she asked in a thin voice. Harry hugged her tightly, but didn't answer. There were no right things to say here. Before long they all got cold and hungry, and Neville proposed they all went inside. When they entered the great hall, all heads turned to look at them. A few girls screamed and a buzzing panic seemed to break out. It was only then that Harry realized he was still covered in blood. Hermione too had stains on her front, probably from when he had hugged her. He tried to smile calmingly, but he didn't think it worked very well. He pulled out his wand and quickly vanished the blood. Then they walked to the Gryffindor table. "What happened?" Ginny asked, looking deathly pale. "We found the Slytherin boy," Ron answered when everyone else remained silent. Ginny's hands flew to her mouth. "Is he?" "He is not." Ron shook his head. "No, he is still alive," though by his tone of voice it was obvious that it was a near thing. People from the other table had been trying to overhear, and some had apparently succeeded, because whispering spread throughout the hall quickly. Harry caught Draco's eye, who had been trying to get his attention. He looked worried. The Gryffindor nodded sharply. They would meet that night. The rest of the day passed in a daze. Harry's mind kept wandering to Rosier. He kept seeing the image of the 11-year-old boy left for dead by the side of the Black Lake. He didn't think his day could get any worse when he met Draco in Salazar's chambers that night. "Magister." The Slytherin got up from his chair, nodding his head respectfully. He sounded as though his day had been as long and difficult as Harry's. "Draco." Harry smiled tiredly. "Please sit down." He himself took the chair next to Draco's and pulled it closer to the roaring fire. A tea service appeared on a side table and Harry whispered his thanks to Creature. The familiarity of the sitting room felt comforting somehow, and before long he felt a bit more relaxed. He looked up at his heir, setting down his teacup. "I needed that," he said. "Thank you. Now what's wrong?" And when Draco frowned, he grew worried. "It's not the Slytherins, is it? They didn't manage to hurt you?" He scanned Draco's body for injuries. Draco's mouth curled up in a tiny smile. "No, that's not it. But the wards I cast over my bed took care of most of it. There was one plan that might have worked, if one of the younger years hadn't warned me about it." He looked a little smug about it. "It blew up right in their faces." "I'm glad." Harry grinned. "Is Rosier okay?" the Black Heir asked. That immediately brought the frown back to the young lord's face. "Madame Pomfrey is doing everything she can, but last I heard he was still unconscious. We'll have to wait a little longer to be able to tell." Draco swallowed. "I can't believe it. It's just a child." He hesitated. Then he added, his voice almost breaking. "I thought." He took a shivery breath. "I hoped that they wouldn't try again now that I was looking over them. I was really trying to keep them safe, you know." "What are you talking about?" Harry asked, his stomach filling with dread. "What happened?" "Draco, talk to me." His heir looked up, fear all over his face. "It's happened again. Another one has gone missing." Edited for grammar and phrasing in 2021. Sincerely, Dulcicanbrio. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Conversations. "What?" Harry gasped, trying to comprehend what his ward was telling him. "I'm sorry," Draco squeaked, his voice trembling. "I should have done better. I should have kept them safe, I know that. I thought." "No, Draco," Harry interrupted him. "Of course it's not your fault. Why would you think that?" But as he was asking it, he realized how much of a hypocrite he was being, as if he wouldn't have thought the same. "Never mind. You've been doing all you can, do you hear me? I realize it's hard, but you shouldn't feel that way." His heir still looked unconvinced, but that was something he'd have to fix later. "Now calm down and explain what is going on. Who was taken and when did you find out? Start from the very beginning." Draco nodded fiercely and sat up straighter in his chair. "I was sitting in the common room when a group of second-year Slytherins informed me that you had found Rosier. I immediately went to the infirmary with his older brother Morsus to check on him. He hadn't arrived yet when we got there, so we waited." He breathed in deeply. "Of course when Madame Pomfrey finally arrived, she wouldn't let us in. She just snapped at us that she hadn't had time to examine him properly and warded the door. I spent the next 15 minutes trying to calm down the heir Rosier and we went down to lunch together." Harry did remember Draco sitting with Morsus Rosier while trying to attract his attention. "So at that point you didn't know the next one was missing, correct?" The blonde shook his head in misery. "No, everyone was talking about Rosier, trying to remember if they had seen anyone by the lake. We thoroughly interrogated the second years, but it seemed that they were with Madame Pomfrey when Heir Longbottom came to get her. They didn't know anything else." Disappointment coursed through Harry's body. He couldn't deny having hoped for a moment that at least someone had seen something, but apparently that was too much to ask. "So when did you find out about?" he asked carefully. Draco gripped the armrests on his chair in anguish. "Well, as it is Saturday, no one had any classes. It took until after dinner, when I did my curfew headcount, that I realized someone was missing. The third years confessed one of theirs had not been seen since Rosier was found. At first they thought," he swallowed, "they thought he was running an errand for me, as Eldrick Jugson tends to hang around me most of the time. But at that point, of course, they realized something else must have happened." Harry felt a rush of empathy for this ward. It had been someone Draco knew well. No wonder he blamed himself. He must have been taken in the confusion of Rosier being found. "Not a bad tactic," he admitted grudgingly. "Did you inform anyone?" "Professor Snape," he replied, "and he promised to go to Professor Dumbledore at once." His ward looked up at him, looking uncertain. "That was well done," Harry said reassuringly. "But why did you want to speak at me in the first place? You didn't know anything of this business when you asked to meet at lunch. I wondered if you had some more news about Rosier I could tell his brother." Harry grimaced. He had been to the hospital wing before coming here. "He is being held in a magical coma for now. Madame Pomfrey says she was able to heal almost all physical damage, but she can't say anything about his mental state yet. His magic was drained to a dangerously low level." Draco looked horrified. Do they know what might have happened to him?" The Potter heir shook his head. "Not yet. It looked like he was tortured and neglected during the fortnight he was gone, but there is no indication it was done by magic, which means it could have been done by anyone. There is no magical signature to trace. Whoever it was, they planned this." His stomach turned while he was speaking. "But why?" the Black Heir asked, his voice nearly breaking. "It's just a young child. Why would anyone torture him? He would have had valuable information about anything." "I don't know," Harry admitted. "Maybe it was Voldemort who needed a sacrifice, or maybe they wanted something from his parents. We hope he can tell us more when he wakes up." Draco nodded. "Do you know if his brother can visit him yet?" "Tomorrow, I think," Harry said slowly. "It depends on Madame Pomfrey though." Together they sat there for a long time, staring into the flames. Draco was still jittery and Harry felt he wanted to say something else, but he allowed the other boy to take his time. Finally Draco spoke again, very softly in a shaky voice. "What if it's my father?" The Potter heir frowned. "Why would he be involved? Did you hear something?" The blonde shook his head slowly. "No, but he disowned me and needs a new heir." The kidnap. Ed boys are both young enough to shape to his expectations, of a respected pureblood family and not the heirs of their own family. He choked. "I know of rituals, dark rituals, that allow for a kind of forced magical blood adoption. That would also explain the drainage of Rosier's magic." Harry's mind went into overdrive. "Did you mention this to Snape?" "No, I didn't know about the lack of magic then. I hadn't connected the dots yet." Quote, "But you think it's something your father would do?" he asked carefully, not wanting to hurt his ward by assuming too much. Draco swallowed and gave him a curt nod. "I'll take care of it," Harry promised. "I'm going to Dumbledore straight after I've gotten you back to the Slytherin common room." Draco obviously felt very relieved as he didn't even try to argue and get Harry to change his mind. They stayed in the room for a moment longer, until both of them had regained their composure. It was close to midnight when Harry escorted Draco back to the dungeon. Onzen used the Marauders' map to get to Dumbledore's office, breaking his own rule of not going anywhere on his own for once. He was admitted into the office without even having to speak a word, let alone a password. Obviously the headmaster had given some kind of order to let him through. The professor was sitting at his desk, wearing a soft, light gray evening robe. As Harry came in, he looked up curiously. "Harry, my boy, to what do I owe the pleasure?" "I am sorry to disturb you at this hour, Professor," Harry began, "but I have come across some information you need to hear immediately." Dumbledore turned serious at once. "I assume it's about the new disappearance. I won't ask how you have found out already. Please sit down." Harry took a seat in one of the chairs in front of the large desk. "I will tell you anyway. This is not the moment to waste time playing word games. Draco and I met just now and he believes his father might be involved in the disappearances in order to find a replacement heir. I don't know if it's actually the case, but I felt you had to know as soon as possible." The headmaster nodded gravely. "I had not considered that possibility. Thank you for bringing it to my attention. When Professor Snape told me about the second missing boy, I started inveth the wards, trying to find a spot where it might have been breached, but nothing seems amiss. This means Lucius Malfoy did not cross the boundary himself, as the wards would have informed me. Hogwarts only allows people without ill intent to enter the grounds without permission from the headmaster. If Lord Malfoy was involved, he had to have had help from inside the castle. I shall instruct the professors to keep an eye on the students whose parents are closely connected with the House of Malfoy. In the meantime we will continue our search. Chances are high that the student is still on school grounds. He cannot have been kidnapped through the wards, though it is of course possible he crossed Hem of his own accord and was taken afterwards. I shall warn the students not to leave the grounds for any reason." Dumbledore looked at him sadly. "If the situation cannot be resolved by the end of the week, I shall have to involve the ministry. I didn't know about the wards preventing kidnapping." He frowned. "How come the Triwizard Cup was able to take me to the graveyard then?" Dumbledore sighed softly, looking at one of the whirling instruments on his desk. "The wards prevent the use of portkeys in general unless I have made or authorized them. They also make it impossible to apparate, but I trust you know that. The borders of the school are warded against physical kidnapping. These measures combined prevent almost all kinds of abduction." Dumbledore smiled sadly. "Unfortunately the cup was always meant to be a portkey. It was only supposed to bring you from the heart of the maze back outside to face the audience. The imposter was smart enough to change the coordinates of the destination. But in theory I had created the portkey, so the wards did not stop it. A mistake I regret dearly, my boy." Harry shook his head. "That was not really important right now. Is there anything else I could do?" "I'm afraid not, my boy. You have been a great help already. Any more news about Rosier?" The headmaster rose, an angry glint in his eyes. "No, the boy is still unconscious. His injuries were very serious, though none of them were inflicted using dark magic. Only average and low-level spells were used, as well as physical violence. This does not rule out a dark ritual, however. I hope the boy will be able to tell us more when he wakes up." The silence that followed made it clear that they were both thinking the same. If he woke up. The next day Harry addressed the entirety of Gryffindor House before breakfast. He warned all of them, not only the members of the DA, not to go wandering about on their own. He hoped the non-members would still take him seriously. Harry passed by the hospital wing after classes, but Madame Pomfrey informed him Rosier had still not woken up yet, which was to be expected considering the severity of his injuries. She did promise to let him know when he did woke up, if only to stop him coming by twice a day. Again, none of his paintings or elves had seen anything, and he had to admit that whoever was behind this had planned everything carefully. They had a DA meeting that evening, and as soon as he set foot through the door to the room of requirement he was flooded with questions. He held up his hands. "Please, calm down. One at a time. I suppose everyone wants to know about Rosier who was found yesterday." The yelling subsided to a soft murmur. "That's what I thought." An unspoken request to the room made soft cushions appear all over the floor. Harry gestured to them and waited until everyone had settled down before continuing. "Physically, Mr. Rosier will be all right, but Madame Pomfrey can't say if the same is true for his mind or his magic. He has not woken up yet." Worried glances were exchanged among his fellow students. "Can we visit?" A second-year Ravenclaw named Bowen asked timidly. Harry shook his head. "Not yet. Madame Pomfrey is still watching over him. Only his brother might be allowed to go in tonight." He hesitated. "I'm sure you have all heard rumors of a second disappearance. Is it true?" Richard Sky's deep voice questioned him. He couldn't say it, not out loud, so he just nodded. A few of the younger students burst into tears. "Mr. Jugson was last seen just before we discovered Mr. Rosier at the lake, I believe, and so does Professor Dumbledore, by the way, that he was taken during the confusion afterwards. The announcement will be made tomorrow morning, if the boy hasn't been found by then." Several Hufflepuffs were sobbing quietly, and Harry could see hidden tears in the eyes of a few Slytherins as well. He continued in a soft voice. I know that this is very difficult, but I want you to think if you saw Mr. Jugson yesterday. You can come to me or any professor if you think you can help. A few Gryffindors nodded furiously, and Harry could almost see the gears in their heads turning in trying to remember. He hoped they had seen something. Gryffindors were the most likely people to have been outside or lounging about on a Saturday. Please remember to always stay together when you are not in your common room. The older students will remember the measures that were taken when the Chamber of Secrets was opened. I am pretty sure those will be reinstated. If not, I'd like for the older students and prefects to take the roles of the teachers and escort classes in the corridors. Those willing can stay behind, and we will work out a schedule to accompany the younger years. Already he could see a few people whispering to make arrangements. We can't let this person, whoever he or she is, let us down. We are stronger together. In the coming DA meetings we will work on identifying cursed objects and seeing through illusions. I had planned to do that later this year, but I'm moving it up our schedule as I believe it might be very useful. We'll have the meetings together, both groups at the same time, so we can meet more often. I'll lift part of the secrecy spells so you can teach your friends, though you'll have to say you learned the spells from books or an older student. I want to protect as many people as I can. He mussed up his hair, ignoring his grandmother's voice in the back of his head. Captain, Colin Creevey asked, do you know who is behind this? Harry sighed. I'm afraid not, Colin. We have a few possible suspects, but nothing we know for sure. I hope Mr. Rosier will be able to tell us something when he wakes up. He then thought of something else. Professor Dumbledore thinks Mr. Jugson might still be on the grounds. If you know any hiding places you think no one else is aware of, please come forward. You never know if the kidnapper might be using them. He saw a few troublemakers exchanging nervous looks. Harry grinned involuntarily. I promise you won't be in trouble. As he drew the hangings on his bed that night, activating the silencing charms woven into the fabric, Harry hissed softly for Centaur to come out. The snake slithered from between the headboard and the mattress and settled on his preferred spot on Harry's left forearm. He supposed it was a remnant of having been created as a dark mark. Have you found anything? Harry asked the snake. Centaur moved his head from left to right. He was picking up human manners. Ms. from spending time with his young wizard. No, master. There were no scents where the young snakeling was found. They were washed away by the lake. Harry grunted in frustration. Whoever was behind this was either very skilled or very lucky. Even with all his sources around the castle, no one had seen a thing. Master, I would request you reconsider about the meetings. His snake hissed softly. The young wizard's eyes snapped open, his green eyes glowing. I can't risk your safety like that. We are bonded, remember. I don't want to lose you. There would be little risk. Centaur hissed persuasively. We would learn much if you would allow it. Getting more comfortable on his bed, the raven-haired teen brought his arm closer to his face. But you still wouldn't understand a word of what they are saying. The snake stared at him. Wizards know of ways tahi not. Harry hesitated. I am not sure legilimency would work on snakes, and I'm afraid what taking your memory would do to your thoughts. You should find out. Ask your bushy-haired nest mate. The snake did not relent. Harry knew he had already lost the discussion. He sighed. Fine. He gave in. I'll ask Hermione to do research. But if she can't find anything, we are not going through with it, all right. The snake hissed his consent, then curled up more tightly around Harry's arm, resting his head on the boy's skinny wrist. Harry laid staring at the ceiling of his four-poster for a long time, worrying. Centaur had been feeling every call for Death Eater meetings and subconsciously knew that he was able to apparate through the focus it provided. He wanted to go over to spy, and Harry had to admit it would be really helpful, but the snake did not understand a word of English, which rather limited his information. So far, he had not wanted to let his snake go, for fear that he would be discovered, but with the current events he knew his protests were becoming pointless. Centaur had a very strong sense of justice, especially if snakelings or children were involved. He rather suspected it was enhanced by his own feelings. He closed his eyes with a sigh. He would ask Hermione in the morning. Edited for Grammar and Phrasing in 2021. Sincerely, Dalsy Cambrio.